Most delivery drivers expect bad addresses, wrong pins, dark porches, customers who do not answer the door. But sometimes the address is not wrong. Sometimes it is exactly where someone wanted you to go. And sometimes the most dangerous thing a customer can say is not a threat. It is please. Comment your location and the time you are watching from. Then listen carefully, because every story tonight starts with one small favor. I didn't think the address was wrong at first. I thought the customer was just bad with directions. That happened all the time when you delivered food late at night. People dropped the pin behind their house, or forgot the apartment number, or typed the street name wrong by one letter. Most of the time, it was annoying, not scary. I was working the late shift on one of those food delivery apps because the roads were empty and the tips were better after 10. I had a day job then, but rent had gone up, and my car needed work, so I started taking orders a few nights a week. The thing about late-night deliveries is that you learn to be polite in a very specific way. Not friendly, not warm. Just polite enough that nobody reports you. A bad rating could slow your orders down for the rest of the week. A customer complaint could make the app ask for extra photos. Too many cancellations, and you stopped getting the good runs. So even when something felt off, you learned to follow the instructions, keep your voice calm, and get out as fast as possible. That night, it was a little after 11:40 when the order came in. The pickup was from a 24-hour diner just off the highway. I knew the place. Old booths, chrome counter, coffee that tasted burnt no matter what time it was. The order was small. 1 chicken noodle soup, 1 ginger ale. That was it. No sandwich, no crackers, no plastic spoon. I remember noticing the spoon because the diner cashier asked if the customer had requested utensils. I checked the receipt and told her no. She shrugged and sealed the brown paper bag. The tip was almost $12 for a soup and a soda. That was the first thing that should have made me cancel. But at that hour, a short delivery with a good tip felt like luck. So I took it. The customer's name was listed as M. Harper. The delivery note said, "Please hand to customer. Do not leave outside." Nothing strange by itself. A lot of people wrote that when they were worried about porch thieves or raccoons or food getting cold. I put the bag in the passenger seat, set the ginger ale beside it, and followed the GPS into a quiet neighborhood about 6 minutes from the diner. The streets were clean and empty. Single-story houses, trimmed lawns, dark windows, a few basketball hoops at the edge of driveways. The GPS brought me to the end of a dead-end street. There was only one house there, a small ranch house with pale siding and no car in the driveway. The house number was hard to read, but it looked close enough. There was no porch furniture, no wreath, no doormat. Just a narrow concrete path leading to a glass storm door. A yellow porch light was on. Before I could get out, my phone buzzed. A message from M. Harper. "You'll know the house. The porch light is off." I looked up at the house again. The porch light was definitely on. I sat there with the food bag on my passenger seat, staring at that yellow light, wondering if I should message her back and say she had the wrong house. I almost sent the message. I had my thumb over the keyboard, ready to type something simple. "I think I'm at the wrong place." But then another message came through before I could finish. "Oh, I'm sorry. My dad must have turned it on again. He gets confused at night." I read it twice. That made sense. That was the problem. A lot of things that should have made me leave that night made just enough sense to keep me there. Old parent, late night soup, porch light, confusion, a daughter or son ordering food from somewhere else because they were worried. It sounded normal when you broke it apart. I typed back, "No problem, I'm outside now." The reply came almost immediately. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. He hasn't eaten much today." I remember feeling bad for being suspicious. That was another thing you learned doing delivery work. Half the time, the weird instructions came from people who were just tired, sick, elderly, or dealing with something private. You saw enough sad things through half-open doors that you stopped assuming every strange request had a strange reason. Sometimes people were just having a bad night. Sometimes they needed soup at midnight because nobody else was there to bring it. So I shut off the engine. The street around me was quiet enough that I could hear the soft ticking under my hood as the car cooled. No dogs barking, no TVs glowing behind curtains, no garage lights, just that one porch light at the end of the street. I picked up the bag and the ginger ale. Then my phone buzzed again. "Would you mind placing it just inside the storm door? You don't have to come in. Just past the first door. My father can't bend down well. I stopped with one hand on the door handle. That was different. Not terrible, just different. There was a line every driver had in their head, even if they never said it out loud. You could leave something on a porch. You could hand it through a cracked door. You could wait while someone shuffled across the room. But opening a door yourself, even a glass storm door, felt like crossing into something you had not agreed to. I looked at the house again. The storm door was closed. Behind it, the inside wooden door looked shut too, but there was a thin line of warm light underneath it. I typed, "I can leave it right outside the door if that helps." The reply came back fast. "I'm sorry, I know it's annoying. He just gets upset if food is left outside. He thinks animals touched it." There it was. A reasonable explanation, again. I stood there in my car, feeling the kind of pressure that is hard to explain unless you have worked a job where strangers can punish you for making them unhappy. She did not threaten me. She did not demand anything. She apologized. That made it worse. Because if someone is rude, you can be firm. You can say no. You can call support. You can leave. But when someone is polite, when they sound embarrassed, when they make the request seem small, you start negotiating against yourself. It's just the storm door. It's not like I'm going inside. It's soup. There's an old man. Don't be dramatic. I got out. The air was colder than I expected. Not freezing, but sharp enough that I zipped my jacket before I walked up the narrow concrete path. The yard looked too clean. That was the first thing I noticed once I was closer. No leaves gathered against the porch steps. No mail in the box. No garden hose curled near the side of the house. No trash bins at the curb, even though every other house on the street had at least one blue bin waiting for morning pickup. There was no welcome mat. No little sign that said, "Bless this home." No old chair. Nothing. The porch looked like a porch in a real estate photo before the owners moved in. I told myself that did not mean anything. People kept clean houses. People moved. People rented. The closer I got, the more I noticed the porch camera mounted above the door. It looked like one of those doorbell cameras, but the little red recording light was not on. The lens was dark, flat, dead. Still, I felt like it was watching me. I raised the food bag slightly, just in case the camera was active and someone was checking. Then the porch light went out, not flickered, not dimmed. Went out. The whole front of the house dropped into darkness so fast that I stopped on the bottom step. My phone buzzed in my hand. Thank you. He likes it better when the light is off. I stood there on the bottom step for a few seconds, not because I was brave, because I did not know what the polite thing was anymore. The porch light had gone out so suddenly that my eyes had not adjusted yet. The front of the house was just a dark rectangle now. The glass storm door reflected a warped version of the street behind me. My car, the empty curb, the black windows of the houses across the road. My phone was the only bright thing in my hand. Thank you. He likes it better when the light is off. I read that message again, then again. There were several answers I could have sent. I can't do that. Please come to the door. I'm leaving it outside. But none of them felt easy. That is what people do not understand unless they have worked a job like that. You are not just thinking about danger. You are thinking about proof. You are thinking about whether the app will believe you. You are thinking about some support person reading the chat later and seeing a polite customer asking for a small favor. A customer with an old father. A customer who kept saying sorry. A customer who tipped $12 for soup. So I walked up the steps, slowly. The storm door was cold when I touched the handle. It was one of those aluminum framed glass doors with a thin metal latch, the kind half the houses in old neighborhoods still had. The handle was cleaner than it should have been. No dust, no fingerprints. No little scratches around the latch from years of use, just smooth metal. I held the food bag in my left hand and the ginger ale against my chest with my wrist. Then I pulled. The door opened without a sound. That bothered me more than if it had creaked. Old storm doors always made some kind of noise. A squeal, a sticky pull, a rubber scrape at the bottom. This one opened like someone had oiled it that afternoon. Inside, the wooden front door was closed, mostly. There was a thin line of warm light underneath it. The kind of light that should have made the house feel occupied, safe, normal. It did not. The space between the storm door and the front door was narrow, barely deep enough for the bag. I could place the food there without stepping inside. Technically, I was still outside. That was how I justified it. I lowered the bag carefully onto the threshold. Then I set the ginger ale beside it. My phone buzzed again. Could you make sure it's all the way inside? Sometimes the door doesn't close right. I looked down. The bag was inside. The bottle was inside. The storm door could close. But I knew what she meant. She meant push it farther. She meant lean in. She meant put more of myself past the doorway. I typed with one thumb. It's inside the storm door now. The reply came so fast, it felt automatic. Thank you. Can you send the photo? That should have been easy. I opened the delivery app and tapped the camera button. The screen went black for half a second. Then the camera view came up, showing the bag, the ginger ale, and the lower half of the front door. I took the picture. A message appeared. Move closer to delivery point. I frowned. I was standing directly in front of the delivery point. I tried again. Same message. Move closer to delivery point. The little map in the corner showed my blue dot slightly behind the house. Not on the porch, not in the yard. Behind the house, where there was no driveway and no visible gate. I stepped back down to the first step and waited for the GPS to correct itself. It did not. My phone buzzed. The app does that here. Everyone has trouble with it. Sorry, everyone. That was the first word that made my stomach tighten. Not the dark porch, not the dead camera, not the light turning off. Everyone. It meant other drivers had stood where I was standing. Other people had been asked to open that same storm door. Other people had tried to take the same photo and been told to move closer. I looked at the handle again. Clean metal, no dust, no fingerprints, opened without a sound. I lifted my phone higher and tried to take the picture from a different angle. Move closer to delivery point. I stepped 1 foot onto the threshold, not inside the house, just into the space held open by the storm door. That was what I told myself. The camera finally focused. For a second, I saw the food bag on my screen. Then I saw something else. There were marks on the white trim beside the wooden door. Small marks. Not deep, not dramatic. Nothing like in a movie. Just short, pale scratches in the paint, all clustered around the same spot, about waist height. 4 or 5 lines, then a gap, then 4 or 5 more, like someone had dragged their fingertips there more than once. I stopped breathing for a second. From behind the wooden door, something shifted, not footsteps. More like the soft scrape of a chair leg across a kitchen floor. I backed out of the threshold. The storm door began to close against my shoulder, slow and quiet. Then my phone buzzed again. Can you wait until he takes it? I stared at the message. A second one appeared right under it. He gets scared if strangers leave too quickly. I should have left right then. That is the part I still think about. Not the light, not the scratches, not even the voice I heard later. I think about that exact second, standing half inside the storm door with my shoulder pressed against the cold glass, reading that message on my phone. He gets scared if strangers leave too quickly. It sounded ridiculous. It also sounded possible. That was the trap. A threat gives you permission to protect yourself. A strange noise gives you permission to back away. Even a locked door gives you something solid to point at later and say, that is why I left. But a sentence like that does something different. It makes you the problem. If I walked away, I was the impatient driver who scared an old sick man. If I stayed, I was just being decent for another minute. So I stayed. I stepped back onto the porch, outside the storm door this time, and let it close between me and the bag. The glass settled into the frame without a click. No latch sound. No rattle, just quiet. My car was maybe 20 feet behind me. I could see it reflected in the dark glass, stretched and bent by the angle. The houses across the street were still dark. Every window, every porch, every driveway. It felt like the whole neighborhood had been emptied out and left there for me to stand in. I typed back. I can wait 1 minute. I added a period because I wanted it to sound final. M. Harper answered almost instantly. Thank you, you're very kind. I hated that message. I hated how normal it was. I hated that some part of me still wanted to believe this was just a sick old man and a tired caregiver on a bad night. From behind the wooden door, I heard the chair scrape again. This time, it was closer, slow, not dragged hard. Just a soft movement across the floor, then a pause, then another short scrape. I looked down at the food bag through the glass. It had shifted. Only a little. At first, I told myself the storm door had nudged it when it closed. But the bag had been placed straight, with the folded top facing me. Now it was angled slightly toward the wooden door, like someone had turned it from the other side. The ginger ale bottle had rolled against the door frame. I stared at it for too long. Then a voice came from inside. Old. Male. Thin. Is he still there? I froze. The voice was not loud. It did not boom through the house. It sounded close to the door, but muffled, as if the person speaking had his mouth near the crack at the bottom. I did not answer. My phone buzzed. Please answer him. Just say yes. He calms down when people answer. I looked at the message, then at the door, then at my car. It is embarrassing to admit this, but I felt rude for staying silent. That is how deep that kind of training goes. I was standing on a dark porch outside a house that did not feel lived in. The app would not accept the delivery photo. The customer already knew the porch light had gone out. Something behind the door had just asked if I was still there. And still, some small automatic part of me thought, "Don't be rude." So I said it, quietly. "Yes, I'm still here." The silence after that was immediate. Even the air felt like it stopped moving. Then the old voice said something I could barely hear. "Good." A pause. "Don't let him leave yet." I stepped back so fast my heel hit the edge of the top step. My phone buzzed again. "Sorry. He says strange things at night." I did not like how fast the message came. Not after a few seconds. Not after enough time for her to hear him and react. It came almost at the same time, like she knew what he was going to say. Like they had done this before. I turned toward my car. Another message came in. "I'm really sorry. Please don't leave upset. I can add more tip if that helps." That was when I felt the anger come in. Not a big anger. Not the kind that makes you brave, just enough to cut through the guilt for 1 second. I opened the app and looked for the support button. The signal bar on my phone dropped from 3 bars to 1, then to no service. The app stayed open, but nothing loaded. The help page spun in a blank white circle. My map froze on the little blue dot behind the house. Behind the house. Still wrong. I stepped down 1 stair. The porch light came back on. The sudden yellow glow made me flinch. Everything appeared at once. The empty yard, the clean path, the dead camera above the door, the storm door glass, and my reflection. For 1 second, I saw myself standing there with my phone in my hand. Then I saw something behind me in the reflection. Not clearly, just a darker shape at the edge of the driveway, beside my car. Tall enough to be a person, still enough to be a post. I turned around. There was nothing there. The driveway was empty. My car was empty. The street was empty. When I looked back at the storm door, the food bag was gone. The ginger ale was still there. It had not rolled. It stood upright now, perfectly centered on the threshold, label facing out. My phone buzzed. "He doesn't drink ginger ale." I stared at the bottle. Then another message appeared. "Could you bring that part back to the car?" I did not move. A third message came through. "Please. He gets upset when orders are wrong." That was when I stopped trying to make sense of it. Please. He gets upset when orders are wrong. I looked at the ginger ale standing upright inside the storm door. Then I looked at my car. 20 feet, maybe less. That was all I had to cross. I did not answer the message. I did not pick up the bottle. I did not apologize. For the first time that night, I let myself be rude. I stepped backward down the porch steps, keeping my eyes on the door. The glass reflected the porch light, so I could not see much inside anymore, just the yellow glare, the dark shape of the wooden door, the bottle sitting there like it had been placed for a picture. My phone buzzed again. "Please don't leave like that." I kept walking. Another buzz. "You said you would wait." I reached the path. The cold air felt sharper now, like it had been waiting for me to notice it. My fingers were stiff around my keys. I remember fumbling with them, even though my car had a button on the handle. I remember being angry at myself for shaking. The phone buzzed again. It's unkind to make him get up twice. That one almost stopped me. Almost. Because it was not a threat. It was worse. It was disappointment. It had the same tone my grandmother used when I forgot to call. The same tone teachers used when they did not yell, because they wanted you to feel small on your own. I hated that it still worked. I hated that even with every wrong thing happening around me, part of my brain still wanted to turn around and say, "I'm sorry," but I did not. I unlocked the car and got in. I locked the doors before I even closed mine all the way. Only then did I let myself breathe. The house sat at the end of the street, quiet and bright now, the porch light spilling over the steps and the clean little path. From inside the car, it almost looked normal again. That made it worse. My phone was still in my hand. The app had not completed the delivery. A red notice sat across the bottom of the screen. Customer requested handoff confirmation. Leaving now may affect your completion rate. I stared at it. I remember thinking how stupid it was, how small and cheap and corporate the words looked, sitting on top of whatever was happening in that house. My safety had been reduced to a completion rate. I put the car in reverse. The phone buzzed. M. Harper. "Please, he waited up for you." I backed out of the driveway too fast and bumped the curb. The ginger ale was still visible through the storm door. Centered. untouched. Then the porch light went out again. The house disappeared, not completely. I could still see the shape of it, the roof line, the front steps, the darker block of the doorway. But the moment the light cut off, the whole place felt less like a house and more like a hole cut into the neighborhood. I drove away without checking the mirrors. That was not smart. I know that. But at the time, I felt like if I looked back and saw someone in the road behind me, I would not be able to keep driving. So I watched the yellow line in the middle of the street. I watched the stop sign at the corner. I watched the dashboard clock, 11:58. I made it 2 blocks before my signal came back. 3 bars appeared at the top of my phone. Then the app refreshed. Delivery complete. I had not marked it complete. I had not taken a usable photo. I had not handed the order to anyone, but the app showed the little green check mark anyway. For a few seconds, I just sat at the stop sign with the engine running, staring at the screen. Then a notification popped up. Photo added. I tapped it. The proof of delivery photo opened. At first, I thought it was black. Then the image adjusted. It showed the food bag sitting inside the storm door. The wooden front door was behind it. The ginger ale was not there. The angle was wrong. It had not been taken from where I had stood. It was low, too low, almost floor level. From inside the narrow space between the storm door and the wooden door, like someone had crouched there. Or like the phone had been placed on the threshold, facing outward. In the photo, I was visible through the glass, standing on the porch, holding my phone, looking down. The image had captured me at the exact moment before I stepped back. I zoomed in without meaning to. The porch light in the photo was off. That was what made my stomach go cold. Because I remembered that moment clearly. When I stood there, when I tried to take the picture, when I saw the scratches on the trim, the porch light had already come back on. I remembered the yellow glare. I remembered seeing my reflection. But in the proof photo, the porch was dark. Behind my reflection in the glass, there was another shape. Not behind me. Behind the glass, pressed close to it. It was not clear enough to call a face. I will not pretend it was. The image was grainy, and the reflection cut across it. But there was something there. Something pale at the height of a person's head. Something turned toward me. I closed the photo. Then I closed the app. I drove to a gas station 3 miles away and parked under the brightest pump lights I could find. I called support from there. I told them the delivery had marked itself complete. I told them the address might be wrong. I told them the customer had asked me to open a door. The support agent sounded bored, not rude, just tired. She asked if I was safe. I said yes. She asked if the customer received the order. I said I did not know. There was a pause. Then she said, "The customer has confirmed receipt." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because I did not know what else to do. She told me she would make a note on the account. That was all. A note. I did not take another order that night. I drove home with the radio off. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched, even though it was just the app trying to send me new deliveries. I ignored all of them. The next morning, I checked the address online. I do not know why. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that it had been a real house. A weird house, a sick old man, a nervous customer, a bad app glitch. Something normal, if I squinted at it hard enough. The address came up on the map, but the street view was old. The image showed the same dead-end street, the same curb, the same clean sidewalk. At the end of it, where the ranch house should have been, there was only an empty lot. Patchy grass, a leaning for sale sign, no driveway, no porch, no storm door. I checked the date on the street view, 2 years old. That did not prove anything. Houses could be built in 2 years. Listings changed. Maps lagged. I told myself all of that. Then I opened the delivery app again. The order was still in my history. M. Harper. Chicken noodle soup, ginger ale. $12 tip. Delivery complete. I tapped the customer note, mostly because I wanted to see if I had imagined the wording. Please hand to customer. Do not leave outside. That line was still there, but there was another line below it. One I know had not been there before. Driver was polite. I stared at those 3 words for a long time. Then I deleted the app. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But about a week later, a letter came to my apartment. No return address. No stamp. Just my name, written in block letters across the front. Inside was a receipt from that same diner. 1 chicken noodle soup, 1 ginger ale, no spoon. The delivery address was blank. At the bottom, where the customer name should have been, someone had written 3 words in blue pen. You came close. The building had no apartment 2B. That was the part I kept checking. Not because I was confused about the floor plan, not because I had trouble reading the directory, I had delivered to enough apartment buildings by then to know how strange they could be. Some had 2 lobbies, some skipped numbers. Some had basement units listed as first-floor apartments, because the landlord wanted them to sound nicer. So when I first walked into Miller Court Apartments and did not see 2B on the directory, I did not panic. I just thought the customer had made a mistake. It was close to midnight, and I had picked up the order from a little convenience store on the east side of Pittsburgh. Not a chain store, one of those narrow corner places with lottery tickets taped to the glass, and a hot food counter that looked like nobody had used it in years. The order was already waiting when I got there. A plastic bag on the counter, paper plates, plastic forks, 1 small birthday candle, a cheap red lighter, and 1 bottle of grape soda. That was it. No cake, no food, no chips. Nothing that made the plates and forks make sense. I remember looking at the bag longer than I needed to. The cashier noticed and gave me a tired smile. "People order weird stuff at night," he said. I laughed because that was true. If you work late deliveries long enough, you stop asking why someone wants a single banana at 1 a.m., or a bottle of cough syrup with a birthday card, or 3 bags of ice delivered to an apartment with no elevator. You just check the address. You check the name. You hope the tip is worth it. This one was. The customer's name was listed as T. Mallory. The delivery note said, "Apartment 2B, please don't leave it downstairs. They don't like that." I remember the wording because it bothered me right away. Not enough to cancel. Just enough that I read it twice before I pulled out of the parking lot. They don't like that. Not, I don't like that. Not, please don't leave it downstairs. They. I told myself it probably meant roommates, or kids, or elderly parents. There was always a normal explanation if you wanted one badly enough. Miller Court Apartments was only 7 minutes away. It sat at the corner of 2 quiet residential streets, wedged between an old church and a closed laundromat. The building was 4 stories tall, brick, with narrow windows and a front awning that still had gold lettering on it even though most of the paint had peeled away. It was not abandoned. That is important. There were lights on in a few windows. A bike was locked to the railing. Someone had left an Amazon box near the lobby door. The kind of place that felt old and tired, but lived in. The front door was unlocked. That felt lucky at first. A lot of apartment deliveries at night turned into 10 minutes of waiting outside, while the customer ignored your messages and the app timer slowly counted down. I stepped into the lobby with the plastic bag in one hand and my phone in the other. The air smelled like old carpet, radiator heat, and something sweet, not strong, just faint, like blown-out candles. There was a directory mounted on the wall beside the mailboxes, one of those old black boards with white plastic letters pressed into grooves. I found the second floor, 2A, 2C, 2D. Then the third floor, 3A, 3B, 3C. I looked back at the second floor again, 2A, 2C, 2D. Number 2B. I checked the mailboxes. Same thing. There was a metal box for 2A, then 2C, then 2D. Between 2A and 2C, the wall had a narrow, empty space where another mailbox might have been once. The paint there was slightly cleaner, a pale rectangle in the middle of years of yellowing white. I took a picture of the directory, just in case. Then I opened the app and typed a message to T. Mallory. "Hi. I'm downstairs, but I don't see apartment 2B on the directory." Before I could send it, someone spoke behind me. "You're looking for 2B, aren't you?" I turned. An older woman was sitting in a chair beside the mailboxes. I had not seen her when I walked in. She wore a gray cardigan over a nightgown, with slippers on her feet, and a folded newspaper in her lap. She looked like she belonged there, like some retired tenant who came downstairs when she could not sleep. Her voice was soft, almost helpful. I held up the bag a little. "Delivery," I said. She smiled. Not wide, just enough to make me feel like I had walked into a place where everyone knew something simple except me. "Yes," she said. "They're waiting." For a moment, I did not know what to say. The old woman looked too normal to be frightening. That made it worse. She sat there with her folded newspaper and her slippers planted neatly on the tile floor, like she had been waiting in that lobby for years. Her cardigan was buttoned all the way up. Her hair was white and thin, combed flat against her head. There was a plastic cup of water on the little table beside her chair. Nothing about her looked threatening. Nothing about her looked wrong, except that I was almost sure she had not been there when I came in. I glanced back at the lobby entrance. The glass door was still closing slowly behind me, moving on one of those hydraulic arms that never worked right. It made a tired little hiss as it settled into place. I told myself I had just missed her. The lobby was dim. I had been looking at my phone. Maybe she had been sitting in the corner the whole time. That was possible. I held the plastic bag up a little higher. "Yeah," I said, "apartment 2B, but I don't see it listed." The woman smiled again. "It's okay," she said. "Everybody misses it the first time." That sentence should have helped. It did not. I looked back at the directory. 2A, 2C, 2D, number 2B. "I'm just going by the board," I said. I tried to keep my voice light, not rude, not suspicious, just casual, like I was asking about a normal building mistake. The woman nodded. "No, you wouldn't see it there." She said it the way someone might say, "No, the laundry room is around back." Plain, patient, almost kind. I waited for her to explain. She did not. Instead, she lifted one hand and pointed toward the stairs. "You have to go up." I looked at the stairwell door. The elevator was beside it, but the metal doors were shut, and the little display above them was dark. A handwritten sign was taped crookedly over the button, "Out of service." Of course it was. Apartment buildings at midnight always found a way to be inconvenient. I checked my phone again. The message to T. Mallory was still sitting unsent in the text box. "Hi, I'm downstairs, but I don't see apartment 2B on the directory." I hit send. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, the 3 typing dots appeared. The old woman watched me while I waited, not in a hard way. Not openly, just enough that I could feel it. The reply came through. "That happens. Please bring it up. They're waiting." Again. "They." I stared at the word. The old woman gave a small nod, like she had read the message too, even though she could not have seen my screen. "Don't leave it here," she said. "I wasn't going to," I lied. "They don't like that." The way she said it matched the delivery note exactly. Not similar. Exactly. I felt the first real pinch of unease then, small and sharp under my ribs. I looked around the lobby. There were mailboxes along one wall, a stained mirror near the elevator, a fake plant in a chipped ceramic pot, a bulletin board with curled notices for pest control, rent reminders, and a missing cat poster so faded the cat looked gray, even though the paper said orange. Everything looked ordinary, used, boring. That was part of what kept me standing there. If this had been an abandoned building, I would have left. If the woman had been wild-eyed or angry, I would have left. But she looked like someone's grandmother, and the customer had confirmed the apartment. And I was holding paper plates, forks, a birthday candle, a lighter, and grape soda. It was all too stupid to be dangerous. That is what I thought. I said, "Second floor?" The woman nodded once. "Second floor. Left or right?" She tilted her head a little. "You'll know." I did not like that. I gave a short laugh, because people do that when they want to make an uncomfortable thing feel normal. "Okay," I said. "I'll try." The woman's smile faded just a little. Not enough to make her expression cold, just enough to remove the friendliness from it. "It's only polite," she said. I should have stopped there. I should have taken a photo of the directory, left the bag by the mailboxes, and dealt with the complaint later. But a complaint felt real. The danger did not. So I walked to the stairs. The stairwell smelled different from the lobby, less like old carpet, more like dust and warm metal. Halfway up, I noticed the sweet smell again. Blown out candles. Not birthday cake, not vanilla. Just the waxy smoke that hangs in the air after someone pinches out a flame. It was stronger on the second floor landing. The hallway light flickered once when I opened the door, not in a dramatic way. Just a tired, fluorescent blink. The second floor looked exactly like I expected it to look. Narrow hallway, beige walls, brown carpet worn flat in the middle. Apartment doors on both sides, with brass numbers screwed into the wood. 2A was on the left. 2C was 2 doors down. 2D was across from it. I stood there with the bag in my hand, slowly turning my head. There was no 2B. Between 2A and 2C, there was only a stretch of wall, flat, painted. Empty. No door frame, no peephole, no handle, no buzzer, just wall. I checked the app again, hoping the customer had corrected herself. No new message, I typed. "I'm on the second floor. I still don't see 2B. Before I could send it, something moved at the far end of the hallway. A man stepped out from beside the elevator. He was wearing a navy hoodie, gray sweatpants, and house slippers. One hand held a small white trash bag tied at the top. He looked half asleep, normal. He glanced at the plastic bag in my hand. Then he said, very calmly, "Delivery for 2B?" I did not answer right away. The man at the end of the hallway stood there with the little trash bag hanging from one hand, looking at me like I had asked a very simple question and somehow failed to understand the answer. He was not blocking me. That mattered. If he had been standing in front of the stairwell, I would have known what to do. I would have left. I would have called support from the sidewalk. I would have taken the 1-star rating and gone home. But he was just a tired man in slippers, a tenant taking out trash, a normal person in a normal hallway. So I said, "Yeah, I'm looking for 2B. He nodded. "You walked past it." I looked over my shoulder. There was 2A, then the blank wall, then 2C. I looked back at him, expecting him to smile or explain that people mixed up the numbering all the time. He did not smile. He just waited. "I don't see a door," I said. He gave a small, almost embarrassed laugh. Not like I was stupid, more like the building was old and inconvenient, and he felt bad I had to deal with it. "It's between 2A and 2C, he said. I turned back to the wall. There was nothing there except paint. Beige paint, the kind landlords use, because it hides nothing but looks cheap enough to repaint every few years. I could see a darker rectangle near the baseboard, where furniture had probably leaned there once. Above it, the wall looked smoother than the rest, like one section had been patched. But there was no door, no number, no frame. The man took 2 steps closer, slow, careful, still not threatening. "Right there," he said, "where the paint is different." I looked at the patched section again. Now that he had said it, I could see what he meant. The wall between 2A and 2C was not exactly the same color as the rest of the hallway. It was close, but not perfect. Slightly cleaner, slightly flatter, like someone had painted over one area and tried to pretend it matched. I laughed once under my breath, the kind of laugh you make when you are uncomfortable and want to prove you are still being reasonable. "That's a wall," I said. The man nodded. "Sure." He said it too casually. "Sure," like that did not change anything. My phone buzzed. A message from T. Mallory. "Please don't leave it in the hall. They're embarrassed when people do that." Embarrassed. That word irritated me. Not because it was rude, because it was not. It was exactly the kind of word that made you feel like the bad guy for setting a boundary. I looked from the message to the patched wall, then to the man. He tilted his head toward the bag. "They already paid for it," he said. I wanted to ask who they were. I wanted to ask why there was no door. I wanted to ask why the old woman downstairs had used the same sentence as the delivery note. Instead, I said, "Do they usually come out?" He shook his head. "Not anymore." I stared at him. He seemed to realize how that sounded, or maybe he did not. He cleared his throat and added, "Late hour, you know. People get particular." People get particular. That was another sentence that should not have worked, but it did. Because if you have done delivery at night, you know people do get particular. They want you to knock twice, but not ring. They want the food on the left chair, not the right one. They want you to avoid the dog, the baby, the roommate, the doorbell camera, the side gate, the landlord. Everybody has a reason. Everybody thinks their reason is normal. So I stepped closer to the wall. The bag rustled in my hand. Inside, the paper plates pressed against the plastic forks. The little birthday candle had shifted to the bottom of the bag. I could feel its hard shape through the thin plastic. The man stood a few feet away, watching politely, not staring, just waiting for me to do the correct thing. I opened the app and tapped the camera icon. I was going to take a proof photo of the bag against the wall. That was all. I would send a message saying I could not locate the unit, leave the order there, and get out. The camera opened. I held the bag near the patched paint and took the photo. The app rejected it. Move closer to delivery point. I frowned. I took another step forward. The toes of my shoes touched the baseboard. I tried again. Move closer to delivery point. The blue dot on the map spun once, then jumped. For a second, it placed me behind the building, then inside the building, then a few feet past the wall, past it. As if there were a room on the other side. I lowered the phone. The man said, "You have to knock." I looked at him. "On the wall?" He gave me the same patient expression the old woman had given me downstairs. "Otherwise, they won't know you're here." I almost said no. I felt the word rise in my throat. No. Simple. Clear. One syllable. But before I could say it, a door opened behind me. 2A. Only a few inches. An eye appeared in the crack. Not wide. Not frightened. Just watching. A woman's voice came from inside. "Is that for 2B?" I turned slightly. "Yes," I said, before I could stop myself. The eye blinked. "They've been waiting." Then the door closed. Softly. No slam. No rush. Just a click. The hallway felt smaller after that. I could hear the fluorescent light above me humming. I could hear the building settling. Somewhere below, a pipe knocked once behind the wall. The man lifted his chin toward the patched paint. "Go ahead." I raised my free hand. I do not know why I knocked. That is the part I hate admitting. No one forced me. No one touched me. No one threatened to call the police or report me or block the stairs. They just kept making it seem like the only rude option was leaving. So I knocked. 3 light taps. My knuckles hit solid wall. Not hollow, not thin. Solid. The sound was dull and dead. I waited. Nothing happened. The man looked mildly disappointed. Harder, he said. I knocked again. This time, louder. The sound went down the hallway and came back flat. For a moment, there was only the hum of the light. Then something answered from the other side. 1 tap. Small, dry. Directly behind the paint. I stepped back. The plastic bag swung against my leg. The man did not react. Neither did the woman in 2A, though I could feel her still behind the door. My phone buzzed. Thank you. Please wait until they open. I stared at the screen, then at the wall. There was still no seam, no handle, no way for anything to open. Another tap came from the other side, then another. 2 slow knocks, like someone was being polite enough to answer. The patched paint in front of me looked unchanged, but the smell of blown-out candles grew stronger. So strong now it tasted bitter at the back of my throat. I looked down at the delivery bag. The birthday candle was gone. I had not opened the bag. I had not set it down. I had been holding it the entire time, but through the thin plastic, I could feel the paper plates, the forks, the lighter, the bottle of grape soda, no candle. I squeezed the bottom of the bag twice, searching for the little wax stick. Nothing. The man beside me spoke softly. They always take that first. I turned toward him. Before I could ask what that meant, something scraped behind the wall, a chair leg, or a table, or something heavy being moved across a floor that should not have existed. Then a voice came through the paint. Very small, very close. Is it here? My mouth went dry. The man looked at me, waiting. The woman behind 2A opened her door another inch. From downstairs, faint but clear, the old woman called up through the stairwell. Answer them. I wanted to leave. I wanted that more than anything. But all of them were waiting with the same calm patience. Like I was holding up a line. Like I was the one making this awkward. So I looked at the wall and said, yes. My voice sounded too quiet. I cleared my throat. It's here. The wall was silent. Then my phone buzzed again. Customer requested handoff confirmation. Please remain at the delivery location. Please remain at the delivery location. I stared at those words until they blurred. The delivery location was a wall, a painted wall between 2 apartment doors. There was no handoff to confirm. No customer at the door. No door at all. Just a patched rectangle of beige paint. A smell like blown-out birthday candles. And a hallway full of people acting like I was the only one being difficult. I looked at the man in the navy hoodie. I can't hand it to a wall, I said. My voice came out sharper than I meant it to. He did not look offended. That almost made it worse. He just gave me a small, tired smile. No one asked you to. Then he looked down at the bag. I did. The plastic had twisted in my hand without me noticing. The handles were tight around my fingers. The cheap red lighter had worked its way to the side, pressing a hard little outline against the bag. The birthday candle was still gone. I knew it was gone. I had felt the bottom of the bag. Still, I wanted to check again. I wanted to dig through the plates and forks and soda bottle right there in the hallway and prove to myself that I had missed it. But I did not want to look ridiculous. That was another stupid part of it. Even then, with something tapping behind a sealed wall, I still cared how I looked to strangers. The woman in 2A opened her door a little wider. I could not see her face, only one eye, part of her cheek, and the chain lock stretched tight across the gap. You should finish it, she said. The man nodded. They're patient, but not forever. I turned toward the stairwell. The old woman was standing at the top of the stairs now. I do not know when she had come up. She held the folded newspaper against her chest with both hands. Her slippers were planted side by side on the landing. She looked smaller under the fluorescent light than she had in the lobby. Still someone's grandmother. Still wrong. No one answered. That silence was not empty. It felt like they were letting my rudeness sit in the air so I could hear it myself. I lowered slowly, carefully. The bottle of grape soda shifted inside and knocked against the plates. The sound was too loud. I stood. My phone buzzed. Please don't put it on the floor. I looked at the message. Then the man read my face and sighed gently. Floor's not respectful, he said. I almost laughed. A real laugh this time. A bad one. Because I was standing in front of an apartment that did not exist, being corrected on manners. I don't know what you want me to do, I said. The old woman answered from the landing. Knock again. I looked at her. She nodded toward the wall. Let them know you're ready. The phrase made my skin tighten. Ready for what? I did not ask, because I already knew nobody would answer that directly. I picked the bag back up. The plastic handles were damp now from my palm. The smell of candle smoke had grown thick in the hallway. Not enough to make me cough, just enough to sit on my tongue. Behind the wall, something scraped again, closer this time. A slow drag across a floor, then another. The sound stopped exactly behind the spot where the paint looked different. My phone screen changed. I had not touched it. The app opened the camera on its own. The viewfinder showed the wall. For a second, I thought the camera was glitching. The image was dim and slightly grainy, like it was trying to focus in bad light. Then a pale number appeared on the screen, 2B. Not on the wall in front of me, on the phone. Through the camera, I lowered the phone. The wall was blank. I raised it again. 2B. 3 dark metal numbers, crooked and old, fixed to a door that was not there when I looked with my own eyes. I felt something inside me go very still. The man saw my face. You see it now, he said. The woman behind 2A whispered, good. I backed away. The camera stayed open. On the screen, the patched wall had become a narrow wooden door with peeling paint around the frame. It looked old, older than the rest of the hallway. The number 2B hung near the top at a slight angle. At the bottom of the door, there was a thin black gap. From that gap, faint light moved, like candlelight. I looked over the top of the phone, blank wall. I looked back at the screen, door. My hand started shaking. The app displayed a button at the bottom, confirm handoff. I did not press it. Another message from T. Mallory appeared across the top of the screen. Please don't make them ask twice. Behind the wall, the small voice spoke again. Is it for us? I did not answer. The old woman said, they asked you a question. There was no anger in her voice, no command, just correction, like I had forgotten to say please. I turned toward the stairs again. The old woman did not move out of the way. She also did not block it. That was the worst part. There was enough room to pass her, maybe. If I brushed past a woman in her nightgown and slippers, if I shoved through the space like some kind of maniac, if I was willing to become the kind of person everyone in that hallway seemed to be waiting for me to become, rude, impatient, cruel. The man stepped closer, but only one step. Just tell them yes, he said. Then they can come to the door. There is no door, I said. My voice cracked on the last word. The man looked sad for me. Not for you. The hallway seemed to tilt. I held the phone out in front of me like it was a shield. On the screen, the door marked 2B remained. The gap at the bottom was brighter now. I heard something behind it. Not scraping. Not knocking. Breathing. Slow. Several breaths at once. Small. Close to the floor. My phone buzzed again. Customer requested handoff confirmation. Leaving now may affect your completion rate. That stupid warning. Those stupid words. My completion rate. I remember thinking that no human being wrote that for this moment. No one had imagined a person standing in a hallway, being asked to deliver paper plates and grape soda to a sealed apartment while strangers watched. The app did not know fear. It only knew whether I stayed long enough. I looked at the bag in my hand. The plastic forks, the paper plates, the lighter, the soda. No candle. Then I noticed something else. The lighter was gone too. I could still see where it had pressed against the plastic a minute ago. I could still feel the shape of it in my memory. But when I shifted the bag, there was nothing hard on that side anymore. Just plates. Forks. Soda. The voice behind the wall said, tell them thank you. This time, it was not one voice. It was soft, layered, young and old. All speaking together, but not exactly at the same time. Tell them thank you. The woman behind 2A opened her door another inch. The chain pulled tight. You should let them, she whispered. Let them what? I asked. No one answered. Then something touched the inside of the wall. Not knocked, touched. A slow pressure appeared in the paint at about chest height. A shallow dent, as if someone had pressed a palm against the other side of drywall that should have been solid brick behind it. 5 faint impressions formed, one by one. The thumb last. I stopped breathing. The app camera still showed the door. On the screen, the doorknob began to turn. In real life, the wall was still blank. I knew then that if I stayed for one more second, I was going to see which version was real. So I dropped the bag, not placed it. Dropped it. The grape soda hit the carpet with a dull thud. The plates bent. The plastic forks spilled through the opening in the bag. Every person in the hallway reacted at once. Not by yelling. Not by grabbing me. They all inhaled. A small, disappointed sound, like I had done something embarrassing at a dinner table. The old woman on the landing said, softly, "Oh." That single word did it. Not the wall, not the handprint, not the breathing. That disappointed little "oh" made me feel 11 years old and ashamed. And that made me angry enough to move. I turned and walked toward the stairs. Fast. The old woman did not step aside. I had to turn my shoulder to pass her. My jacket brushed her cardigan. She was cold, not cool. Cold enough that I felt it through the fabric. She looked up at me as I squeezed past. Her eyes were wet. "You didn't wait," she said. I did not answer. I went down the stairs 2 at a time. Behind me, the hallway stayed quiet, too quiet. No one followed. No footsteps. No doors opening. No voices. Just the smell of candle smoke following me down the stairwell like it had weight. By the time I reached the lobby, I was almost running. I did not mean to. I kept telling myself to walk. Walking looked normal. Walking meant I was still in control. Walking meant if anyone came out of an apartment or looked down the stairwell, I could pretend this was just another delivery that had gone badly. But my feet did not listen. The lobby was empty. The chair beside the mailboxes was empty too. The folded newspaper was gone. The plastic cup of water was gone. There was no gray cardigan, no slippers, no old woman watching me with that patient little smile. For 1 second, that made me feel better. Then I looked at the mailboxes. 2A, 2C, 2D. Same as before, but the narrow empty space between 2A and 2C looked different now. Earlier, it had just been a clean rectangle on the wall, like a mailbox had been removed years ago. Now there were fresh scratches around the edges, bright silver cuts in the old paint, like someone had pulled the missing box out a few minutes before I came downstairs. I stopped just long enough to see that. Then I kept moving. The front door did not open when I pushed it. I hit the metal bar with both hands. Nothing. For one horrible second, I thought it was locked. Then I realized I was pushing the wrong side. That sounds stupid. I know it does. But fear makes ordinary things unfamiliar. A lobby door you walked through 10 minutes earlier can suddenly feel like equipment you have never used in your life. I pulled instead of pushed. The door opened. Cold air hit my face. I stepped outside and did not look back until I reached my car. That is another part I remember clearly. I did not look back in the doorway. I did not look back on the steps. I did not look back while crossing the sidewalk, because I knew if I saw the old woman standing behind the glass, or the man in the hoodie at the second floor window, or someone looking at me from a window marked 2B, I might freeze. So I kept my eyes on my car. My keys were already in my hand, but it still took 3 tries to unlock the door. My thumb kept slipping off the button. When I finally got in, I locked everything. Driver door, passenger door, rear doors. I pressed the lock button 3 times, even though I heard it the first time. Only then did I let myself look at the building. Miller Court Apartments sat there like nothing had happened. A few windows lit, the old awning over the entrance, the Amazon box near the lobby door, the bike chained to the railing, normal. Lived in. Tired. The second floor hallway windows were dark. There was no face at the glass, no handprint, no flickering candle, nothing. I opened the delivery app because some part of me still wanted to finish the order the official way. That is how trained I was. Even after leaving the bag in front of a wall that should not have answered me, I was still thinking about whether the app would count it as incomplete. The order page was still open. Customer requested handoff confirmation. Please remain at the delivery location. I was not at the delivery location anymore. I was in my car, across the curb. Doors locked. Engine running. The app did not care. I tapped support. The screen loaded for a long time. Then the app froze. I tried again. Nothing. The little map in the corner spun, then snapped my blue dot back inside the building. Second floor, between 2A and 2C. I stared at it. My body was in the car. The app said I was still upstairs. Then the order completed. No sound. No animation. Just a green check mark appearing where the warning had been. Delivery complete. I had not confirmed anything. I had not taken a photo. I had not handed the order to anyone. But below the green check mark, a new line appeared. Photo added. My thumb hovered over it. I did not want to open it. I opened it anyway. The photo was dark at first, then the image adjusted. It showed the hallway on the second floor, the patched wall between 2A and 2C, the plastic bag on the carpet where I had dropped it. The paper plates had spilled halfway out. The plastic forks were scattered. The grape soda lay on its side, purple liquid pooling slowly into the carpet. But that was not what made me stop breathing. The photo had been taken from the other side of the wall. I know how that sounds. I do not have a better way to say it. The angle was low, too low, as if the camera were sitting on the floor inside a room, looking outward through a doorway. In the photo, the patched wall was not a wall. It was an open door, a narrow one. Old wood, peeling beige paint, the number 2B hanging crooked near the top. And through that open doorway, I could see myself. Not clearly, just the back of my jacket as I turned toward the stairs. My face was not visible, but I knew it was me. The timestamp on the photo was 12:07 a.m. That was impossible. At 12:07, I was already in the lobby. I checked the clock on my dashboard, 12:07. The photo had been taken right then, while I was sitting in my car. I closed the photo so fast my finger hit the screen too hard. The app returned to the order page. Under customer notes, the original line was still there. Apartment 2B. Please don't leave it downstairs. They don't like that. But another line had been added underneath it. Driver left before everyone was ready. I put the car in drive. I did not check traffic. There was none. I pulled away from the curb and drove 3 blocks before I finally breathed normally again. At the first red light, my phone buzzed. A message from T. Mallory. Thank you for coming up. I did not answer. Another message came through. They said you seemed nervous. I turned the phone face down on the passenger seat. It buzzed again. Then again. Then again. I kept driving. I did not go home right away. I went to a gas station near a busy intersection and parked under the lights. There were 2 other cars at the pumps. A man in a work vest was buying cigarettes inside. A woman was filling her tank and talking on speakerphone. Normal people. Bright lights. Traffic. I sat there until my hand stopped shaking. Then I called support. The first agent asked me to confirm the restaurant, the customer name, and the delivery address. I gave her all of it. When I told her there was no apartment 2B on the directory, she said customers sometimes forget to update their unit numbers. When I told her tenants in the building directed me to a sealed wall, she paused. Not long, just enough that I thought maybe she understood. Then she asked, "Were you able to complete the delivery?" I said, "The app completed it by itself." Another pause, keyboard clicking. Then she said, "I do see the customer confirmed receipt." I almost told her about the photo. I almost told her about the candle going missing. I almost told her about the voices behind the wall, but I could hear how it would sound. So I said, "I don't want to deliver to that address again." She told me she could block future offers from that customer. Not the building, just the customer. I asked if the customer had ordered before. More clicking. Then she said, "There are several completed deliveries under this profile." I asked how many. She said she could not disclose account activity. Then, quieter, as if she had not meant to say it out loud, she said, "That's odd." I sat up. "What is?" She was silent for a few seconds. Then her voice changed back into the support voice. "I've made a note on your account. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?" I knew I would not get more than that, so I hung up. I deleted the delivery app that night. I told myself I was done. I told myself the money was not worth it. I told myself if rent got tight again, I would find something else. For 3 days, I did not think about Miller Court Apartments. That is not true. I thought about it constantly. I checked the building online. It was real. There were rental listings from years ago, bad reviews about heat, complaints about the elevator, pictures of the lobby, the mailboxes, the same stained mirror near the elevator. In one old listing photo, the directory was visible in the background, blurry but visible. I zoomed in until the text became blocks. Second floor, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. The listing was from 8 years earlier. I kept digging. I found a neighborhood forum post from around the same time. Nothing dramatic, not some big news article. Just residents talking about a small fire in one of the units at Miller Court. No one died. That made me feel foolish for being relieved. The thread said the fire had been contained quickly, smoke damage only. The tenant had been taken to the hospital for observation. The building management sealed the unit afterward because of wiring issues. Someone in the comments asked which unit. A reply said, 2B, I think. Birthday candle accident. I closed the laptop. That should have been the last time I looked. But about 2 weeks later, I got an email from the delivery app. Not a message in the app. An email. Subject line, "Your customer appreciated you." I opened it because I thought it was a generic promotion. Something trying to get inactive drivers back online. It was not. It showed the old order. T. Mallory, Miller Court Apartments. 5-star rating. Customer comment. Very polite. Stayed until everyone was ready. I stared at that sentence for a long time. Then I scrolled down. At the bottom, there was a delivery photo attached. The same hallway, the same open door marked 2B. But this photo was different. It was not taken from inside the apartment. It was taken from the hallway, facing the door. The bag was gone. The soda was gone. The plates and forks were gone. Inside the doorway, just past the threshold, there was a small birthday candle standing upright on the floor. It had been lit. The flame was tiny, blue at the base, yellow at the tip. And behind it, in the dark room beyond the door, there were shoes. Not one pair, several, standing in a neat line just inside the room. Toes pointed toward the hallway, like people were waiting politely where I could not see them. I deleted the email. Then I emptied the trash folder. It did not matter. A week later, another email came. Same subject line. Your customer appreciated you. No message, no rating, just a photo. The lobby directory at Miller Court Apartments, 2A, 2C, 2D. And between 2A and 2C, a fresh white label stuck to the empty space, 2B. Under it, someone had written in blue pen, "Delivery people should wait." The cooler was the part I remembered, not the house, not the driveway, not even the thing in the delivery photo afterward. The cooler, small, red, old enough that the plastic had faded around the edges, sitting beside a side door like it belonged there. That was what stayed in my head. At the time, it did not seem like anything worth remembering. I was working a late delivery route outside Knoxville, Tennessee, taking the kind of orders most drivers avoided once the roads turned dark. Out there, the houses did not always sit where the GPS said they would. Mailboxes were easy to miss. Driveways looked like private roads. Sometimes you had to drive half a mile through trees just to find out you were at the wrong trailer. I hated those deliveries, but I still took them when the tip was good. That week, I needed the money. I had already gotten one warning from the app because a customer claimed they never received their food. I had delivered it. I had a photo. I had the address in the frame. It did not matter. The app sent me one of those cold little messages about delivery standards and account review. After that, I became careful in a way that felt almost stupid. I photographed everything. House numbers, mailboxes, porch lights, bags on doormats, bags beside doors, bags with the customer's name visible on the receipt. If a customer gave instructions, I followed them exactly. Not because I trusted people, because I trusted the app even less. That night was my last run before going home. The pickup was from a fried chicken place near a gas station off a county road. Not a chain, just a small place with a hand-painted sign, a drive-through window, and 2 picnic tables out front that nobody used after dark. The order was ready when I walked in. Family box of fried chicken, 2 sweet teas, mashed potatoes, extra napkins, no utensils. The no utensils part bothered me for maybe half a second. Then I let it go. People forgot things. Restaurants forgot things. Apps made substitutions without asking. Nothing about that was strange enough to matter. The tip was good. Too good for the distance, maybe, but not impossible. The customer name was L. Carver. The delivery note said, "Please place everything in the red cooler by the side door. Don't knock. He gets embarrassed when drivers wait." I read that twice before I started the car. He gets embarrassed. That was an odd thing to tell a stranger, but it was also the kind of thing people said when they were trying to protect someone's dignity. An elderly parent, a disabled brother, a husband who did not like being seen sick. I had delivered to enough houses to know that privacy meant different things to different families. Some people wanted you to leave groceries by the garage because their mother was on oxygen. Some people asked you not to ring the bell because their veteran father startled easily. Some people apologized 3 times for making you walk up a driveway. So I did what drivers do. I made it normal. I put the chicken box on the passenger seat. The sweet teas went into the cup holders. The mashed potatoes and napkins sat on top of the receipt, sealed in the paper bag. Then I followed the GPS out of the parking lot. The route took me away from the main road almost immediately. Streetlights disappeared after the first 2 minutes. The houses spread farther apart. The road narrowed, then curved through dark trees and open patches of land where I could only see the fence lines when my headlights hit them. My phone signal dropped from 4 bars to 2, then 1. Then back to 2. The GPS told me to turn onto a gravel road with no street sign. I slowed down and checked the app. Same route, same address. No new message from L. Carver. I turned. The gravel popped under my tires. Branches brushed the passenger side of my car in thin, dry scratches. I kept my speed low because the road dipped in places, and the last thing I needed was to blow a tire on a delivery that paid less than replacing it. After a few hundred feet, the road opened into a long driveway. There was a mailbox at the entrance, but the numbers were faded almost flat. I could make out the first 2 digits, maybe the last one. Close enough to the app address that I kept going. That was another thing that trapped me. Close enough. Late night delivery was full of close enough. At the end of the driveway was a 1-story house with pale siding and a low roof. A pickup truck sat near the side yard. One kitchen window glowed yellow. Somewhere inside, a TV played low enough that I could not make out the words, only the soft rise and fall of voices. It looked lived in. Not welcoming, not creepy, just lived in. A porch light was on by the side door, and under it, exactly where the delivery note said it would be, sat a red cooler. I sat in the car for a moment before getting out. That was something I had started doing on rural deliveries. Not because I was scared, because I was trying to be careful. I checked the house number again in the app. Then I looked toward the mailbox at the end of the driveway, though it was too far behind me now to read. I checked the customer name, L. Carver. I checked the note one more time. Please place everything in the red cooler by the side door. Don't knock. He gets embarrassed when drivers wait. The red cooler was there. The side door was there. The porch light was on. Everything matched closely enough that leaving would have felt harder to explain than staying. So I turned off the engine and picked up the order. The night outside smelled like wet dirt and cut grass. Somewhere beyond the house, insects buzzed in a steady wall of sound. There was a bug zapper out by a shed or a fence line, popping every now and then with a small blue flash. The gravel shifted under my shoes as I walked around the front of the car. The kitchen window stayed lit. I could see part of a countertop through the glass, a paper towel roll, the corner of a microwave, a hanging dish towel with a faded pattern on it. Nothing moved inside. The TV kept murmuring somewhere deeper in the house. I could not make out the words, only the rhythm. A man talking, a laugh track, then silence, then the man again. It sounded like an old sitcom playing too low. That helped. I know that sounds strange, but it did. A TV in a house makes a place feel occupied in a normal way. It gives your brain something familiar to hold on to. People watch TV, people leave lights on, people order chicken late at night and ask you not to knock because someone inside is embarrassed. Normal. Close enough. The cooler sat about 2 feet from the side door, tucked against the wall under the porch light. It was small, the kind people take fishing or keep on a back porch for drinks. Red plastic body, white lid. No logo I could see. The right front corner of the lid was bent upward slightly, like someone had dropped it or left it in the sun too long. A strip of old white tape crossed the top. The tape had yellowed at the edges. There was writing on it once, but it had faded until it was just a few pale smudges. I stood over it with the chicken box balanced in one hand and the drinks in the other. Then my phone buzzed. L. Carver. Thank you for not knocking. He's having one of his bad nights. I looked toward the side door. There was no window in it, just a plain white door with a deadbolt and a round knob. No doorbell camera. No little glass pane, no curtain moving beside it. I looked back at my phone. That message had come at the exact moment I reached the cooler. Maybe they had heard the gravel. Maybe the kitchen window gave them an angle I could not see. Maybe someone was watching from another room. I typed with one thumb. No problem. I'll leave it in the cooler. The reply came almost immediately. I appreciate it. Some drivers make it awkward. That message did what it was supposed to do. It made me want to not be one of those drivers. I had never met L. Carver. I did not know who he was, or she was, or who the embarrassed person inside might be. But suddenly I was aware of how my body looked on that porch, how long I had been standing there, whether I seemed impatient, whether a camera I could not find was recording me. So I moved. I set the sweet teas carefully on the concrete beside the cooler, then lifted the lid. The hinge did not squeak. The cooler opened smoothly. Inside, it smelled faintly like sweet tea and melted ice. There was a folded kitchen towel at the bottom, damp at the corners. A little water had gathered underneath it, shining in the porch light. The inside walls were scratched in the way coolers get scratched when people use them for years. Normal. Used. Specific. That mattered too. If the cooler had been empty and spotless, I might have felt differently. But this looked like something a family actually used. Something that had sat on that porch through summers and cookouts and grocery runs. I put the chicken box inside, then the mashed potatoes, then the napkins. I placed the 2 sweet teas upright beside them, careful not to tip them over. The cooler was just deep enough. I lowered the lid. Before it closed, my phone buzzed again. Please make sure the lid closes all the way. He checks. My hand paused on the lid. He checks. I did not like that. But I still pressed the lid down until it settled. It clicked softly, not loud, just enough. I stood there for a second, waiting to see if anything else would happen. Nothing did. The TV kept murmuring inside. The bug zapper popped somewhere in the dark. A truck passed far away on the main road. I opened the app to complete the delivery. Photo required. Please show full drop-off location. That was normal for leave-at-door orders. Annoying, but normal. I lifted my phone and framed the shot. Cooler, side door, porch light. I took the photo. The app rejected it. Photo unclear. Please retake. I frowned. The photo looked fine. I tried again from a little farther back. Rejected. Photo must show order. I stared at the screen. The order was inside the cooler. That was the instruction. For a moment, I considered just closing the app and marking it handed to customer. But after the warning I had gotten that week, I did not want anything loose. I wanted proof that I had done exactly what the customer asked. So I set the phone under my arm and opened the cooler again. The cold smell of sweet tea and wet plastic came up at me. I lifted the lid higher so the porch light could reach inside. The food was where I had left it. The chicken box, the mashed potatoes, the 2 sweet teas, the napkins. But there was something else now. A receipt. It was stuck to the inside wall of the cooler, low near the hinge, damp enough that the paper had gone soft. I had not noticed it before. Maybe it had been folded under the towel. Maybe opening the lid had pulled it loose. I reached in and touched one corner. The paper came away with a wet whisper. Most of the ink had blurred, but the name was still readable. L. Carver. I stood there, holding the damp receipt between 2 fingers. It was from the same fried chicken place, same logo, same address, same customer name. For a second, I felt ridiculous for reacting at all. Of course it was the same name. It was their cooler. They probably ordered from that place all the time. Then I looked at the items. Family box, 2 sweet teas, mashed potatoes, extra napkins, no utensils, the same order. My phone buzzed. Please don't keep it open too long. I looked at the side door, still closed, the TV still murmuring behind it. No footsteps, no shadow under the door. Then another message appeared. He notices when things are cold. He notices when things are cold. I read that message with the damp receipt still pinched between my fingers. The porch light hummed softly above me. The TV inside the house kept going. Some man saying something I could not make out, followed by a quiet burst of canned laughter. It sounded normal from a distance, almost comforting. But standing over that cooler, holding a receipt that matched the food I had just delivered, nothing felt normal anymore. I looked back at the receipt. Family box, 2 sweet teas, mashed potatoes, extra napkins, no utensils, same customer, same restaurant, same order. The only difference was the pickup time. The receipt in my hand said 11:31 p.m. My pickup had been 11:42, 11 minutes apart. That was not impossible. That was the problem. None of it was impossible. A restaurant could make a duplicate. A customer could order twice by mistake. Another driver could have picked up the first one, dropped it off, and left before I arrived. The app could have glitched. The customer could have corrected something. People did strange things when ordering food. I kept trying to build a normal explanation, because normal explanations are how you stay calm. I looked down the driveway. No other car, no headlights, no dust hanging in the air from someone leaving recently. Only my car, sitting with its nose pointed toward the dark road, the driver's side window reflecting the porch light. I looked back at the cooler. The chicken box I had placed inside sat on top of the towel. The mashed potatoes were tucked beside it. The 2 sweet teas stood upright, but the receipt I was holding had not come from my bag. I knew that. Mine was still stapled to the top of the paper bag under the mashed potatoes. I could see the corner of it, dry and white. This one had been wet, old enough to soften, recent enough to read. My phone buzzed again. I'm sorry. I know the cooler is awkward. It helps if drivers don't make a big deal out of it. I hated that sentence, not because it was threatening, because it was embarrassing. It made me feel like I had already been standing there too long, like somebody inside was watching me hold the receipt and thinking I was being dramatic over a family's private routine. I put the wet receipt back where I found it. Then I adjusted the food so the order looked neat. That was muscle memory. Even scared, I still arranged the bag like I was trying to avoid a bad review. I closed the lid halfway and lifted my phone to take the photo. The app camera focused on the open cooler. For a second, the image on the screen looked fine. Red cooler, white lid, food visible, side door in the background. Then the app rejected it. Move closer to delivery point. I lowered the phone. I was close enough to smell the fried chicken. I moved the phone closer anyway. Rejected. Move closer to delivery point. I crouched a little, feeling stupid as soon as I did it. The concrete was cold through the knee of my jeans. The sweet smell from the cooler mixed with the chicken grease and damp plastic, thick enough that I could taste it when I breathed through my mouth. I tried again. Rejected. The blue dot on the map jumped. For 1 second, it placed me on the other side of the side door, inside the house. Then it snapped back to the porch. My hand tightened around the phone. The TV went quiet. Not off, just quiet, like a scene had ended. For a few seconds, all I heard was the bug zapper in the yard and the faint ticking of my car engine cooling behind me. Then the app buzzed. El Carver. The signal is bad there. It usually takes a second. Usually, that word made my stomach tighten. I looked toward the side door again. No camera, no window. No way I could see for the customer to know I was having trouble with the photo. I typed. The app won't accept the picture. I left the food in the cooler like the note said. I almost added, have a good night. A closing line. A polite exit. Before I could send it, another message came in. Please don't leave it open. He gets upset if he sees the food before he's ready. I looked at the cooler. The lid was still half open. My own hand was holding it. I closed it. The click was soft. Inside the house, something moved. Not footsteps, more like a chair shifting back from a table. Then the TV came back louder for 1 second. A laugh track swelling too bright and fake before dropping low again. My phone buzzed. Thank you. He heard you. I stared at the message. That was the first time I felt like the customer had answered something that had not been said. I had not told them I closed the lid. I had not sent the message. There was no camera I could see, no person at the window, no curtain moving. I stepped back from the cooler. Just one step, then another. The delivery was basically done. The food was there. The customer knew it was there. The only missing thing was the app's stupid proof photo. I could leave. I should leave. Then the warning from earlier that week came back into my mind. The account review, the cold message, the customer who said they never got their order even though I had a picture with the house number and the bag in the frame. One more complaint and the app might freeze me out. A few nights without deliveries meant a bill would be late. That was how small the trap was. Not a locked door, not a weapon. A bad review, a support ticket, a few days without orders. My phone buzzed again. Could you wait until he says thank you? I almost said no out loud. Instead, I just stood there, looking at the red cooler. The porch light made the white tape on the lid look yellow. I could see the faded writing on it better from that angle. Not enough to read. Just 3 or 4 pale marks, worn down by rain and heat. I typed, I need to go. The food is in the cooler. I hit send. The typing dots appeared immediately. I waited. That was another mistake. The reply came through. He's trying. Please don't make him feel ignored. I closed my eyes, just for a second, because that was the kind of sentence that did not let you leave cleanly. It made leaving feel like cruelty. It made staying feel like decency. I opened my eyes and looked at the house. The kitchen window still glowed yellow. The pickup truck still sat in the yard. The TV still murmured. Nothing was chasing me. Nothing was standing in the doorway. The whole scene was quiet enough to make my fear feel unreasonable. So I stayed. I stayed beside the red cooler, under that weak porch light, with my phone in one hand and the damp receipt still fresh in my mind. 10 seconds passed, then 20. The bug zapper popped. A moth tapped against the porch light. My phone screen dimmed, then brightened when I moved my thumb. I was about to leave anyway when something tapped inside the cooler. One small sound. Plastic on plastic. I stopped moving. It could have been the ice shifting, except there was no ice in there. It could have been one of the sweet teas settling, except the sound had come from the lid, a light tap from underneath. Then another. Not frantic, not loud. Polite, like someone knocking from inside a room. I took another step back. My phone buzzed. Thank you for being patient. The cooler tapped once more. Then a voice spoke, very small, very close, muffled by plastic. Thank you. I do not know if it came from the cooler. That is the truth. It might have come from the side door. It might have come from the phone. It might have come from somewhere inside the house at the exact same time the cooler made that sound. But in the moment, standing there alone in that yard, I heard it as if it came from inside the red plastic box. Thank you. A child's voice, maybe. Or an old man's voice thinned down to almost nothing. My hand went cold around the phone. The app buzzed again. He said it. You can go now. I had not told El Carver that I heard anything. I had not moved. I had not spoken. But the message came like a response. I backed toward my car. Slowly at first, then faster. The cooler sat under the porch light with the lid closed. Nothing moved. The TV inside the house gave another soft burst of laughter. And from the dark side yard, somewhere beyond the pickup truck, I heard gravel shift. One step, then nothing. I got to my car and pulled the door open. Before I climbed in, I looked back one last time. The side door was still shut. The kitchen window was still yellow. The red cooler was still exactly where I had left it. But the lid was open again, just an inch. Not enough to see inside. Just enough to look like something had lifted it from underneath. I got in the car and locked the doors. Not once. 3 times. The locks clicked over and over, too loud in the small space. I sat there with one hand on the steering wheel and the other still holding my phone, staring through the windshield at the side of the house. The cooler lid was open. Only an inch, maybe less. A narrow black line under the white top. I tried to tell myself the lid had not latched all the way. Maybe I had not pressed it down hard enough. Maybe the plastic was warped from heat, and the right corner always lifted like that. I had seen coolers like that before. That explanation lasted until my phone buzzed. El Carver, please don't drive off yet. I did not move. Another message came in. He gets nervous if people leave too quickly after he speaks. I looked at the house. The TV was still on. The kitchen window was still glowing. The pickup truck was still parked at an angle near the side yard, its bed full of dark shapes I could not make out from the car. Everything was still. That was what made the messages feel worse. There was no visible panic inside. No person waving from a window. No door opening. No old man trying to get my attention. Just text on a screen, polite and calm, making me feel like leaving would be cruel. I typed, "The food is delivered. I have to go." I did not send it right away. My thumb hovered over the button. Then I deleted the last part. I have to go. It sounded rude. I hated myself for caring. I sent only, "The food is delivered." The typing dots appeared almost immediately. Then the reply came. "I know, thank you. Could you just wait until he settles?" I laughed once. It came out dry and ugly, because that was the thing about polite requests. They kept getting smaller in words and larger in what they took from you. Just place it inside. Just close the lid. Just wait. Just don't make him uncomfortable. Just stay a little longer. I put the car in reverse. The app buzzed before I took my foot off the brake. Photo required to complete delivery. I stared at the screen. The order had not completed. Of course it had not. I tapped the camera again, thinking maybe I could take the picture from the car. The app opened to a black screen, then focused through the windshield. Too far from drop-off location. I swore under my breath, quietly, like someone might hear. Then another message came from El Carver. "Sorry, it does that sometimes. The cooler has to be open for the picture. The cooler has to be open." I read that sentence slowly. Not the order has to be visible. Not the bag has to show. The cooler, like it was the important thing. I did not want to get out again. Every part of me knew that was where the line was. Getting back out after hearing that voice. Walking back to the cooler after I had already reached the car, giving the situation one more chance to pull me closer. But the app was still open. The order was still active. The warning from the week before was still in my head, and the customer had not threatened me once. I could already imagine the support transcript. Customer asked driver to take a clearer photo. Driver refused. Customer asked driver to wait briefly for disabled family member. Driver drove away. The danger would sound ridiculous written down. The complaint would sound simple. So I opened the door. The interior light came on above me, making the yard beyond the windshield look even darker. I turned it off before stepping out. The gravel crunched under my shoes. The sound felt too loud. I kept my phone camera open as I walked back toward the porch. I thought if I kept the app ready, I could take one picture and leave without touching anything else. The cooler lid was still open 1 inch, no more, no less. When I reached it, I saw that the white lid had not simply popped loose. Something was caught under the edge. A napkin. One of the extra napkins from the order had been folded into a narrow strip and wedged between the lid and the body, holding it open. I had not done that. I knew I had not. I looked toward the side door. Closed. I looked toward the kitchen window. The room behind the glass looked empty from that angle. I could see the edge of the counter and part of the sink. Nothing else. The TV spoke softly inside. A man said something. A woman laughed. Then the laugh track followed half a second later. That delay bothered me. I crouched beside the cooler. My knees did not want to bend. I kept my weight on my toes, ready to stand up fast. With 2 fingers, I lifted the lid. Cold air brushed my hand. Not freezer cold, just cooler cold. The kind of cold that should not have been there after sitting outside with warm chicken and melted ice. Inside, the food looked different, not moved, arranged. The chicken box sat in the center. The mashed potatoes were placed beside it. The 2 sweet teas stood in the back corners, perfectly even. The napkins had been fanned out under the receipt, like someone setting a table. The older duplicate order was still underneath. I could see the edge of the other chicken box peeking from below the towel. 2 orders in the same cooler, mine and the one that came before. Same customer, same food, same night. I raised my phone and took the photo. The app rejected it. Move closer to delivery point. I was close enough that the phone shadow fell across the cooler. I tried again. Move closer. I leaned forward. The smell came up stronger. Sweet tea, chicken grease, wet plastic, and something else. Something like a birthday candle after the flame goes out. That made no sense. There was no candle in this order. That was the other story, I thought. The apartment one. That thought came so suddenly that I froze. I did not know why my brain connected them. Maybe because I had been doing too many strange deliveries. Maybe because fear makes patterns where there are none. But for a second, crouched over that cooler, I remembered the smell of blown-out candles in an apartment hallway. Then the app focused. On the screen, the inside of the cooler looked deeper than it should have. The red walls stretched downward, too far. Like the cooler was not a cooler anymore, but a narrow room viewed from above. I blinked. The screen corrected. Just food, just plastic, just the receipt. I took the picture. This time, the app accepted it. A green check mark appeared for half a second, then disappeared. Customer requested handoff confirmation. I stared at the new prompt. There was no handoff. There was no person. There was only the cooler. My phone buzzed. Could you tell him you received his thank you? I almost dropped the phone. The wording was wrong in a way I could not explain at first. Could you tell him you received his thank you? Not could you tell me. Tell him. As if the person inside the cooler, or behind the door, or wherever he was, needed confirmation that his politeness had worked. I typed. I heard it. I'm leaving now. The reply came before I could send. He likes when drivers say it out loud. I looked at the side door. Then at the cooler, then at my car. I was so close to being done. That was the thought that trapped me next. Not kindness. Not embarrassment. Exhaustion. I was so close. One sentence. One stupid sentence, and I could leave with the photo accepted and the order completed. I looked at the cooler and said quietly, I heard you. Thank you. Nothing happened. No voice. No knock. No lid moving. Just the TV inside and the insects beyond the porch. Then my phone buzzed. That was kind. The app finally showed. Delivery complete. I stood up so fast my knee cracked. The cooler lid slipped from my hand and started to fall shut. Before it closed, something inside tapped once. Not loud. Not urgent. A single polite tap. Like acknowledgement. The lid clicked. I stepped backward. My heel caught on a crack in the concrete, and I nearly fell. I caught myself against the side of the house, palm flat on the siding. The siding was warm. Not from the weather. Not at midnight. Warm, like someone had been breathing against it from the other side. I pulled my hand away. The TV went silent. For the first time since I arrived, the house was completely quiet. No sitcom. No voices. No laugh track. Only the bug zapper in the yard. Then the side doorknob turned. Not all the way. Just enough for the metal to shift. I did not wait to see if it opened. I ran to the car. Not fast enough to look dramatic. Fast enough that if someone had been watching, they would know I was scared. I got in, slammed the door, and locked it again. My phone buzzed before I could start the engine. L. Carver. You don't have to be embarrassed. I started the car. Another message came. Some drivers run the first time. The first time. I backed down the driveway without turning around, using only the mirrors. The house got smaller in the rear view. The porch light stayed on. The cooler sat under it, closed now, red and ordinary. Then, just before the driveway curved through the trees, The side door opened, only a few inches. A hand did not come out. A face did not appear. Nothing looked at me from inside. But the red cooler slid backward across the porch, slowly, as if someone on the other side of the door was pulling it in with a string I could not see. The lid stayed closed. The old white tape on top caught the porch light for 1 second. And for that second, I thought I saw writing on it. Not enough to read, just enough to know it had not been blank. I do not remember driving back to the main road. I remember the gravel. I remember the trees closing in around the driveway. I remember checking the rearview mirror too many times, expecting to see the side door standing open behind me, or the cooler sitting in the middle of the road, or someone walking after my car at the same slow pace. But I do not remember steering. The next clear thing I remember is the mailbox at the end of the drive. My headlights hit it as I turned back onto the county road. The faded numbers flashed white for half a second. Then they were gone. I drove faster than I should have, not reckless. Just too fast for a road with no shoulder and dark ditches on either side. My hands were locked around the steering wheel. My phone sat face up in the cup holder, the app still open. The green delivery complete screen glowing in the dark. I kept waiting for another message. Nothing came. That silence should have helped. It did not. It made the whole thing feel unfinished. I was about a mile from the house when the app made the little notification sound. Not a message. A system update. Photo uploaded. I looked at the phone. Only for a second. Long enough to see the thumbnail. It was not the photo I had taken. I knew that immediately. The thumbnail was dark red around the edges. My photo had shown the cooler from above, under the porch light, with the food arranged inside. This one looked like it had been taken from somewhere lower, much lower. I should have kept driving. Instead, I pulled into the gravel lot of a closed feed store and parked under a security light that flickered every few seconds. There were no other cars around, no houses close enough to see clearly. Just the dark road, the low building, and a vending machine humming against the wall. I picked up my phone and opened the proof photo. At first, the image made no sense. It was mostly red, a curved red edge across the top, a white strip of something near one corner, a dark shape beyond it. Then my brain adjusted. The photo had been taken from inside the cooler. Looking up, the red around the edges was the cooler wall. The curved white strip was the lid, partly open. The dark shape above was me. My face was not clear. The porch light was behind my head, turning me into a shadow with shoulders. One hand was reaching down toward the food. The other held my phone. It was except I had not taken that picture. I zoomed in. The image became grainier. I could see the bottom of the chicken box near the edge of the frame, the side of one sweet tea, the wet towel, the damp receipt stuck to the inside wall. And in the lower corner, almost hidden under the towel, there was another receipt. Not the wet one I had pulled loose. Another one, folded small, dry. I zoomed until the words broke apart. Most of it was unreadable, but one line was clear. Driver, E. Nolan. Below that was a time. Tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. I stared at the screen until my eyes hurt. Tomorrow. Not earlier that night, not last week. Tomorrow. I checked my phone date, then the app date, then the order details. Everything said the same night I had just worked, but the receipt in the proof photo said tomorrow. I closed the image, opened it again. Still there. Driver, E. Nolan. Tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. I looked out through the windshield. The security light flickered. The vending machine hummed. The road behind me was empty. For a while, I just sat there with the engine running, trying to decide which part scared me most. The duplicate order, the voice, the cooler being pulled inside, or that receipt. Because the receipt was different. The receipt meant this was not just about me. Someone else was already written into it. Someone who had not arrived yet. Someone whose delivery, if the paper was right, would happen the next night. I wanted to call support. I wanted to send them the photo and ask if they could see what I saw. But then I imagined explaining it. There is a receipt in the proof photo from tomorrow. The customer has a cooler that might have taken the picture. A voice thanked me from inside it. The photo shows another driver's name. No support agent was going to help with that. Not in any way that mattered. So I did the smaller thing. I screenshotted everything. The delivery complete page, the customer name, the proof photo, the zoomed in receipt. Then I emailed the screenshots to myself. I do not know why. Maybe because I was afraid the app would change them. Maybe because part of me was already learning from the app itself. Always keep proof. Always document the drop-off. Always protect yourself from whatever someone says happened later. After I sent the email, I opened the customer messages. The thread was still there. Please place everything in the red cooler by the side door. Thank you for not knocking. He's having one of his bad nights. He notices when things are cold. Could you wait until he says thank you? He likes when drivers say it out loud. Some drivers run the first time. I read the last line again. Some drivers run the first time. The first time. I did not like what that implied. I did not like the idea that there could be a second time. I opened the customer profile. There was almost nothing there. Just the name L. Carver and a little note that said frequent customer. That was not unusual. A lot of profiles were bare, but under preferences, there was a line I had not seen before. Preferred drop-off, red cooler. Below that, another line. Preferred driver, pending. I blinked. The screen refreshed. The second line disappeared. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined it. Then an email notification came in from the app. Subject line: customer added a note. I opened it. L. Carver has added a note to your completed delivery. The note said, polite enough. That was all. Not thank you, not good service. Polite enough. I sat in that gravel lot for another 10 minutes, maybe longer. Then I drove home. I kept the radio off. Every time my phone lit up, my stomach tightened. But there were no more messages from L. Carver that night. Only the normal app notifications asking if I wanted to continue earning. Busy area nearby, higher pay available, demand is high. I ignored all of them. When I got home, I left the chicken smell in the car because I could not make myself clean it out in the dark. I went inside, locked the door, and sat at my kitchen table with my phone and my laptop. The email with the screenshots was there. The photo was there. The receipt still said E. Nolan, tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. I searched the name. I did not expect to find anything. It sounded too ordinary. Too many Nolans, too many initials, too many people with half a name online. But after a few tries, I found a local post in a delivery driver group. It was not recent, maybe a year old. Someone had posted a warning about rural drop-offs outside Knoxville. The post was short, badly written, and full of comments from people arguing about whether the driver was overreacting. The original post said, if you get a late order to a house off County Line near the old feed road, don't use the cooler. I know that sounds dumb, just don't. There was no mention of L. Carver, no address, no photo. Most of the replies were jokes. One person wrote, bro got scared of a lunchbox. Another said, some of y'all should not work nights. Then, near the bottom, I saw a comment from a profile with no picture. E. Nolan. The comment said, did it have white tape on the lid? That was it. No follow-up, no explanation, no reply from the original poster. Just that one question. I clicked the profile. Private. No posts. No other comments visible. I sat there looking at the name. E. Nolan. Tomorrow. 12:17 a.m. That was when another email came in, not from the app, from myself. At first, I thought it was the screenshot email bouncing or syncing late, but the subject line was different, no subject. I opened it. There was no text, only one attached image. The file name was automatic, delivery_photo.jpg. I did not click it right away. I stared at the attachment until my laptop screen dimmed. Then I opened it. It was another photo from inside the cooler. Same red walls, same white lid, same porch light above. But this time, I was not in the image. Someone else was. A person in a dark jacket, leaning over the cooler with one hand on the lid. Their face was cut off by the light. At the bottom edge of the image, the dry receipt was clearer than before. Driver, E. Nolan. Delivery time, 12:17 a.m. tomorrow. And on the strip of white tape inside the lid, written in faded marker, I could finally make out 3 characters, not a word, not a name, 2B. I closed the laptop. I sat there in the dark kitchen until the screen went black. I did not sleep much that night. The next morning, the extra email was gone, not in trash, not in archive, gone. The screenshots I had sent myself were still there. The original proof photo was still there, but the second photo, the one with E. Nolan leaning over the cooler, had disappeared. I checked my phone. I checked my laptop. I checked the app. Nothing. For 2 days, I told myself it had been stress. I told myself I had fallen asleep at the table and dreamed the second image. Then, the following week, the app sent one more notification. I had not opened it since that night, but I had not deleted it yet either. Customer L. Carver added you as a preferred driver. Below it was the customer note. Knows where to put things. I deleted the app after that. I deleted the screenshots too. That was stupid. I know. But at the time, I did not want proof. I wanted distance. The only thing I kept was the email I had sent myself with the original delivery photo. I moved it to a folder I never opened. I told myself I kept it in case something happened to E. Nolan, but the truth is, I kept it because one part of me still needed to know I had not made it all up. Sometimes, when I think about that night, I do not think about the voice, or the cooler moving, or the receipt from tomorrow. I think about the note. Polite enough, not polite, not kind, not helpful enough. Like I had passed some minimum test, like I had done just enough to be remembered. And I still do not know what was already in that cooler before I opened it. For almost a month, nothing happened. That was the part that made it easier to lie to myself. Bad things feel less real when they do not keep moving. When they stop after one night, you can put them somewhere else in your mind. Stress, exhaustion, a bad signal, a strange customer, a rural house with a family routine I did not understand. I did not deliver after dark anymore. Not for that app. Not for any app. I told people I was taking a break because my car needed work. That was partly true. The brakes were soft, and one tire had a slow leak. But the real reason was that I could not look at a delivery note without reading it twice. Leave at side door. Do not knock. Please wait. Those normal little instructions started to feel like traps. I kept my day job and picked up extra hours on weekends. The money was worse, but I slept better. For a while. Then, E. Nolan found me. Not in person. Not at first. It happened on a Thursday afternoon while I was eating lunch in my car outside work. I had 15 minutes before going back in, and I was scrolling through my email, deleting junk. There was a message from an address I did not recognize. No subject. I almost deleted it. Then I saw the preview line. Was it read? That was all. Was it read? I opened the email. There was no greeting. No explanation. Just one sentence. Was there white tape on the lid? I sat there with my thumb frozen above the screen. The sender name was not a full name, just an initial and a last name. E. Nolan. For a few seconds, I convinced myself it was spam. Some coincidence. Some algorithmic mistake. Maybe I had searched the name and clicked something. Maybe the delivery driver group had exposed my profile somehow. But the email was sent directly to me. The same email I used for the app. The same email I had sent the screenshots to. I did not answer. I closed it, locked my phone, and went back inside. For the rest of the day, I kept feeling my phone vibrate even when it did not. Phantom buzzing against my leg. Every time I checked, there was nothing new. When my shift ended, I sat in the parking lot for nearly 10 minutes before starting the car. Then I replied. Just 2 words. Yes. Why? The answer came almost immediately. Do not go back. I stared at it. Then, another message appeared. If they add you as preferred, block the customer. I typed with shaking hands. Who are you? The typing dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then, the reply came. I was polite too. That was when I turned the phone off. I drove home without music. When I got inside, I checked the locks on my apartment door twice. Then sat at the kitchen table where I had opened the cooler photo weeks earlier. I turned my phone back on. There were no new messages. The email thread was still there. Was it read? Was there white tape on the lid? Do not go back. If they add you as preferred, block the customer. I was polite too. I wanted to ask 100 questions. What happened to you? Did you deliver there? Did you see the same receipt? Was your name on mine? But I did not want to give whatever this was another way in. So I searched the driver group again. The old post was still there. Do not use the cooler. The comment from E. Nolan was still there too. Did it have white tape on the lid? This time, there was another reply under it. It had been posted 2 days after I first found the thread. From a user I did not recognize. Mine was blue. That was all. No one responded. Below that, another comment. Green one near Chattanooga. Same note. Same customer name. Another. White cooler outside Lexington. Said not to knock. Another. Mine had a strip of tape that said 2B. Thought it was apartment number. I read the comments until my eyes burned. Different towns. Different coolers. Different drivers. Same type of note. Don't knock. He gets embarrassed. Please wait. He likes when drivers say it out loud. Some drivers called it a prank. Some said it was probably people coordinating fake orders. Some said the app was sending drivers to old addresses with bad GPS data. But buried between the jokes were the details that made me cold. Proof photo taken from inside the cooler. Duplicate receipt. Customer added as preferred. Driver note changed after completion. And one comment from a driver in Kentucky that said, mine had tomorrow's date on it. I closed the page. That should have been enough. I should have stopped looking. Instead, I opened my old screenshots folder. The proof photo was still there. The red walls, the open lid, my shadow leaning over the cooler, the wet receipt. The dry receipt in the corner. Driver, E. Nolan, tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. I zoomed in on the white tape again. At the time, I had only noticed the faded characters inside the lid in that second photo that later disappeared. But in the original proof photo, the strip of tape was visible too. Not clearly, not enough to read. I enhanced the brightness with my phone editor. Not because I expected it to work, because I needed to do something. The image got grainier. The porch light became a white smear. My face turned into a black shape. The cooler wall became muddy red. But the tape brightened. 3 faded marks appeared. 2B. Just like I remembered. I sat there looking at those 2 characters and 1 letter. 2B. It did not belong on a cooler in rural Tennessee. It did not belong in a fried chicken delivery. It belonged to an apartment that had no door, a sealed wall, a hallway that smelled like blown-out candles, a place I had never been, but somehow recognized from a story another driver might tell. That was the first time I understood something about the cooler. It was not the scary part by itself. It was a marker. A way to know where something had already happened, or where something was waiting to happen again. I did not sleep that night. Around 3 a.m., I opened the app again, even though I had deleted it before. I reinstalled it with the same account. I do not know why. Maybe I wanted to block L. Carver, the way E. Nolan told me to. Maybe I wanted to prove the customer profile was gone. The app loaded slowly. My old deliveries appeared. Most of them looked normal. Diner, gas station, grocery order, fried chicken, L. Carver. I tapped the customer profile. For a few seconds, the screen was blank. Then the profile loaded. Frequent customer, preferred drop-off, red cooler, preferred driver, assigned. My mouth went dry. Assigned, not pending. Assigned. Under it was a name, not mine. E. Nolan. I took a screenshot. The screen refreshed. The name disappeared. Preferred driver? None. I sat there breathing too fast, staring at the empty line where the name had been. Then a notification appeared. New order available. The pickup restaurant was the same fried chicken place. The payout was high, too high. The delivery distance was listed as 6.2 miles. The customer name was hidden until acceptance, but the delivery note preview was visible. Please place everything in the red cooler by the side door. I threw the phone onto the table. The offer timer counted down. The phone vibrated against the wood. 30 seconds, 29, 28. I did not touch it. At 15 seconds, another notification slid down over the offer. Customer added instruction. He remembers you. I stepped back from the table so fast, the chair hit the wall behind me. The offer expired. The app went quiet. For maybe 5 seconds, I thought it was over. Then another notification appeared. Order reassigned. No customer name. No address. Just that. Order reassigned. I opened the app. The offer was gone. But in my completed deliveries, the L. Carver order had changed. The proof photo was different. It was no longer the one from inside the cooler, with me leaning over it. Now the photo showed the red cooler from above, closed, sitting under the porch light. The side door behind it was open a crack. On top of the cooler was a dry receipt. I zoomed in. Driver, E. Nolan. Delivery time, 12:17 a.m. Same time, but the date had changed. It was no longer tomorrow. It was tonight. I deleted the app again. Then I turned off my phone and put it in the kitchen drawer until morning. The next day, I called out of work. I told my supervisor I was sick. Then I drove to a phone store and bought a cheap prepaid phone with cash. I used it to email E. Nolan from a new address. I wrote, "I got another offer. Same note. Your name is on the receipt now." I waited. An hour. 2. By evening, there was a reply. "Do not accept anything after midnight." I typed back, "What happens if someone else does?" The answer took longer. "I do not know." Then another message came through, "But they keep finding someone." I never heard from E. Nolan again. The email address stopped working a week later. Messages bounced back undeliverable. The old driver group comment disappeared too. Not deleted by the user, removed. That was what the site said. Removed. I kept the prepaid phone for a while. Then I threw it away at a gas station 2 counties over. I wish I could say that made me feel safer. It did not. Because safety was not the point anymore. The point was that I had seen how the system worked. Not the app, not the customer. The system underneath the normal one. The one that uses good manners as a leash. It does not need to force you. It asks. It apologizes. It makes the request sound small. And by the time you realize you should have said no, You have already done 3 polite things you cannot explain. I never went back to that house. I never saw the red cooler again. But about 6 months later, I was driving through a town outside Nashville for my day job. Broad daylight, busy road, normal afternoon. I stopped at a red light behind a delivery driver in a small, gray sedan. There was a thermal bag in the passenger seat. A phone mounted on the dash. The driver looked tired. The light changed. Before traffic moved, I glanced to the right. There was a house on the corner with a side porch. Nothing special. White siding, small yard, pickup truck in the driveway. And beside the side door, under the porch light, even though it was daytime, sat a red cooler, old white tape across the lid. Right front corner bent upward. I told myself it was not the same one. It could not be. Coolers look alike. People use tape. Plastic warps. That was all true. Then, the delivery driver in front of me turned on his signal. Right, toward the house. I hit my horn. Hard. The driver looked back at me through his mirror, startled and annoyed. I pointed. I shook my head. I must have looked insane. He hesitated. The car behind me honked. The light was green. The driver in front of me looked at his phone, then at the house, then back at me. For 1 second, I thought he understood. Then he turned right. I stayed in the intersection too long and got honked at from both sides. I drove straight. I did not follow him. I tell myself that was because I could not block traffic. Because it was not my business. Because maybe it was just a cooler. Maybe it was just an ordinary delivery in daylight to an ordinary house. But the truth is uglier than that. I did not follow him because I was afraid he would make it back to his car. And if he did, I was afraid he would tell me the note had asked him to wait. I still have the original proof photo saved in one place. Not on my phone. Not in my email. Printed. Folded in an envelope in a drawer I almost never open. Sometimes I think about throwing it away. Then I think about Story 7. Not that I knew it would be called that. Not then. But I think about the next driver. The one whose name was printed before he arrived. The one who might open a cooler and find a receipt from someone else's future. The one who might think, it's just a weird instruction. It's just one more polite thing. It's just close enough. And I know why I kept the photo. Because if I ever see that red cooler again, I want to be sure. I want to know before it knows me. The last time I checked the photo, I noticed something I had missed before. In the lower right corner, underneath the edge of the wet towel, there was another receipt. Not mine. Not E. Nolan's. Only a small part of the name was visible. 3 letters. Car. Maybe Carver. Maybe part of some other word. Below it, a delivery time, 12:17 a.m. And below that, written in the same pale printed font as everything else, a customer instruction I do not remember seeing before. Please send someone polite. I didn't go inside because I was curious. I went inside because the app told me not to leave the bag unattended. That is the part I need people to understand. There are regular food deliveries, and then there are medical deliveries. Most customers do not know the difference because, on their end, it all looks like the same little car moving across a map. But for drivers, the rules feel different. A sandwich can sit on a porch for 5 minutes. A pharmacy bag feels like evidence. You do not always know what is inside. Sometimes it is nothing serious. Gauze, electrolytes, a thermometer, a refill that could have waited until morning. Other times, the app makes the delivery sound important without telling you why. It asks for extra confirmation. It asks for a clear photo. It tells you not to leave it somewhere unsafe. And if the customer says they never got it, the app believes them first. 2 weeks before that night, I had been locked out of pharmacy deliveries for 48 hours because a customer claimed I left a sealed bag where they could not reach it. I had followed their note exactly. I put it on the porch chair next to the walker, with the house number visible in the photo. It did not matter. The app sided with the customer first and asked questions later. 48 hours does not sound like much until you are counting gas money and rent in the same week. So when the order came in that night, I took it seriously. It was a little after 11:30 p.m. in a suburb outside Phoenix, Arizona. One of those newer developments where every house looked expensive, but unfinished somehow. Wide streets, fresh sidewalks, small desert trees tied to wooden stakes, garage doors facing the road like blank faces. The pickup was from a 24-hour pharmacy attached to an urgent care clinic. The man at the counter slid the sealed white bag across to me without making eye contact. There was also a small cardboard box of gauze, an electrolyte drink, and one of those disposable ice packs wrapped in thin plastic. The receipt showed only the customer name, a Whitman, No medication details, no explanation. That was normal. The delivery note was not. Recovering from surgery. Please place inside on the kitchen counter. I'm sorry, I can't bend or walk well tonight. I read it twice while sitting in the parking lot. Inside. That word was the problem. Most drivers have a line, even if they bend it sometimes. You do not enter a customer's house. You do not step past the door. You do not let someone turn a delivery into a favor they can pretend was simple later. But the note did not sound like that. It did not say, come inside. It did not say, bring it to the bedroom. It said, kitchen counter. It said, recovering from surgery. It said, I'm sorry. That made a difference. I clicked the customer message button before I drove. I can leave it just inside the door if that's easier. The reply came in less than 30 seconds. I'm so sorry. The counter is better. I can't bend without help tonight. It's right near the entry. You don't have to come far. I stared at the message. It was reasonable. That was always what made these things hard. The dangerous requests never started dangerous. They started with someone sounding embarrassed, someone making it clear they hated asking, someone giving you just enough normal detail to make refusal feel cruel. I typed back, okay, I'll set it on the counter and take the photo there. A Whitman replied, thank you, I really appreciate it. You can leave right after. I put the phone in the mount and started driving. The address was 13 minutes away. The route took me through wide suburban roads with bright traffic lights and no traffic. The kind of neighborhood where every entrance had a stone sign with a name like Sonoran Vista or Desert Hollow. The houses were close together but quiet. Most windows were dark. A few porch lights glowed. A sprinkler hissed somewhere, even though it was almost midnight. Nothing about the drive felt wrong. That made me relax. Not completely, just enough. The house sat near the end of a curved street, a single-story place with pale stucco walls, a two-car garage, and a small front yard covered in gravel instead of grass. The porch light was on. The driveway was empty. The front curtains were open, but only partly, and I could see a blue television glow shifting against the wall inside. The house number matched the app. Clear black numbers beside the garage. That helped too. I parked at the curb, took a photo of the house number out of habit, and gathered the bag, the gauze box, the drink, and the ice pack. Before I got out, my phone buzzed. A Whitman. Thank you for coming this late. I'm sorry about the door. I looked up. The inner front door was open. The glass storm door was closed. Through it, I could see a narrow entryway, a small table against the wall, and, just beyond that, the edge of a kitchen counter. It really was close. Maybe 6 feet from the door. Maybe 7. There was a walker folded beside the entryway. A pair of soft slippers sat neatly next to it. A recliner faced the television in the living room, with a blanket folded over one arm. A plastic cup of water sat on a side table within reach of the chair. It looked exactly like a house where someone was recovering from surgery. That was what made me open my car door. Not bravery, not curiosity, not stupidity. It looked like helping. I carried everything up the short walkway slowly, not because I was trying to be dramatic, because medical orders made me careful. The sealed pharmacy bag was tucked under my arm, with the label facing inward. The gauze box and electrolyte drink were in my other hand. The ice pack had already started sweating through the thin plastic, leaving my fingers damp. The neighborhood was quiet in that clean suburban way that never felt completely quiet. An air conditioner hummed from the side of the house. Somewhere down the street, a garage door clicked as it settled. A small desert tree scraped against its wooden stake whenever the wind moved. The porch light above A. Whitman's door was bright enough to make the entryway behind the glass look flat and clear, almost like a display. I stopped on the porch and looked through the storm door. The counter really was close. That mattered. If the kitchen had been down a hall or around a corner, I would have left the bag outside and taken the complaint. I know that now. I knew it then, but the counter was right there, 6 or 7 feet past the threshold. A clean white surface under recessed lights. Empty, except for a folded dish towel and a small ceramic bowl. The walker sat to the left of the entryway. It was silver, with black rubber grips and tennis balls on the back legs. There was a thin blue hospital bracelet looped around one handle. That detail made the whole thing feel more real. Nobody would stage that, I thought. Then I hated myself for thinking the word stage. I was already suspicious before anything had happened. That made me feel unfair. The customer had told me she was recovering from surgery. The walker was right there. The slippers were right there. The water cup was beside the recliner. The TV was on low in the living room, playing what looked like a home renovation show, though the sound was too quiet to hear clearly. It all fit, so I messaged her. "I'm at the door." The reply came almost immediately. "Thank you. The storm door is unlocked. I'm sorry again." I looked at the handle. It was one of those brass storm door handles that always looked newer than the door around it. No dust around the latch. No fingerprints on the glass. No smudges from kids or pets or weather. That bothered me, but not enough. I typed, "No problem. I'll put it on the counter." Before I could reach for the handle, another message came in. "You don't have to come far, I promise. The counter is right there." That message should have reassured me. Instead, it made me pause, because she was answering the exact thought I had not sent. I told myself it was obvious. Anyone would hesitate at the door. Anyone would wonder how far inside they had to go. A. Whitman probably knew that, and was trying to make me comfortable. That was reasonable. Again, I opened the storm door. It moved smoothly and silently, the way expensive doors do when they are installed well. Cool air breathed out from inside the house. Air conditioning. Clean, dry, with a faint smell of lemon cleaner underneath. No hospital smell. No food. No perfume. Just lemon cleaner and cold air. I held the storm door open with my shoulder and leaned in slightly. "Delivery," I called. My voice sounded too loud. No one answered. The television changed scenes, throwing blue and white light across the living room wall. The recliner was angled toward it, but the seat cushion looked untouched. The blanket over the arm was folded so evenly that the corners lined up. I noticed that without wanting to. Then I noticed the slippers. They were placed side by side near the walker, toes pointed toward the door. Perfectly parallel. No heel collapsed. No sign that anyone had stepped out of them recently. I looked away. Do not do that, I told myself. Do not turn every normal thing into a clue. I stepped inside. One foot first, then the other. The tile was cold through the soles of my shoes. I kept my body angled toward the open door. I did not let it close behind me. The storm door rested against my back, still propped open, and that made me feel better. The kitchen counter was close enough that I could reach it in 4 steps. I took those 4 steps, no more. I set the sealed pharmacy bag down first, then the gauze, then the electrolyte drink, then the ice pack beside it, with the label facing up so the photo would show everything clearly. I was already planning the proof photo, bag on counter, open doorway in frame. Maybe the walker visible, to show why I followed the note. Then I would leave. Simple. I opened the app, photo required. I raised my phone and took the picture. The app rejected it. Move closer to customer. I stared at the message. There was no customer in the room. I tried again, angling the shot toward the entryway and the counter. Rejected. Move closer to customer. A message from a Whitman appeared at the top of the screen. Sorry, it sometimes thinks I'm farther inside. Sometimes my stomach tightened a little. I looked toward the hallway beyond the living room. It was dark, except for a small rectangle of warm light at the far end, maybe from a bedroom or bathroom. The hallway was short, but not short enough. I could not see all the way into the room at the end. I typed, "The items are on the counter. The app isn't accepting the photo." The reply came fast. "I know. It did that to the last driver too. I don't want you to get in trouble. You can just step a little toward the hall and it should work." That was well said. Too well said. She was not telling me what to do. She was helping me avoid a penalty. That was how it felt. And because I had already been locked out of pharmacy orders once, because I was standing in a bright entryway with the door still open behind me, because the counter was only 4 steps from outside, and nothing had actually happened, I almost listened. I took 1 step toward the hallway, then stopped. The walker by the door made a small sound, a tiny rubber squeak. I turned. It had not moved. It stood exactly where it had been, folded beside the entryway, bracelet looped over the handle, tennis balls touching the tile. The sound came again. From the hallway, a slow rubber drag, like a walker being pulled across the floor. I looked back toward the dark hall. The walker by the door stayed still. The sound from the hallway stopped. My phone buzzed. "Please don't stare at it. She's sensitive about needing help. Please don't stare at it. She's sensitive about needing help." I read that message while standing 4 steps inside a stranger's house. The storm door was still open behind me. I kept reminding myself of that. The door was open. The counter was right there. The medical bag was already delivered. I had not gone deep into the house. I had not wandered into a bedroom. I had not done anything reckless. I was still close enough to leave in 2 seconds if I needed to. That was what I told myself. But the message on my phone made my skin go tight. "Please don't stare at it." I had not told the Whitman what I was looking at. There was no camera I could see, no doorbell lens, no little black dome in the ceiling, no baby monitor on the counter. Nothing obvious. Maybe there was a camera somewhere. People had them everywhere now. Living rooms, entryways, kitchens, pet cameras, security sensors, motion sensors connected to phones. It would not have been strange for someone recovering from surgery to have a camera near the front door. That was the explanation I reached for. It was good enough to keep me from running, but not good enough to make me take another step toward the hallway. I typed, "I'm not trying to make anyone uncomfortable. The order is on the counter." The 3 typing dots appeared immediately, then disappeared, then appeared again. I stood there with the phone in my hand, listening. The TV played softly in the living room. The air conditioner hummed through the vents. The hallway was quiet. No walker sound, no footsteps, nothing. Then a Whitman replied, "I know, you're being very kind. I just need the app to let you finish so you don't get penalized." That was the worst possible answer, not because it was scary, because it was thoughtful. She sounded like she was on my side. She knew the app was the problem. She knew I did not want to be there. She knew I was only trying to complete the order correctly. That kind of politeness can become a rope before you notice it tightening. I looked at the photo screen again. "Move closer to customer." The words sat there like an accusation. I lifted my phone and tried one more picture from where I stood, aiming toward the counter and the open door. Rejected. "Move closer to customer." I took one slow step toward the living room, not the hallway. The counter stayed within arm's reach to my right. The front door stayed visible behind me. I was still in the front part of the house. I raised the phone. This time the app focused. For half a second, I thought it accepted. Then the screen flickered and drew a little white box around the hallway. Not around the bag, not around the counter, the hallway. Customer detected. I lowered the phone. There was no one there. Just the dark opening, the faint warm light at the far end, and a strip of carpet disappearing into shadow. My mouth went dry. The app buzzed. "Please call out that it's there." She gets nervous when people leave without saying anything. I stared at the new message. The delivery note had said, "Recovering from surgery. Please place inside on the kitchen counter. I'm sorry, I can't bend or walk well tonight. First, I can't bend. I can't walk." Now the message said she. She gets nervous. Maybe a Whitman was not the patient. Maybe a Whitman had ordered for a wife, a mother, a sister. That was possible. But the first note had made it sound like the customer was the one recovering. I looked toward the hallway again. The warm light at the end seemed a little brighter now. I called out, not loudly, "Your delivery is on the counter." My voice moved through the house and came back flat. The TV went silent. Not turned off. Silent. Like someone had hit mute. The air conditioner hummed. The storm door creaked softly behind me, pushed by a bit of night air. Then a voice answered from the hallway. "Bring it closer." It was not loud. It was not dramatic. It sounded tired. A woman's voice, maybe older, maybe just weak. 2 words. "Bring it closer." Every part of me wanted to leave. I turned back toward the counter and grabbed my phone tighter. A Whitman messaged instantly. "I'm sorry." She says things like that when she's medicated. Too fast. The message came too fast. There was no pause for hearing the voice, understanding what was said, typing an apology, and sending it. It appeared almost on top of the words from the hallway, like it had been waiting. I typed, "I'm not going farther in." I sent it. For the first time that night, the typing dots did not appear right away. The house stayed quiet. I could hear my own breathing. Then the phone buzzed. Of course, I understand. Could you just wait until she says thank you? She hates feeling ignored. That sentence made me close my eyes, just for a second, because it was exactly the kind of thing that works on people who are trying not to be cruel. It did not ask me to go farther. It did not ask me to touch anything. It only asked me to stand where I already was and wait for a sick woman to say thank you. Small request. Small enough to sound reasonable. Large enough to keep me inside. I opened my eyes. The bag sat on the counter where I had left it. White paper, sealed shut. Gauze box beside it. Electrolyte drink sweating a little on the counter. Ice pack softening in its plastic. The house looked normal, if I did not look too closely. But now that I had started noticing things, I could not stop. The water cup beside the recliner had no fingerprints on it. The blanket over the chair had fold lines like it had just come out of a closet. The walker's tennis balls were clean at the bottom, not gray or worn like they should have been. The slippers near the door still sat perfectly parallel. The dish towel on the counter was folded with the same care as the blanket. It was not that the house was empty. It was that it looked arranged, like someone had set out the idea of a recovering patient, but forgot the messy parts of being alive. No pill bottles, no tissues, no phone charger, no mail. No shoes kicked off, no crumbs, no dent in the recliner cushion. Nothing used, only placed. The app buzzed again. "You're doing fine." I looked up sharply. That message felt different. Not grateful. Not apologetic, observational. Like someone was grading me. I backed toward the counter, not toward the hallway, toward the counter. I took another photo of the delivery items. This time, I made sure the open front door was visible in the frame. The app rejected it. "Recipient confirmation required." I whispered, "No, not to the app, not to A. Whitman, just to the room." From the hallway, the woman's voice spoke again. "Did he bring it?" I froze. He. I had not given my name. The app showed only my first name to customers, not always my gender. Not enough for a stranger in a hallway to know how to say that so calmly. Maybe she had heard my voice. Maybe that was all. But the way she said it did not sound like she was asking A. Whitman. It sounded like she was asking the house. My phone buzzed. "She knows you're here. Please don't leave upset." I stepped back again. The storm door behind me shifted. For a moment, I thought the wind had moved it. Then I realized the storm door was no longer resting open against my back. It had swung shut. The glass door stood between me and the porch now, latched lightly in its frame. The inner door was still open. I could still leave. I could see the porch light through the glass. I could see my car at the curb beyond it. But the easy feeling was gone. The doorway no longer felt like an exit. It felt like something I had to reach before someone changed their mind. From the hallway came the walker sound again. Slow rubber drag. Pause. Slow rubber drag. I looked at the walker beside the entryway. Still there. Folded. Unmoved. Customer message. She's trying to stand. Another drag from the hallway. Then a small thump, like something soft touching the wall. My phone camera opened by itself. I did not tap it. The viewfinder showed the hallway. A white focus square appeared around the dark space. Then the app displayed customer nearby. I lowered the phone. Nothing was there. I raised it. The hallway on screen looked longer than the hallway in front of me. Much longer. The warm light at the end was farther away, almost like the house stretched back beyond its own walls. I lowered the phone again. Short hallway. Raised it. Long hallway. I stopped breathing. From somewhere near the far light, the woman said, "Bring it closer." This time, the voice was not weak. It was clear, waiting. I picked up the pharmacy bag from the counter, not to bring it closer. That was not what I was thinking. I picked it up because suddenly I did not want to leave it there. I did not want to leave anything of mine, anything I had touched, inside that house. The moment the bag left the counter, the app buzzed. "Please don't take it back." A Whitman again. Then another message. "That looks rude." I stared at the words. That looks rude. Not please. Not sorry. Just correction. The voice in the hallway whispered, "Rude." The TV came back on, loud. A burst of applause filled the living room, sudden and bright and completely wrong. I dropped the pharmacy bag back onto the counter. The applause cut off. Silence returned. My heart was beating so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I looked at the storm door, at the latch, at the porch beyond it. Then I said, out loud, because I needed the house and the phone, and whoever was listening to hear it, "I'm leaving now." For the first time, a Whitman did not answer immediately. The hallway stayed dark. The storm door waited behind me. Then my phone buzzed once. "That's okay." A second message appeared. "You did enough. You did enough." I stood there with my phone in my hand, staring at those 3 words. They should have made me feel relieved. They did not. Because nobody says that when everything is normal. Nobody says you did enough after asking you to leave a pharmacy bag on a counter. Nobody says it like a grade, like a result. Like the whole thing had been a test, and I had passed the minimum requirement. I backed toward the front door. Slowly. The storm door was closed now, but the inner door was still open. The porch light glowed through the glass. I could see the walkway, the curb, the front half of my car parked under the streetlight. It was all right there. Still, I did not turn my back to the hallway. The medical bag stayed on the counter. The gauze box sat beside it. The electrolyte drink had left a ring of moisture on the clean surface. The ice pack had softened, almost flat. Everything looked placed. Everything looked waiting. From the hallway, the woman said nothing. I heard the soft hum of the air conditioner and the low murmur of the TV. The show was back on now, but the rhythm had changed. No voices, only the faint background music of whatever program had been playing. I reached behind me for the storm door handle. My hand touched cold metal. For 1 second, I thought it would not turn. It did. The latch clicked, and the storm door opened outward with a soft pull of air from the porch. I stepped backward through it. One foot outside, then the other. The moment both of my feet were on the porch, my phone buzzed. Please close the door. She gets cold easily. I almost did it. That is the part I hate. Even after everything. After the hallway. After the walker sound. After the message that said rude. My hand still twitched toward the storm door. Because closing doors behind you is what decent people do. Then I stopped. No, I left it open. Not wide, just open enough that I did not have to touch it again. I turned toward my car and froze. There was someone standing on the porch walkway, between me and the steps. I did not scream. I did not even make a sound. The shape was too close to register as a person at first. It blocked the porch light just enough to cast a long, narrow shadow across the concrete. For 1 second, all I saw was the outline of shoulders, the dark shape of a head, and something pale near one hand. Then, the streetlight flickered. The shape was gone. Not moved. Gone. The walkway was empty. My car was still at the curb. The neighborhood was still silent. I took one breath. Then another. I told myself it had been the reflection from the storm door glass, or my own shadow warped by the porch light, or the desert tree shifting near the yard. I did not believe any of it. I walked fast, not running, fast enough that my shoes slapped against the concrete walkway. My phone buzzed again. You forgot the photo. I kept walking. Another buzz. Recipient confirmation required. I reached the curb. Another buzz. Leaving now may affect your access to pharmacy orders. That one stopped me for half a step. Not fully, just enough for me to hate the app more than the house. Access to pharmacy orders. 48 hours locked out. Rent due. Gas money, low. All of that tried to come back. Then the hallway voice came from behind me, not loud, not even close, but clear enough to carry through the open front door and across the porch. Thank him. I did not turn around. My phone buzzed. She wants to thank you properly. I got to the car, unlocked it, got in, locked the doors. The pharmacy bag was still inside the house. That mattered. Because if the customer claimed it was missing, I had no proof. If the app asked for a final photo, I had nothing accepted. If support looked at the timeline, it would show I had entered the delivery zone, stayed, then left without confirmed recipient handoff. All of that was true. And for once, none of it was enough to make me go back. I started the engine. The dashboard lit up. The phone sat in the cup holder, vibrating again and again. I put the car in drive. Before I could pull away, the app made the completion sound. A bright little chime. Too cheerful. Delivery complete. I stared at the screen. Green check mark. Customer confirmed receipt. I had not pressed anything. I had not spoken to anyone. I had not watched anyone take the bag. The order was complete. A new line appeared under it. Photo added. I did not open it right away. I sat there with my foot on the brake, engine humming, looking at the house through the windshield. The front door was still open. The storm door was still partly open too. From the street, the entryway looked different. Less like a recovery space. More like a room in a furniture store after closing. Walker by the door. Slippers parallel. Water cup near the recliner. Blanket folded. Counter clean except for the white bag and supplies. No person, no movement. No reason for the delivery to be confirmed. My phone buzzed. Thank you for coming inside. That message did not come from a Whitman. It came from the app, a delivery notification. Customer note added. I put the car in drive and pulled away from the curb. I made it around the corner before I opened the photo. I should not have looked while driving. I know that. I pulled over under the first streetlight and parked. Then I tapped the proof photo. It loaded slowly. At first, I thought it was the picture I had taken of the counter. White bag, gauze, drink, ice pack. Then I realized the angle was wrong. The photo had been taken from the hallway, not from where I had stood. From deep inside the house, looking outward toward the entryway. In the photo, I was standing near the counter with my phone raised. The storm door was behind me. The walker was by the entrance. The slippers sat beside it, toes pointed at my shoes. The medical bag was on the counter. The TV lit the living room blue. Everything looked exactly like I remembered, except for the storm door. In the photo, someone was standing outside it, close to the glass. Too close. A tall shape, turned slightly toward me. No face visible, because the porch light was behind its head. Just shoulders, a head, one pale hand resting flat against the glass. I zoomed in. The hand was not pressed from the outside. That was what took me a second to understand. The palm shape was reversed. It was on the inside of the glass, between me and the porch. I closed the photo, opened it again. Still there. a shape inside the storm door, standing behind me while I took the photo. I had not seen it. I would have seen it. It was impossible not to see, but there it was, in the proof photo, positioned between my back and the only exit. I put the phone down and drove. I did not go straight home. I drove to a gas station on a main road and parked near the entrance where the lights were harsh and white, and there were people going in and out. A teenage cashier looked bored behind the window. A man in a work truck filled his tank. 2 women laughed near the ice machine. I sat there until my hands stopped shaking. Then I called support. The first person asked me to verify the order. I did. They asked if I was safe. I said I was. They asked what happened. I did not know how to say it. So I said the customer requested that I enter the house, and the app completed the delivery after I left. The support agent put me on hold. The gas station music played faintly outside my car, something with too much bass. Normal and stupid and wonderful. When the agent came back, she said the customer confirmed receipt and there was no delivery issue. I asked if the photo had uploaded. She said yes. I asked if she could see it. She said yes. Then there was a pause. A real pause. Not typing. Not reading. A pause where the lines seemed to go thin. I said, "Do you see someone behind me?" The agent did not answer. I listened to her breathing. Then she said, "I can document that you felt unsafe." That was all. I asked her again, "Do you see someone behind me?" Another pause. Then, very quietly, she said, "I can document that you felt unsafe." Her voice sounded different the second time, like she was reading from a place she had been told not to leave. I hung up. For a while, I just sat there in the gas station parking lot with my phone in my lap. Then I opened the proof photo again. The shape was still there. The hand was still against the glass. But the medical bag was different now. The sealed white pharmacy bag on the counter was open. In the photo, the top had been torn carefully along the fold. Inside, no gauze, no prescription bottle, just a white, clean, placed where the bag opening faced the camera. I zoomed in until the letters blurred, then sharpened. There were only 5 words on the page. "Thank you for coming inside." I deleted the photo. Then I restored it from deleted items 5 minutes later because I knew no one would believe me without it. That was the part the house seemed to understand. It did not need to chase me. It did not need to keep me there. It had a photo. It had proof that I had crossed the threshold. It had proof that I had accepted the request. It had proof that for a few minutes, I was polite enough to stand inside. I kept that proof photo for 3 days. I looked at it too many times. Not because I wanted to, because I kept hoping it would change into something explainable. A reflection, a shadow, a trick from the porch light and the storm door glass. But every time I opened it, the same shape stood behind me, tall, still, one pale hand pressed to the inside of the glass. And every time I zoomed in on the pharmacy bag, the same folded paper sat inside it. "Thank you for coming inside." I did not tell anyone at first. That is another thing people do not understand. You think you would tell someone immediately. You think you would call the police, or show a friend, or post it somewhere online. But the longer you look at something impossible on your own phone, the harder it becomes to explain it out loud. Because once you say it, you hear yourself. And I knew how it would sound. A house tricked me into stepping inside. The app took a photo from a hallway I never walked into. Something stood between me and the door. The medical bag opened by itself. A person would listen to that and start looking at you differently before you even finish the sentence. So I did what people do when they want to feel normal. I went to work. I bought groceries. I answered texts. I ignored every delivery app notification until they stopped coming as often. But at night, I checked the photo. The third night, something was different. Not in the image, in the file details. I was half asleep at my kitchen table, zooming in on the shape behind me, when my thumb opened the information panel by accident. The photo location was listed, not the address in Arizona, not the house where I had delivered the order. The location pin showed a different place, a storage unit lot about 20 minutes away. I thought it was a GPS error. Phones did that sometimes. Apps pulled bad metadata. Photos synced wrong. I understood that. I still drove there the next morning, in daylight. That was my rule. If I was going to check anything, I would do it in daylight. The storage lot sat off a frontage road behind a tire shop and a car wash. Rows of beige roll-up doors, chain link fence, keypad gate, security cameras on poles. Nothing dramatic. I parked outside the fence and looked at the pin. It pointed somewhere near the back row. I did not go in. I am not that stupid. I sat in my car and watched for maybe 10 minutes. A landscaping truck pulled in. A woman in sunglasses opened one unit and took out cardboard boxes. A man drove through with a mattress tied badly to the roof of his SUV. Normal. Busy. Daylight. Then I saw the walker. It was leaning beside one of the storage unit doors. Silver frame. Black grips, tennis balls on the back legs. A thin blue hospital bracelet looped around one handle. I stopped breathing. The unit door was half open. Inside, I could see furniture. A recliner, a small entry table, a folded blanket, a side table with a plastic cup on it, a pair of slippers placed neatly on the concrete floor, toes pointed outward, the same props. No, not props. That was the word I kept trying not to use, but that was what they looked like. The pieces of a recovery room. The pieces of a person who could not walk. Stacked in a storage unit like stage equipment between performances. I took one photo through my windshield, then I left. I did not wait for someone to come out. I did not call the storage office. I did not knock on the unit door. I drove away before my brain could turn curiosity into another bad decision. When I got home, I compared the photo to the proof image from the app. Same walk, same blue bracelet. Same folded blanket, same slippers. In the proof photo, I had thought the slippers looked too clean because they were new. They were not new. They were unused. I called support again. I told them I believed the customer's address might be fraudulent. I told them the furniture in the delivery photo appeared to match items stored at another location. I did not mention the shape behind me. I did not mention the paper inside the bag. I tried to sound calm, professional, like a driver reporting a safety concern, not someone asking whether a house had been built out of lies. The agent listened. Then she transferred me. The second agent asked the same questions. Order number, customer name, date, time. Was I safe now? Yes. Did I enter the home voluntarily? That question made me stop. I said, the customer note requested it. The agent repeated herself. Did you enter the home voluntarily? I looked at the proof photo on my laptop. My own body in the entryway. My phone raised. The medical bag on the counter, the shape behind me. The app did not care why I had crossed the threshold, only that I had. I said yes. There was a pause. Then the agent said, we recommend drivers use personal judgment when completing deliveries. That was when I understood I was not going to get help from them. Not because they were evil, because the system had already reduced the whole thing to a checkbox. Customer requested in-home drop-off. Driver entered. Delivery completed. Customer confirmed receipt. Everything after that was feeling. And systems do not process feeling unless it comes with liability. I asked them to block A. Whitman. They said they could mark the customer as not preferred. Not block, mark. I asked if the customer had done in-home requests before. The agent said she could not disclose customer history. Then, after another pause, she said, I can note that you prefer exterior drop-offs. Prefer. Like I was being picky. I hung up. That night, I finally deleted the delivery app. Not just logged out. Deleted it. I thought that would be the end. It was not. 4 days later, I got an email. Subject line, you have been selected for trusted deliveries. At first, I thought it was spam. Then I saw the app logo. I opened it. The email said I had been approved for a higher trust category because of my successful completion of sensitive deliveries. Pharmacy, medical, in-home assistance. The wording was cheerful, polished, and empty. There was a badge graphic at the top. Trusted for in-home drop-offs. Under it, a customer note. A Whitman prefers this driver. Below that, reason. Respectful inside the home. I read that line until it stopped looking like English. Respectful inside the home. I had been inside for maybe 5 minutes. I had been afraid for almost all of them. I had said I was leaving. I had left the door open. And still, somewhere in the app, that became respectful. A record. A preference. A reason to send me back. I forwarded the email to support with one sentence. Remove me from this category. The reply came the next morning. It was automatic. We're sorry to hear this opportunity doesn't fit your preferences. You can adjust delivery types in your driver settings. I tried. There was no setting for in-home drop-offs. There was no setting for a Whitman. There was no setting for houses that looked too clean. I spent half an hour clicking through menus before I gave up. By then, another email had arrived. No subject, no app logo, no sender name I recognized. Only one line of text. The counter was right there. I did not sleep that night. I changed my email password, then my app password, then the password for the email connected to the app. I turned off location access for every delivery app I had ever installed. For a few days, nothing happened. Then the proof photo disappeared from my account, not from my phone. From the app record, the delivery still showed complete, but the image was gone, replaced by a gray box that said photo unavailable. My copy remained. The one I had downloaded. The one with the shape behind me. That made me feel better until I opened it again and noticed something new. On the kitchen counter, beside the open pharmacy bag, there was a receipt. I did not remember seeing a receipt there before. It was small, folded halfway under the electrolyte drink. Only part of the text was visible. Customer, a Whitman. Delivery type, in-home. Under that, a line I could barely read. Previous successful driver, E. Nolan. I sat very still. E. Nolan. I knew that name, not from this house, from another story. Another driver. Another delivery. Another object that waited for people who were polite enough. For a while, I convinced myself I had seen the name online, and my brain was making connections because I wanted this to mean something. That is what fear does. It builds bridges between things that might not belong together. But the name was in the photo. Tiny, blurry. There. Previous successful driver, E. Nolan. I printed the photo the next day. Then I printed the email about trusted drop-offs. Then I printed the no subject email that said the counter was right there. I put all three in an envelope and sealed it. I did not know what else to do. A week later, I drove past the storage lot again. I did not plan to stop. I told myself I only wanted to see if the walker was still there. It was daylight again, mid-afternoon, traffic on the frontage road, people at the car wash. Nothing that should have scared me. The gate was open. A moving truck was parked near the back row. The storage unit was empty. No walker. No recliner. No blanket. No slippers. Nothing. The roll-up door stood open, showing bare concrete and metal walls. On the floor near the entrance, there was one white paper bag, small, folded at the top. I kept driving. I did not stop. I do not care how curious that makes anyone. I kept driving because I had learned something by then. You do not need to understand the trap to avoid it. You only need to recognize the shape of the request. Could you just... Please only. It is right there. You do not have to come far. Those are small words. That is why they work. About a month after that, I moved apartments. Not because of a Whitman. At least that is what I told myself. My lease was ending anyway. The rent had gone up. The new place was closer to work. All reasonable things. On my last night in the old apartment, I carried the sealed envelope with the photo and emails to my car and put it in the glove compartment. I did not want it inside where I slept. The next morning, before the movers came, I checked the glove compartment. The envelope was still there, but it had been opened. The flap was torn cleanly. The photo was inside. The trusted drop-off email was inside. The no-subject email was inside. And there was one extra piece of paper, plain white, folded once. No handwriting on the outside. I unfolded it in the driver's seat. It was a printed delivery instruction. No restaurant, no pharmacy, no customer name. Just the instruction field. Recovering from surgery. Please place inside on the kitchen counter. I'm sorry, I can't bend or walk well tonight. Below it, in smaller text, there was a line that had not been on the original order. Driver entered voluntarily. I tore the paper in half, then in half again. Then I threw it into a gas station trash can across town. I know that did nothing. Paper is not the point. Proof is not the point. The point is that somewhere, in some system I could not access, there was a record of me stepping inside. Not why. Not how afraid I was. Not how quickly I left. Just the fact. Driver entered voluntarily. That was the part that stayed with me. Not the walker. Not the shape behind the glass. Not even the paper in the pharmacy bag. The record. Because once a system says you agreed to something, it becomes very hard to prove you were only being polite. I never accepted another medical delivery. I never accepted another order with the word inside in the note. And if a customer says the counter is right there, I cancel. I do not explain. I do not apologize. I do not wait for support to understand. I cancel, because the last time I tried to be reasonable, a house kept the proof. And some nights, when my phone lights up with a number I do not recognize, I still think it will be A. Whitman, not asking me to come back, not threatening me, just apologizing, just saying the same thing again. I'm sorry. You don't have to come far. The counter is right there. The order was just a cup of ice. That was why I almost declined it. Not a drink, not a combo, not even a water. Just one small cup of ice from a fast food place off the service road in Dallas. A little after 12:40 in the morning. No tip. I remember that part too. The app showed the base pay, the distance, and the little map line from the restaurant to a neighborhood maybe 5 minutes away. It was not worth it. Not really. At that hour, with gas prices what they were, Most drivers would have let it sit until the timer ran out. I almost did. My thumb was already over decline. Then, the bonus banner popped up. Late night, boost active. The delivery was short. I was 2 blocks from the restaurant. I had planned to do one more order before going home anyway, so I hesitated. That was how a lot of bad decisions started while delivering. Not with bravery, not with curiosity, with math. A few extra dollars, a short drive. A delivery that looked too small to matter. The restaurant was one of those fast food places that never really closed, even when it looked like it should. Half the lights in the parking lot were out. The drive-through speaker had tape wrapped around the base. 2 employees stood near the back door smoking under a yellow bulb, looking like they had already emotionally gone home. I pulled into the drive-through because the lobby was closed. The woman at the window slid it open and squinted at the order on her screen. "That's it?" she said. I gave her the order number. She looked again. "1 small ice? That's what it says." She shook her head, took a small paper cup, filled it with ice, snapped a plastic lid over it, and set it in the drink carrier by itself. No straw. No receipt on the cup. Just ice. "People are weird tonight," she said. I laughed because that was the easiest thing to do. They usually are. She handed it over and closed the window before I could ask anything else. I sat there for a second with the cup in my passenger side cup holder, listening to the ice settle. It made a tiny cracking sound inside the plastic lid. That should have been the end of it. I should have delivered it, taken the small payout, and gone home. Then I looked at the delivery note. "Please don't cancel. I know it's weird. I just need help making it look normal." I read it once, then again. The words changed the whole order. A cup of ice was stupid. A cup of ice with that note was not. I had seen enough strange late-night requests to know that people use delivery apps for things that were not really about food. I had delivered cough drops to women who would not open the door until I stepped back to the sidewalk. I had brought phone chargers to motel rooms where someone whispered thank you through a cracked door. I had dropped off a single bottle of water to a house where a teenager messaged me not to ring because her parents were fighting. Most of the time, it was nothing. Sometimes it did not feel like nothing. The customer name was J. Ellis. I opened the message box and typed, "Is everything okay?" I did not send it. That question felt too direct, too easy to misunderstand. If someone was actually in trouble, making them explain it through the app might not help. Before I could decide what to write, the customer messaged me. "I'm sorry. I wouldn't ask if I had another option." I stared at that. Then another message came. "Please just complete it like a normal delivery." That was when I stopped thinking about the no tip. I wish I could say I was noble. I was not. I was tired. I was annoyed. I did not want to get involved in someone's emergency at 1 in the morning. I did not want to be the person who had to decide whether to call the police based on a fast food cup full of ice. But I also did not want to be the driver who left when someone might have been asking for help in the only quiet way they could. So I typed, "I can deliver it. Do you need me to call someone?" The response came fast. "No, please don't. That would make it worse." I sat there in the drive-through lane with my brake lights glowing red against the empty pavement behind me. That would make it worse. Not no. Not, "I'm fine." That would make it worse. I should have canceled then and called support. Maybe. But support would have asked if there was an immediate threat. I did not know. They would have asked if the customer requested emergency services. They had not. If I called 911 and this was a misunderstanding, I could turn some stranger's bad night into something much bigger. That is how people get trapped by uncertainty. Not knowing what is happening can feel more dangerous than what is actually happening. The app showed the delivery address. A residential street not far from a big shopping center, tucked behind a row of closed tire shops and a payday loan place. Normal neighborhood, small houses, driveways, porch lights. I put the car in drive. As soon as I pulled out of the parking lot, J. Ellis messaged again. "Please park across the street." Then, "Don't pull into the driveway." Then, "Please turn your headlights off before you stop." I looked at the phone mounted on the dash. The messages came one after another, calm and polite, like instructions for dropping off groceries. Not frantic, not panicked. That made them harder to ignore. I replied at the next red light. "Why?" The answer came while I was still stopped. "He watches the driveway." I felt my stomach tighten. The light turned green. I drove through it slowly. My phone buzzed again. "Please act normal. Please act normal." That was the message that made me slow down, not stop. Slow down. I was still 2 minutes from the house, driving through a wide road lined with closed businesses and dark parking lots. The fast food cup sat alone in the passenger side cup holder. beads of condensation forming under the plastic lid, even though it was only ice. I kept glancing at it, like it might explain itself. It did not. My phone buzzed again. Don't call me when you arrive. Then, don't text unless I text first. Then, if he asks, say it's the ice. I pulled into the right lane and let a pickup pass me. My first thought was that this had to be some kind of domestic situation. Not necessarily violence. Maybe a controlling boyfriend. Maybe a roommate who checked who came to the door. Maybe an ex who was not supposed to be there. I had delivered to enough tense houses to know how small things could become signals. A knocked door, a car in the driveway, a driver standing too long under a porch light. Sometimes people ordered food just to create a reason for someone else to approach the house. Sometimes they asked you to wait outside because they did not want to be alone when they came out. Most of the time, drivers were not trained for any of that. We were just people with cars and thermal bags. I typed at the next stop sign. Are you safe? The answer came back before I moved again. Please don't ask that in the app. I sat at the stop sign too long. A car behind me tapped its horn once. I drove. That message changed the feeling of everything. Please don't ask that in the app. It made the app feel less private. It made the cup of ice feel less stupid. It made me think there was someone reading over Jay Ellis's shoulder, or someone who checked the messages later, or someone who knew how to make a harmless delivery look harmless. Then, another message came. Just deliver it like you don't know anything. I whispered, know what? No one answered, of course. The neighborhood came up on my right after a closed tire shop and a small church with a glowing sign that said, Wednesday Bible Study, even though it was Friday night. The houses were older. One-story brick, chain-link fences, narrow driveways, a lot of window AC units, and porch lights with bugs circling them. Nothing about the street looked abandoned. That helped. There were cars parked along the curb. A dog barked somewhere behind a fence. A TV flashed blue through someone's living room blinds. Normal signs of people being home late on a weeknight. The app told me I was 1 block away. Jay Ellis messaged, turn your headlights off before you stop. I did not like that. Driving without headlights, even for a short distance, was stupid. It was also the kind of thing someone asked when they were trying not to be seen. I kept them on. I turned onto the street and slowed down. The house was halfway down the block on the left. Small brick place, 2 front windows, a narrow porch, white metal railing, no car in the driveway, porch light off. A dark pickup truck was parked across the street from it, facing the wrong direction. I noticed that immediately. It had a dented tailgate and a ladder rack over the bed. The windows were too dark to see inside. I drove past once instead of stopping. That is something I had learned to do when an address felt wrong. Do not pull up immediately. Do not trap your own car in a driveway. Do not put yourself where you cannot leave without reversing. I circled the block. My phone buzzed. You passed it. I did not answer. Another message. That's okay. Park across the street on the next pass. There was no anger in it. No panic. Just instruction. That calmness kept pulling me forward. When I came around again, I parked 2 houses down on the opposite side of the street, under a tree where the street light did not reach well. I left my headlights on until I was fully parked, then turned them off. I did not pull into the driveway. I did not get out right away. I locked the doors and looked at the house. The porch was dark, no movement in the windows. The pickup truck across from the house sat there like a black block against the curb. My phone buzzed. Thank you. That was good. I hated that message. That was good. Like I had followed the first step correctly. I typed, I'm here. Then remembered the instruction. Don't text unless I text first. I deleted it. Another message came. Take the cup and walk slow. Don't look at the truck. I looked at the truck. Of course I did. Nothing moved inside it. But the driver's window reflected just enough streetlight that I could not tell if someone was sitting there or not. I picked up the cup of ice. It felt ridiculous in my hand. Too light to be important. Too cold for how much my palm was sweating. I opened the car door and stepped out. The street smelled like dust, hot pavement, and someone's dryer vent. A dog barked once, then went quiet. Far away, traffic moved along a bigger road in a steady hush. I closed the car door softly. My phone buzzed. Not too fast. I stood beside my car for a second, cup in one hand, phone in the other. I wanted to leave. I had wanted to leave since the message about the headlights, but wanting to leave and knowing you should leave are not always the same thing. At that point, the danger still had a shape I could explain away. Maybe a scared woman, maybe a bad boyfriend, maybe someone who needed a normal-looking delivery. Maybe if I did exactly what she asked, I could be gone in 1 minute. That was the thought that moved my feet. 1 minute. Just act normal for 1 minute. I crossed the street without looking at the pickup, or tried not to. Halfway across, I caught its reflection in the side window of a parked car. There was someone inside. I could not see their face, just a pale oval shape where the head should be, turned toward the house. Not toward me, toward the house. That made me keep walking. The porch steps were narrow and cracked at the edge. There was no doormat, no package, no chair. Just a front door with peeling paint and a small peephole that looked black in the dark. My phone buzzed. Knock twice. Wait. I raised my hand. Then stopped. I looked at the cup. One small cup of ice. If someone opened the door and asked what I was doing, I had almost no explanation. It's the ice. That was what Jay Ellis had told me to say. I knocked twice. Not hard, not soft. 2 normal knocks. Then I stepped back. The house stayed quiet. My phone buzzed. Put it down, but don't leave. I placed the cup on the porch floor near the door. The ice shifted inside with a small crackle. I took a photo for the app. Before I could submit it, the screen changed. Customer requested handoff. I stared at the words. Of course they had. The door did not open. The pickup across the street remained still. My phone buzzed again. He's watching. If you leave without handing it off, he'll know. He's watching. If you leave without handing it off, he'll know. I stood on the porch with the cup of ice at my feet and my phone glowing in my hand. That was the moment when the whole thing stopped feeling like a weird delivery and started feeling like I had been given a role in something without being told the script. The house stayed quiet. The door stayed shut. Across the street, the pickup truck sat in the dark, with its windows black and its engine off. I could not prove anyone was inside, not from where I stood, but I had seen that pale shape reflected in the parked car window. I knew someone was there, or I thought I did. That was enough. I typed with my thumb. I can't do handoff if no one opens. Before I could send it, Jay Ellis messaged again. Don't type too much. Just stand there like you're waiting. I froze. I looked around for a camera. There was no doorbell camera beside the door, no obvious security camera tucked under the porch roof, no window close enough to see me from inside, unless someone was standing directly behind the blinds. Maybe they were. Maybe Jay Ellis was watching from inside. Maybe the person in the truck was texting her what I was doing. Maybe I was being paranoid. All 3 options felt bad. I deleted the message and slipped the phone partly into my jacket pocket, so the screen would not light up my face. The porch smelled like old wood and dust. The cup of ice sat near the threshold, stupid and harmless, the plastic lid fogging at the edges. I remember thinking that if anyone drove by right then, they would see nothing strange. Just a delivery driver waiting at a door. That was what Jay Ellis wanted. Normal. Everything normal. The phone buzzed against my jacket. I pulled it out just enough to read the screen. Walk slower when you leave. Don't look scared. I had not moved. That was the first thing that made my scalp tighten. I had not stepped away from the door. I had not turned toward my car. I had not done anything except think about leaving. Maybe she was guessing. Maybe that message had been typed earlier. Maybe she knew any sane person would want to leave. I kept standing there. The door remained closed. From inside the house, I heard something. Not footsteps. A low murmur. A voice, maybe. Then another. A television, I told myself. People have TVs on late. Then the sound stopped. My phone buzzed. Knock again. Same way. I looked at the door. Then at the pickup truck. Then at the cup. I wanted to text number. I wanted to pick up the cup, throw it into the yard, and walk back to my car. Instead, I knocked twice, same as before. 2 normal knocks. This time, something moved behind the door. A shadow passed across the peephole, very slow, like someone had leaned in from the other side and covered it with one eye. I stepped back without meaning to. My phone buzzed immediately. Don't step back that fast. I stopped. There was no pretending after that. Someone was watching me closely enough to correct my body. Still, I did not know who. That mattered. If Jay Ellis was inside and scared, then whoever was watching could be the person she was afraid of. If the person in the truck was the threat, then acting wrong could make things worse for her. If the person inside was the threat, then leaving too quickly might do the same. The worst part was that every option gave me a reason to stay for 10 more seconds. The door opened, only an inch. A chain held it in place. No light came from inside. Just a narrow black gap and the smell of stale air, like a house that had been shut up all day. A man's voice spoke through the crack. Did she send you? I did not answer. The voice was close to the opening, calm and flat. Not angry, not drunk, not confused, just waiting. My phone buzzed. Don't say my name. I looked down at the screen. Don't say my name. The man behind the door said, "Who is it for?" I looked at the app. J. Ellis. My mouth went dry. If I said the name, I might be giving away someone who did not want to be identified. If I refused, I looked suspicious. If I lied badly, he might know. So I said the only thing I had been told to say. It's the ice. The man was silent. Then he laughed once. Not loud, not amused. Just one short breath through his nose. The ice, he said. I did not move. The cup sat between us on the porch floor. The door opened another inch, stopping against the chain. I saw part of his hand on the edge. Pale fingers. No ring. Short nails. Nothing that told me anything useful. You're the third one tonight, he said. That sentence hit harder than anything else he could have said. The third one. My first thought was that he meant third driver. My second was that J. Ellis had done this before. My third was that maybe the man behind the door was not the person I needed to be afraid of. My phone buzzed. Please don't listen to him. He does this. The man behind the door said, she tells all of you that. For a few seconds, nobody moved. I stood outside with a cup of ice melting at my feet. A man watched me through a chained door. Someone in the app told me not to listen. Someone across the street might have been watching from a truck. And the whole time, the street stayed quiet enough that I could hear the ice cracking softly inside the cup. I said, do you want the order or not? It came out sharper than I meant. The man behind the door went still. My phone buzzed. Please be careful. The man said, you should go. That should have made the choice easy. But it did not, because both of them sounded like they might be warning me. And both of them sounded like they might be trying to control what I did next. I took one step back, slowly this time. Careful not to move too fast, which made me angry in a way I could not show. My phone buzzed. Good, good. I stared at that word. That was when I heard footsteps behind me. Not from the pickup, not from the house, from the sidewalk. A soft, hurried walk, rubber soles on concrete. I turned my head just enough to see someone coming up from the corner. Another delivery driver, a guy maybe in his 20s, wearing a dark hoodie and holding a fast food cup in one hand. A small white cup, same size as mine, same plastic lid. He slowed when he saw me. Then he looked at the cup on the porch, then at the cup in his own hand. His face changed. He whispered, you got the same note? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Don't talk to him. The man behind the door spoke at the same time. Don't talk to her. The other driver stopped at the bottom of the steps. I looked from him to the door, then back to my phone. The app still showed. Customer requested handoff. The cup of ice was still on the porch. The other driver's cup was still in his hand. And from across the street, inside the dark pickup, something shifted. Something shifted inside the pickup across the street. Not much. A shoulder, maybe. A head turning. Just enough movement behind the dark window to prove what I already knew. Someone was in there. The other driver saw it too. His eyes moved past me, across the street, then back to the door. He lowered his voice. Is that his truck? I did not answer. My phone buzzed before I could. Don't look at the truck. The man behind the chain door said, you should both leave. His voice had changed. Not louder. Not scared, exactly, but tighter. Like the second driver's arrival had made the situation worse in a way he had been expecting. The other driver held up his cup of ice, confused and angry. I got paid $3 to bring this, he said. What the hell is going on? My phone buzzed. Please don't let him make a scene. That message made me look at the other driver differently. Make a scene. Not help. Not leave. Not be careful. Make a scene. Like the real danger was that things might stop looking normal. The man behind the door spoke again. Do not give her your name. The other driver frowned. Who? The man did not answer. The chain across the door rattled softly as he leaned closer to the gap. I could see more of his hand now. The knuckles were pale, pressed tight against the edge. There was a thin red mark across the back of his wrist. Not bleeding, not fresh, but visible. My phone buzzed. He lies. Then another message. He'll say anything if he thinks someone believes him. The other driver looked from me to the door. Are you talking to someone? He asked. I held up my phone, but not enough for him to read it. Customer, I said. What customer? G. Ellis. The man behind the door inhaled sharply. My phone buzzed so hard, it almost slipped from my hand. I told you not to say my name. The other driver took a step back from the porch. His face had gone flat. That's not the name on mine. I looked at his cup. Then at him. What name? He swallowed. M. Harper. For a second, the street sound disappeared. M. Harper. That name should not have meant anything to him. It should not have meant anything to me in that moment. But I had heard that name before. Not in my own life, maybe. Not from a person standing in front of me. More like a name attached to a bad delivery story drivers whispered about when they tried to explain why they stopped working after midnight. A wrong porch. A customer who apologized too much. A delivery that completed itself. The other driver said, "Why did your face do that?" I shook my head. Nothing. The man behind the door said, "Names don't matter." The truck across the street clicked. A small sound. A door handle. All three of us heard it. The other driver turned fully toward the pickup. I stepped down from the porch without thinking. My phone buzzed. "Stay where you are." That was the first message without please. No apology. No softener. Just instruction. I took another step anyway. The cup of ice I had delivered remained on the porch near the door. The second driver still held his. The man behind the chain watched us through the narrow gap. Then the pickup's dome light came on, only for a second, long enough to show a person sitting in the driver's seat. Maybe a man, maybe not. The face was turned toward us, but the windshield reflected the street light, smearing the features into a pale blur. The dome light went out. The other driver whispered, "I'm leaving." My phone buzzed. If he leaves first, he'll follow him. The other driver's phone buzzed at almost the same time. He looked down. I saw his face change again. "What did yours say?" I asked. He did not answer. "What did it say?" He looked up at me. "It says if you leave first, he'll follow you." The door behind us opened another inch. The chain pulled tight. The man inside said, "That is how she keeps you here." The other driver lifted his cup, as if he wanted to throw it. "Who is she?" No one answered. The pickup engine started. Not loud, just a low turn and idle that made the street feel smaller. My phone buzzed. "Please act normal." There it was again. Back to polite. Back to soft, as if the message without please had been a mistake. The second driver laughed once, nervous and breathless. "Normal? Normal is me going home." He turned toward the sidewalk. The pickup's headlights turned on, not fully bright. Just parking lights first. 2 amber points across the street. The other driver froze. The man behind the door said, very quietly, "Do not run." I believed him. That was the strange thing. I did not trust him. I did not trust the customer. I did not trust the other driver, not completely, because I did not know why he was there or who had sent him. But I believed that one sentence. Do not run. So I spoke to the other driver as calmly as I could. "Walk to your car." He looked at me. "What?" Slow, like the delivery's done. My phone buzzed. Good. I ignored it. The other driver looked at his own phone. Then he shoved it into his hoodie pocket and started walking. Slow. Too slow at first. Then normal. I followed, keeping a few steps behind him. The pickup idled across the street. The man behind the chain door did not close it. I heard him say something as we moved away from the porch. At first I thought he said, "She'll use your picture," but I am not sure. It might have been, "She'll use your patience." The other driver reached the sidewalk and angled toward a sedan parked near the corner. Not across the street. Not near the pickup. Smart. I kept walking toward my own car, 2 houses down. My phone buzzed again. "You're leaving the order." I did not stop. Another buzz. That looked suspicious. I kept walking. Another. He noticed. The pickup's engine revved lightly. The other driver glanced back. "Don't," I said. He faced forward again. The pickup did not move. Not yet. I reached my car and unlocked it. The little chirp sounded too loud. My phone buzzed. "If you get in, he'll know you were helping." I opened the door. From the porch, the man behind the chain called out, "Do not come back for the cup." I looked back despite myself. He was still only a dark slice in the doorway. The cup of ice sat on the porch in front of him. The second cup was no longer in the other driver's hand. I turned toward the sidewalk. He was almost at his sedan now, both hands empty. I had not seen him set it down. I had not seen him drop it. But the porch now had 2 cups. Mine. His. Side by side. My phone buzzed. Almost done. I got into my car, locked the doors, started the engine. Across the street, the pickup finally moved. Not toward me, toward the other driver, slowly. The other driver saw it and fumbled with his keys. His sedan chirped. The pickup rolled forward. I hit my horn. Hard. The sound tore through the street. Porch lights came on at 2 houses. A dog started barking. A curtain moved. The pickup stopped. For the first time all night, the scene stopped being private. That mattered. The other driver got into his car and slammed the door. I backed out fast, tires scraping the curb. The pickup stayed still. The front door of the house remained cracked open. The man behind it was gone. The 2 cups of ice sat on the porch. Then my app chimed. Delivery complete. I looked down for half a second. Photo added. I did not open it. Not there. not with the pickup still behind me somewhere, and the other driver pulling away in the opposite direction, and half the block suddenly awake. I drove to the main road without stopping. At the red light, my phone buzzed one more time. Customer note added. You made it look wrong. You made it look wrong. That was the customer note. Not you left too soon. Not you didn't follow instructions. You made it look wrong. I kept driving until the neighborhood was behind me and the streetlights got brighter. I passed the closed tire shop, the payday loan place, the church sign. Then I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour gas station and parked under the pump lights. The other driver was not behind me. The pickup was not behind me. At least not that I could see. I sat there for a few minutes with both hands on the wheel, watching the mirrors, waiting for the truck to appear at the edge of the lot. It did not. My phone buzzed again. Not from Jay Ellis. A delivery app notification. Order complete, tip added. I almost laughed. The no-tip order had tipped after all, $2. Under it, another line appeared. Customer rating pending. That made me feel sick in a way the pickup had not. Because even after all of that, some part of my brain still understood the threat of a rating. The system still had a place in my fear. It still knew where to press. I opened the proof photo. I wish I had not. At first, it looked normal. A fast food cup on a porch, dark wood floorboards, peeling paint on the bottom of the door, the black gap where the chain door had been open. Then I looked closer. There were 3 cups, not 2. 3 small white cups with plastic lids, lined up side by side on the porch. Mine was in the middle. I knew that because the side of the lid had a small crack from when the drive-thru employee snapped it on too hard. The other driver's cup was on the left. The third cup was on the right. It looked identical to the other 2. Same size, same lid, same faint ring of water on the porch underneath it. I zoomed in. The third cup had a receipt sticker on the side, not from the restaurant where I picked up. Another store, another order number, another driver name, too blurred to read. I tried to sharpen the image with my fingers, as if touching the screen could pull the letters into focus. It did not help. Behind the cups, in the black gap of the doorway, there was a hand. The same pale hand I had seen on the edge of the door, but it was not reaching for the cups. It was holding something small and rectangular. A phone. The screen faced outward toward the porch. On that screen, tiny and bright, was another photo. 3 cups, same porch, same door, same hand. A photo inside a photo. I closed it. The gas pump lights hummed above me. A man in a reflective vest came out of the store, carrying an energy drink and a paper bag. He glanced at my car, then looked away. Normal, uninterested, alive in a world where a cup of ice was just a cup of ice. I called support. I told them the delivery involved unsafe instructions. I told them the customer asked me to turn off my headlights and not speak to another driver. I told them there was a vehicle watching the house. The support agent asked if I was safe now. I said yes. She asked if I wanted to file a safety report. I said yes. She asked if the order had been completed. I looked at the green check mark on the screen. Yes, I said. Did the customer receive the order? I looked at the photo with 3 cups. I don't know. There was typing. Then she said, the customer has confirmed receipt. Of course they had. I asked if another driver had reported the same address. She told me she could not discuss other drivers. I said, there was another driver there. Another pause. Then more typing. She asked, were you involved in an incident with another delivery contractor? That was when I stopped trusting the call. Not completely, just enough. Because the way she phrased it made it sound like the other driver and I were the problem. 2 contractors at one address. Confusion, disturbance, possible customer complaint. I said, no, we both got the same kind of order. She said, I can document that. Document. That word again. A place for something to be filed where no one had to understand it. I hung up before she finished reading the safety script. For the next hour, I stayed in the gas station lot. I watched every truck that passed. I checked my mirrors every time headlights turned in. I opened the app twice, then closed it. Jay Ellis did not message again. That silence bothered me more than the messages had. Around 2:15, the other driver pulled into the gas station. Not fast. Not like someone being chased. He turned in slowly, parked near the air pump, and sat there with his headlights on for a long moment before getting out. I recognized the hoodie. I got out too. We stood about 20 feet apart at first, both of us looking past each other, checking the street behind. Then he lifted one hand, not a wave. More like proof he was not holding anything. I walked over. His face looked worse under the gas station lights. Younger than I had thought, early 20s maybe, pale, sweaty, trying hard not to show it. He said, Did yours complete? I nodded. Photo? 3 cups, I said. His face changed. He opened his phone and showed me his proof photo. Same porch, same 3 cups, different angle. In his photo, I was visible at the edge of the frame, walking toward my car, the back of my jacket, one hand holding my phone. The pickup was in the background. Its parking lights were on. But that was not what I focused on. In his proof photo, the man behind the chain door was visible, only partly. A sliver of face in the gap, one eye, a cheek, part of a mouth. He did not look angry. He looked scared. The other driver whispered. He was trying to warn us. I did not answer, because I still did not know that. I still did not know if the man was warning us, or if he was part of it, or if he had learned exactly what to say to make drivers choose the wrong thing. The other driver said, "My customer name wasn't M. Harper." I looked at him. "You said it was." "I know," he swallowed. "It changed." He turned his phone back to the order page. The name now said J. Ellis, same as mine. I opened my own app. My customer name was still J. Ellis for about 3 seconds. Then the screen refreshed. The name disappeared. Customer. That was all. Just customer. No initial, no last name, no profile. The other driver saw it happen. He whispered, "What the hell?" Then his phone buzzed. So did mine. At the same time, customer note added. We both looked down. Mine said, "Thank you for keeping it normal." His said, "Thank you for not making a scene." Neither of us spoke for a while. Then the other driver deleted the app right there, standing under the gas station lights. I did not yet. I wanted the proof photo. I wanted the order page. I wanted the messages. That was the mistake I kept making, thinking proof would make me safer. The next morning, I searched the address online. Nothing strange came up at first. The house existed. It had sold a few years earlier. 1 story, 2 bedrooms, built in the 70s. The real estate photos showed a normal little house with beige walls and ugly ceiling fans. No mention of a J. Ellis. No news article. No police report that I could find. Then I found a neighborhood group post from 2 nights before. Someone had written, "Anyone else getting random delivery drivers knocking after midnight on Briar Lane? They keep bringing cups of ice to the old Whitcomb place. Nobody lives there right now." There were 43 comments. Most were jokes. One person said teenagers were probably messing with delivery apps. Another said the house had been empty since the owner moved to assisted living. Another said, "No, there's a truck there some nights." Then someone else replied, "The truck is not from that house." Farther down, another comment said, "A woman named Ellis rented a room there years ago. Not sure if related." Someone replied, "Didn't she disappear?" The original commenter asked them not to spread rumors. Then the thread ended with a moderator note. Comments closed due to speculation. I sat there in bed, reading the thread over and over. Nobody knew. That was the part that bothered me. The neighborhood did not know if the house was empty. The app did not know if the customer was real. The man in the house said she tells all of you that. The customer said he lies. The truck watched the driveway. The proof photo showed 3 cups. Every answer created another question. By noon, the delivery messages were gone from the app. Not archived. Gone. The order remained, but the chat showed unavailable. The proof photo stayed. For 1 more day. Then it disappeared too. A gray square replaced it. Photo unavailable. But I had already saved it. I had saved all of it. The photo with 3 cups. The customer notes, the messages. The other driver's number, because we exchanged contacts in the gas station parking lot. I texted him the next afternoon. "You good?" He answered 2 hours later. "Yeah, you?" I wrote. "Did the photo disappear?" He replied, "Yeah." Then, "There are still 3 wet rings on my passenger seat." I stared at that. I typed, "What do you mean?" He sent a picture, his passenger seat, gray cloth, 3 dark circles in a neat row, like 3 cups had been sitting there long enough to sweat through the fabric. But he had only carried 1 cup, and he had not put it on the seat, he said. He had thrown it away at the gas station. I looked out at my own car through the bedroom window. I did not want to check. Of course I checked. There was 1 wet ring in my passenger cup holder. That made sense. I had carried 1 cup. But in the passenger seat, on the fabric beside the cup holder, there were 2 more circles, dry by then, but visible. 3 rings, same spacing as the cups in the proof photo. I sold that car 3 months later. I told myself it was because the transmission was going. That was partly true, but the real reason was that every time I drove at night, I could smell melting ice. I never found out what happened at that house. I never found out if Jay Ellis was real. I never found out who the man behind the chain door was, or why he looked more frightened in the photo than he sounded in person. The other driver stopped answering texts after a few weeks. His last message to me was a screenshot from his app. New order available. 1 small ice. No tip. Different restaurant. Different neighborhood. Same delivery note. Please don't cancel. I know it's weird. I just need help making it look normal. Under it, the app showed a customer name, not Jay Ellis, not M. Harper, a Whitman. I told him not to take it. He replied, "I'm not stupid." Then, a minute later, it says the pickup is already in my car. That was the last thing he sent me. I do not know what happened after that. Maybe he got scared and threw his phone away. Maybe he blocked me. Maybe nothing happened, and he was embarrassed. That is what I hope. But sometimes, when I am stopped at a red light late at night, and I see a delivery driver pull into a dark neighborhood with only 1 item in the passenger seat, I think about that order. 1 cup of ice. No tip. A note that sounds like someone asking for help. And I think the worst part was not that I stayed too long. It was that I still do not know if leaving sooner would have made me a coward, or saved me, or left someone else alone with whatever was inside that house. I still do not know if she was asking for help, or collecting witnesses. I didn't notice it was the same customer until the 3rd order. That sounds impossible. It wasn't. The names were different. The apps were different. The neighborhoods were different. At first, each delivery looked like its own small, annoying thing. Nothing worth connecting. Nothing dangerous enough to stop the night. That was how it worked. In Chicago, if you delivered late enough, you learned to run more than 1 app. Food on one, groceries on another. Small courier orders on a 3rd if you were desperate or bored enough to deal with locked buildings and front desks that closed early. I was both that night, desperate and bored. It was cold, the kind of damp Chicago cold that gets into your sleeves when you pump gas. I had been driving since dinner, and the money had been bad until after 10. Then the bonuses started. Low driver supply, busy area, extra pay. All the little banners that make you ignore the fact that you have been sitting in your car for 6 hours eating gas station almonds for dinner. Around 11:20, I got a grocery order from a small market on the northwest side. Nothing strange. 1 carton of milk, 1 box of saltines, 1 roll of paper towels. The customer name was C. Morley. The delivery address was a small brick bungalow in a quiet neighborhood, not far from a train line. The note said, "Please leave it by the side gate. Sorry for the odd request." That was not odd. Not to me. People asked for side gates all the time. Dogs, sleeping babies, bad knees, roommates, porch theft. Every weird instruction had a normal reason if you did not feel like arguing with it. The order paid fine. The pickup was quick. The market clerk put everything into 1 thin plastic bag and told me to have a good night without looking up from his phone. I drove 8 minutes to the address. The house looked ordinary. Brown brick, narrow front steps, a small patch of grass, mostly dead from winter, a chain-link fence along the side, with a gate that led toward the backyard. No lights on except a small bulb near the back. No car in the driveway. No movement in the windows. I checked the app again. Side gate. So I carried the bag down the narrow walkway. The gate was not locked. It opened with a rusty little click. I placed the grocery bag just inside, against the fence, where the customer would see it from the back door. Then I took the proof photo with the gate and part of the house in frame. The app accepted it right away. Delivery complete. I was already turning back toward the sidewalk when my phone buzzed. C. Morley. "Thank you for being patient with the gate." I stopped. There had been no problem with the gate. No stuck latch. No lock. No code. No waiting. It opened on the first try. For a few seconds, I just stood there in the narrow side yard, looking back at the gate like it might have done something I missed. It looked like a gate. Rusty hinge, thin metal latch, frost on the top rail, nothing else. I typed, No problem. That was what you said when something felt slightly off, but not off enough to make it a thing. The reply came almost immediately. You always do it carefully. I looked at the message longer than I should have. You always do it carefully. Maybe they meant drivers in general. Maybe it was an auto-corrected sentence. Maybe they had ordered before and confused me with someone else. I had no reason to turn that into anything, so I went back to my car. Before getting in, I looked at the proof photo, mostly to make sure the bag was visible, in case the customer tried anything later. It was a clear picture. The grocery bag sat beside the side gate. The milk carton shape showed through the plastic. The paper towels made the bag lean to one side. But behind the gate, in the darker part of the yard, there was a shape. Not a person exactly. Not enough to say that. Just the vertical darkness near the back fence, where the alley light did not reach. It could have been a tree trunk, a trash bin, a shadow from the garage. I zoomed in. The image broke apart into grain. Nothing useful. My phone buzzed again. Drive safe. That was normal. Kind, even. I got in the car and left. 10 minutes later, I had almost forgotten about it. That is the part I think about now. How fast the mind throws away the first warning if the second thing looks normal enough. I took a short food order from a diner near Logan Square. The app was different. Different color. Different sound. Different customer profile. The order was small. Soup. Ginger ale. That was it. The customer name was M. Harper. I remember feeling something tighten in my stomach when I saw the name, but I could not place why. Drivers see hundreds of names. Some repeat. Some sound familiar because they are common. Harper was not rare. M could be anyone. The note said, "Please wait until the light turns off." It makes him less nervous. I sat outside the diner with my hand on the gear shift, reading it again. The sensible thing would have been to cancel, but the pickup was ready. The drop-off was on my way south. The customer was not asking me to come inside, not asking me to meet anyone. Just wait until a light turned off. Strange, but not enough. That was the phrase that kept following me that night. Not enough. I picked up the order. The diner cashier handed me a paper bag and a bottle of ginger ale from the cooler behind the counter. She did not say anything about the order being weird. That helped. Normal people doing normal work can make a bad decision feel ordinary. The address was a 2-flat on a residential street with parked cars lining both sides. Not the same neighborhood as the grocery order. Not even close enough to feel connected. The porch light was on when I arrived, a yellow bulb above a glass front door. I parked at the curb and looked at the note again. Please wait until the light turns off. I did not get out right away. I watched the front of the house. Nothing moved. No curtain. No shadow. No person at the window. Then my phone buzzed. M. Harper, you remembered. I had not done anything yet. I was still in the car. I looked at the house again. The porch light went out. Not flickered, not dimmed, just off. The street seemed to get colder when it happened. I typed, "I think you may have the wrong driver." The reply came back fast. "No, you're the careful one. No, you're the careful one." I sat in the car with the soup cooling on the passenger seat, and the ginger ale rolling slightly in the cup holder every time the engine vibrated. The porch light was off now. The front of the 2-flat looked flatter without it, less like a house, more like a dark photograph of a house. The glass front door reflected the street behind me, and for a second I could see my own headlights stretched across it like pale lines. I did not like that message. The careful one. It sounded too specific to be a mistake. I typed, "I've never delivered here before." The answer came back, "Not here." 2 words, "Not here." That was when I almost canceled. I had the app open. I had my thumb near the support button. I could have said the customer was making me uncomfortable. I could have left the food on the porch, taken a photo, and accepted whatever rating came after. But the order was not dangerous by itself. That was the problem. A bowl of soup, a ginger ale, a dark porch. A customer who might have confused me with another driver. If I told support that, it would sound like nothing. And maybe it was nothing. Maybe M. Harper had delivered to me before on another app and did not know how customer profiles worked. Maybe they thought drivers were easier to identify than we were. Maybe they had ordered from this diner every week, and all the drivers blurred together in their head. I wanted that to be true, so I got out. I kept my phone in my hand and the engine running. I did not lock the car at first. Then I hated that I had not locked it, went back, hit the button, and listened to the doors click. The street was quiet, not empty, just late. A bus passed at the corner 2 blocks away. Somewhere upstairs in a neighboring building, someone laughed once, then a window slid shut. A dog chain rattled behind a fence. Normal sounds, city sounds. I carried the diner bag and ginger ale up the short walkway. The front porch was narrow, with chipped gray paint on the steps and a metal railing cold enough to make my fingers ache when I brushed it. There was no mat, no package, no sign on the door. The delivery note had not said to knock, only wait until the light turned off. The light was off. So I set the bag down by the door and placed the ginger ale beside it. Then I took the photo. The app accepted it. That should have been the end. I stepped back. My phone buzzed. Please wait until he notices. I stared at the message. There it was. The small addition after the job was done. Just wait. Not come inside. Not knock. Just wait. A request small enough that leaving felt impatient. I looked at the dark glass door. There was no movement behind it. I typed, "The order is at the door." M. Harper replied, "I know. He gets anxious if people leave too fast." I had heard versions of that before. Customers used anxiety as explanation all the time. Dogs had anxiety. Children had anxiety. Parents, roommates, veterans, exes, themselves. Maybe it was true. Maybe it was not. But once someone said anxious, every normal boundary felt a little crueler. I stood there. 5 seconds. 10. I counted because counting made waiting feel like a choice. At 15, the glass door reflected something behind me. I turned. Nothing. Just the street, my car, parked cars along both curbs, bare branches over the sidewalk. I looked back at the door. In the reflection, a figure stood near the curb beside my car, not moving. I turned again. No one. The reflection stayed wrong. That was hard to process. The glass showed a person where the street did not. I stepped sideways. The reflected figure shifted too, staying near my car, but angled toward me. I backed away from the door. My phone buzzed. Don't make it obvious. My hands went cold. I looked around again, not caring if it was obvious anymore. The sidewalk was empty. The parked cars were empty. The windows were dark, and still, in the glass, the figure remained behind me. Then, the porch light came back on. The reflection vanished. The sudden yellow bulb made the door look ordinary again. Food bag, ginger ale, chipped step, no figure. My phone buzzed. "Thank you." He noticed. I did not wait for anything else. I walked back to my car and got in. The app showed delivery complete. No issue, no warning, no customer complaint. That should have helped. It did not. I pulled away from the curb too fast and had to brake at the corner for a cyclist cutting through the red light. He cursed at me. I almost thanked him because he sounded real. At the next block, I opened my active apps and paused the food delivery one. I told myself I was done for the night. Then the courier app pinged. Different sound, different screen, different company. A small package pickup from a convenience store locker 6 minutes away. Drop off near my apartment. High payout. No restaurant wait. No food smell. No porch. I almost declined it anyway. Then I saw the customer name, a Whitman. My fingers tightened on the wheel. I knew that name, or thought I did. Not from my own life exactly. Not like a friend or coworker. More like one of those names you see in an email subject line and feel bad about before you remember why. I sat at the green light too long. The car behind me honked. The courier offer timer counted down. 30 seconds. 29. 28. The note preview said, "You were kind before. Please don't cancel." I let the timer drop to 12, then 8, then 5. I should have let it expire. Instead, I accepted. I know how that sounds, but understand the route. The pickup was at a public convenience store. The drop-off was a lobby. No house, no dark porch, no request to wait, no medical bag, no cooler, no inside. And by that point, I wanted proof. Not proof for support, proof for myself. I wanted to know if this was a coincidence, a prank, or something connected enough that I could stop pretending the night was normal. That was not curiosity. Not exactly. It was the need to know whether fear had a shape. The pickup locker was inside a bright convenience store attached to a gas station. 2 employees were behind the counter. A police car was parked outside with nobody in it. The place smelled like burnt coffee and hot dogs rolling under a heat lamp. Public. Bright. Safe enough. I entered the pickup code. Before I hit the final number, one locker door clicked open. 3 rows down, not the one on my screen. A small metal door popped out half an inch. I looked at the screen. It still said enter code. The open locker was number 17. My assigned locker was 23. I stood there listening to the refrigerator hum behind me and the cashier scanning lottery tickets at the counter. Then my phone buzzed. A Whitman. That one is easier. I did not move. Another message came. You always hesitate before the third one. The third one. Grocery. Food. Courier. I looked over my shoulder at the employees. Neither was watching me. The store was normal. The locker door waited. I opened number 17. Inside was a sealed brown envelope. No shipping label. No printed address. Only one line written across the front in black marker. For the same driver. For the same driver. I stood in front of the open locker with the envelope in my hand, reading those 4 words over and over. The same driver. Not a name. Not an address. Not a unit number. Just that. I looked at the courier app. The pickup screen still showed locker 23. It still said, waiting for code confirmation. But locker 17 was open, and the envelope was in my hand. And A. Whitman had already messaged me like this was the correct package. That one is easier. You always hesitate before the third one. I turned toward the counter. One employee was helping a man buy cigarettes. The other was restocking little bottles of windshield washer fluid near the window. Neither of them looked at me. That made the whole thing feel worse. If someone had been staring, if the employees had looked afraid, if anything in that store had acknowledged that something was wrong, I might have known what to do. But the coffee burned in its pot. The hot dogs rolled under orange light. The refrigerator cases hummed. A police car sat empty outside, parked under bright white lights. Everything around me insisted this was still a normal pickup. I should have put the envelope back. I know that. I should have closed the locker door, walked to the counter, and told someone the wrong compartment opened. I should have called courier support while standing inside the store, where people could see me. Instead, I held the envelope and stared at the app. Cancel after pickup may affect courier eligibility. That line appeared before I even pressed anything. The app thought I had picked it up, or maybe it knew I was about to. My phone buzzed. A Whitman, please don't cancel. It only makes the route longer. The route, not the delivery. The route. I typed. What route? The typing dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, the reply came. The one you already started. I looked at the envelope. For the same driver. My first thought was that this was a scam. Some weird cross-app scam using driver data. Someone had gotten my name, my patterns, maybe even my phone number. Chicago was full of strange little frauds if you worked gig apps long enough. Fake pickups, stolen accounts, customers using one app to bait another. A scam would have been comforting. A scam meant there was someone behind it making money. This did not feel like money. I carried the envelope to the counter. The cashier looked up from the register. Everything good? I almost said no. Instead, I asked, do people ever have the wrong locker open? He shrugged. Sometimes. That was all. Sometimes. Another ordinary answer. I held up the envelope. This one doesn't have a label. He glanced at it, not concerned. Courier stuff is weird. If the app says it's yours, it's yours. The app did say it was mine, now. The pickup screen had changed. Package retrieved. Proceed to drop off. I had not scanned anything. I had not confirmed anything, but the map loaded anyway. Drop-off location. Residential apartment lobby near Edgewater. 22 minutes. On my way home. That was the bait. Always close enough. Always reasonable enough. I walked back to my car with the envelope held away from my body, like it might be wet or sharp. It was not. It was light, flat, sealed with a strip of clear tape. No smell, no sound. Nothing inside that shifted when I tilted it. I set it on the passenger seat. Then I sat behind the wheel and did not start the engine. The sensible thing would have been to stay there and call support. I tried. The courier support chat opened with a bot. Select issue, package issue, pickup issue, safety issue. I tapped safety. The bot asked if I was in immediate danger. I looked around the gas station parking lot. A man filling his tires. 2 teenagers buying sodas. The empty police car. Bright lights. I tapped no. The bot gave me 3 articles about safe delivery practices. I laughed once. Not because it was funny, because the system could not understand what kind of unsafe this was. My phone buzzed. A Whitman. They never understand the whole route. I went cold. I looked at the store, at the counter, at the empty police car, at the envelope on my passenger seat. Then I started the engine. I did not do it because I wanted to complete the delivery. I did it because sitting there suddenly felt worse. The envelope was already in my car. The app already thought I had it. The customer already knew I had contacted support. And the drop-off was a lobby, public enough. No house, no porch, no side door. I told myself I would leave the envelope at the front desk, take the photo, and be done. I told myself that all the way to Edgewater. The building was taller than I expected. Old brick, 12 stories maybe. A green awning over the entrance. A bank of buzzers by the door. The lobby light was on, but there was no doorman visible from the street. The app note said, "Leave at front desk, photo required." That was simple. Simple was good. I parked in a loading zone with my hazards on and carried the envelope inside. The front door was unlocked. The lobby smelled like floor polish and radiator heat. There was a front desk to the right, but the chair behind it was empty. A little desk fan pointed at nobody. A clipboard sat near the edge beside a plastic cup full of pens. No security guard, no doorman, no resident waiting. Just the lobby. I placed the envelope on the desk. Then I looked at the clipboard. It was a sign-in sheet. Visitor name. Time in. Unit. Reason. Most of the lines were blank. The last filled line said, E. Nolan, 12:17 a.m. Unit 2B. Reason. Delivery. I stopped moving. E. Nolan. The name from the receipt. The name from the driver group. The name that should not have been in a Chicago apartment lobby on a courier sign-in sheet. The time was the same too. 12:17 a.m. I checked the lobby clock. 12:16. The second hand ticked loudly in the quiet lobby. I looked back at the sign-in sheet. E. Nolan, 12:17 a.m. Future by 1 minute. My phone buzzed. A Whitman. Please sign in so they know you were polite. I stepped away from the desk. Number. I said it out loud that time, softly, but out loud. The app buzzed. Recipient area not visible. Please include front desk in photo. I had not taken a photo yet. The camera had opened by itself. On the screen, the envelope sat on the desk beside the sign-in sheet. The focus square pulsed over the clipboard, not the package. The clipboard. I lowered the phone. The lobby was still. The elevator numbers above the doors were dark. The desk fan whirred at the empty chair. A Whitman messaged again. The guest book helps. I did not want to touch that clipboard. I did not want my name under E. Nolan's. I did not want any version of me written into whatever this route was. So I took the photo from farther back, keeping the envelope visible and the front desk in frame, but not the sign-in sheet. The app rejected it. Recipient area not visible. I tried again. Rejected. I looked at the envelope. For the same driver. I looked at the sign-in sheet. E. Nolan. 12:17 a.m. 2B. Delivery. The lobby clock ticked. 12:17. The elevator behind me dinged. I turned. Both elevator doors remained closed. No floor number lit. No one came out. My phone buzzed. Please don't make them wait. I looked back at the desk. The sign-in sheet had changed. There was a new line under E. Nolan. My first name, already written. Time in, 12:17 a.m. Unit, blank. Reason. Delivery. The handwriting was not mine. The pen beside the clipboard had not moved. The envelope was gone. I had looked away for maybe 3 seconds. It was gone. The desk was empty, except for the clipboard and cup of pens. I backed toward the lobby door. The app chimed. Delivery complete. Photo added. I did not open the photo until I was outside. I stood under the green awning, cold air hitting my face, and tapped the thumbnail. The photo showed the front desk. The envelope was there. The sign-in sheet was there, and standing behind the empty chair, half hidden by the glare from the lobby light, was a person in a dark jacket, head lowered, hands folded politely in front of them. I zoomed in. The face was blurred, but the sign-in sheet was sharp. Under E. Nolan's name and mine, 3 more lines were visible. M. Harper. A Whitman. J. Ellis. All marked delivery. All timed 12:17 a.m. My phone buzzed. Same driver confirmed. Same driver confirmed. I stood under the green awning outside the apartment building with the phone in my hand, reading those 3 words until they stopped looking real. The street behind me was not empty. That made it worse in a way. There were cars passing. A couple walked a dog on the other side of the road. Someone came out of the building next door, carrying a laundry bag and smoking a cigarette. A train rattled somewhere in the distance, low and metallic. The world around me kept behaving normally. That made it harder to believe what I had just seen inside. I looked back through the lobby glass. The front desk was still there. The empty chair, the desk fan, the clipboard, the cup of pens, no person in the dark jacket, no envelope, no movement near the elevators. The building looked like any other old apartment building in Chicago after midnight. Tired, warm, quiet. I opened the proof photo again. The person behind the desk was still there in the picture, hands folded, head down, blurred face. The sign-in sheet still showed the names: E. Nolan, mine; M. Harper, a Whitman; J. Ellis, all marked delivery, all timed 12:17 a.m. I checked the clock on my phone. 12:18. 1 minute had passed. I wanted to go back inside and look at the sign-in sheet again. I wanted to know if the names were really there or only in the photo. I wanted to take the clipboard and throw it into the street, which made no sense, but fear does not always choose useful ideas. I did not go back in. That was one good decision I made that night. I got in my car and locked the doors. Then I called courier support. Not the food app, not the grocery app. The courier app, because that was the order that had just completed. The first support agent was a chatbot. I typed, "Customer is sending strange messages. Package disappeared. Proof photo shows people who were not there." The bot responded, "I'm sorry you're having trouble. Is the package damaged?" I typed, "Human." Then safety. Then agent. Then unsafe. After about 3 minutes, I got a real person. At least, I think it was a real person. She asked for my order number, my location, and whether I was currently in danger. I looked through the windshield at the apartment building. "No," I said. That was the problem. I was not currently in danger. No one was banging on my window. No one was following me. No one had threatened me. Every message had been polite enough to sound harmless if you read it without context. The agent asked what happened. I tried to explain. I said the wrong locker opened. I said the package had no label. I said the customer knew things about other deliveries from other apps. The agent stopped me there. "I'm sorry," she said. "We can only assist with this courier order." I said, "I understand, but the customer names are connected." She repeated the sentence in a slightly different way. "We do not have visibility into other platforms." That was when I started to understand how protected the whole thing was. Not because it was hidden, because it was separated. One app saw a grocery bag at a side gate. One app saw soup on a porch. One app saw an envelope at a front desk. Each piece was small. Each piece was explainable. Only I had the whole route, and I was the least credible part of it. I asked the agent to look at the proof photo. She said she could see that the delivery had been completed successfully. I asked, "Do you see the sign-in sheet?" A pause. "Yes." "Do you see the names on it?" Another pause. "The photo appears to show a front desk area." That was not an answer. I asked again, "Do you see the names?" She said, "I can document that you felt unsafe." The same kind of sentence every app seemed to use when something got too strange to fit a form. I ended the chat. Then I opened the food app and tried to contact support about the M. Harper order. Different system, different agent, different script. They saw soup, ginger ale, photo accepted, customer confirmed receipt. No issue reported. I tried to explain the porch light message. They told me customers may provide custom drop-off instructions. I tried to explain the reflection in the glass. They asked if I had been physically approached. I said no. They said they were glad I was safe. Then I opened the grocery app. C. Morley. Milk. Saltines. Paper towels. Side gate. Photo accepted. Customer confirmed receipt. No issue. I asked if the customer had messaged other drivers the same way. The agent said they could not discuss customer history. I asked if the customer account was new. They said they could not disclose customer information. I asked if I could block C. Morley. They said I could rate the delivery experience. Rate the delivery experience. That phrase made me laugh so suddenly that it scared me. There I was, sitting outside an apartment building after midnight, trying to report that 3 apps had somehow routed me through the same pattern. And the system wanted a rating. My phone buzzed. Not from support. From the courier app. A Whitman. Please don't explain it to them. I froze. Then another message came. They never understand the whole route. Those were the exact words I had seen earlier. Except now, after 3 failed support attempts, they felt less like a warning and more like proof. I looked around the street. No one stood near my car. No one watched from the apartment doorway. The couple with the dog was gone. The smoker with the laundry bag was gone. The train noise had faded. The city had thinned around me. My phone buzzed again. "You did well." I did not answer. Another message. "You followed the instructions without making it awkward." I turned the phone face down on the passenger seat. It buzzed again, anyway. The sound was muffled against the fabric. Then the food app buzzed. Then the grocery app. 3 different sounds, one after another. I stared at the phone. I did not touch it. The screen lit up with stacked notifications. C. Morley. Thank you again, M. Harper. He calmed down after you left. A. Whitman. Same driver confirmed. Then a fourth notification appeared. Not from any delivery app I recognized. No icon. No sender name. Just text. Preferred driver, E. Nolan, unavailable. I stopped breathing. The notification disappeared before I could tap it. Gone. No app. No message center. No history. Nothing. I picked up the phone with both hands and searched every notification list I could find. Recent. App history. System alerts. Nothing. Preferred driver, E. Nolan, unavailable. I said the name out loud in the car, E. Nolan. The windshield fogged slightly from my breath. I opened the proof photo again. The sign-in sheet showed E. Nolan at the top, 12:17 a.m. Unit 2B. Reason, delivery. I zoomed in on the next lines. Mine was under it. Then Mr. Harper. A Whitman. J. Ellis. But the more I looked, the less they seemed like customer names. They looked like entries, stops, roles. People who had either ordered, delivered, waited, or been used to get someone else there. I could not tell which. That was the worst part. The names had stopped behaving like names. They were labels now. I put the car in drive. I needed to leave. I did not know where I was going. Home, probably. Or somewhere bright. A gas station. A police station if I could force myself to walk inside and sound sane. As I pulled away from the curb, my courier app refreshed. The completed delivery page changed. The customer name, A Whitman, faded out. For 1 second, the field went blank. Then, a new name appeared. C. Morley. I nearly hit the brake. The same order. Same envelope. Same lobby. But now the customer name matched the grocery order. I tapped the screen with one shaking thumb. The name changed again. M. Harper. Then J. Ellis. Then customer. Then no name at all. The app crashed. The screen went black. For a second, my phone reflected my face back at me. Behind my reflection, in the passenger window, there was a red shape. I looked right. Nothing. Just the passenger seat. The brown envelope was not there. Of course it was not there. I had left it in the lobby. It had disappeared from the desk. But in the dark glass reflection, for 1 second, I saw a red plastic corner beside the seat, like the edge of a cooler, old, faded. Close enough to be familiar. The image vanished when a streetlight passed over the car. I drove faster. Not recklessly, but faster than I should have on those narrow streets. The apps kept waking up on my phone, one by one. Grocery, food, courier, all showing completed orders, all from the same night, all with different photos. I pulled into a 24-hour grocery store parking lot and stopped under the brightest light I could find. Then I took screenshots. Every order, every message, every proof photo, the side gate, the dark porch, the lobby desk. I put them side by side in my phone gallery. That was when I saw it. At first, it was just a color, red. A small red blur in the background of the grocery photo, behind the side gate, near the dark yard. I had thought it was a trash bin or a shadow. In the porch photo, there was another red blur reflected in the glass door behind me. In the lobby photo, under the front desk, half hidden by the chair, there was a red corner. 3 different neighborhoods, 3 different apps, 3 different customers, same shade of red. Not enough to prove anything. Enough to make me feel sick. I zoomed in on the lobby photo. The red corner under the desk had a strip of white across it. Tape, maybe. Or glare, maybe. I zoomed in until the pixels broke. The white strip looked like it had writing on it. Not readable, not clear, but 3 marks stood out. 2B. My phone buzzed. All 3 apps at once. The notifications stacked again. C. Morley, M. Harper, A Whitman. Then the unknown one. You're easier to route now. I turned the phone off. For the rest of the night, I drove without GPS. I used streets I knew. Big roads, bright roads, roads with traffic cameras and buses and people waiting at stops. I did not take shortcuts. I did not turn down residential blocks if I could help it. When I got home, I left the phone in the glove compartment and went inside without it. I slept maybe 2 hours. In the morning, the phone was dead. Battery drained from 80% to nothing. When I charged it, the screenshots were gone. Not all my photos, only the screenshots from that night. The proof photos remained inside the apps. But when I opened them, the red corners were no longer visible. The side gate was just a side gate. The porch was just a porch. The lobby was just a lobby. No red blur. No white tape. Number 2B. But the messages were still there. 1 from each customer. C. Morley. You always do it carefully. M. Harper. No, you're the careful one. A Whitman. Same driver confirmed. And one email I did not remember receiving. No sender, no subject, only one line. That was when I stopped thinking of them as customers. Customers had addresses. Customers had preferences. Customers forgot gate codes or typed instructions badly, or asked you to leave soup on the left chair because the right chair had spiders. Customers were annoying. Sometimes strange, sometimes rude, but customers were people. Whatever I had been delivering to that night did not feel like people anymore. It felt like something using people's names because the apps required names. C. Morley, M. Harper, A. Whitman, J. Ellis, L. Carver, E. Nolan. The names moved around in my head for the rest of the morning. I wrote them down on the back of an old receipt, then crossed them out because seeing them in my handwriting made me feel like I had signed something. I threw the receipt away, then I dug it out of the trash 10 minutes later. That was the kind of shape my thinking took after that night. Keep proof. Get rid of proof. Call someone. Say nothing. Log back in. Delete everything. Around noon, I finally turned my phone back on and checked the apps. All 3 were still installed. All 3 still showed normal home screens. Busy area nearby. Earn more during lunch. Higher demand expected tonight. Nothing about the apps looked corrupted. Nothing about the world had changed. The phone behaved like a phone again, which somehow felt insulting. I opened the grocery app first. C. Morley's order was in my history. Milk, saltines, paper towels, delivered. Photo accepted. The message thread was still there. Thank you for being patient with the gate. You always do it carefully. Drive safe. Nothing else. No red blur in the proof photo. No shadow behind the gate. I opened the food app. M. Harper's order was there too. Soup. Ginger ale. Delivered. Photo accepted. The chat still showed. You remember. No, you're the careful one. Please wait until he notices. Thank you. He noticed. Again, no proof that anything had happened. The porch photo looked ordinary. Bad lighting, glass reflection, a paper bag, and a bottle beside a door. Then I opened the courier app. That was the one I expected to be gone or changed. But the order was there. Completed. Envelope delivered to front desk. Customer confirmed. Photo accepted. The customer name was no longer a Whitman. It was blank, not customer. Not hidden. Blank. Just an empty space where the name should have been. I tapped the order details. The app froze. For maybe 5 seconds, nothing moved. Then a gray loading wheel appeared over the screen. When it cleared, the customer name was back. A Whitman. I stared at it. Then it changed. C. Morley. Then Mr. Harper. Then J. Ellis. Then L. Carver. Then E. Nolan. Each name stayed on the screen just long enough for me to read it. Then the app closed by itself. I put the phone down on the table. The room was quiet, except for the refrigerator cycling on. I do not know how long I sat there, long enough that the screen went dark. When I picked the phone back up, there was one notification. No icon. No app name. Just text. Same driver confirmed. I took a screenshot. This time, I watched it save. I opened my photo gallery. The screenshot was there. I emailed it to myself. It sent. I opened my laptop and checked the inbox. The email arrived. The screenshot was attached. For almost a full minute, I felt better. Then the email changed. Not vanished, changed. The attachment thumbnail blurred, refreshed, and became a blank white image. I downloaded it anyway. White, empty, no notification, no text. I opened the screenshot on my phone. Still there. Same driver confirmed. I looked back at the laptop. White. I sent it to another email. White. I sent it to a friend with no explanation, just the image. He texted back a minute later. Why did you send me a blank screenshot? That was when I stopped trying to prove it to other people. The proof did not travel. It stayed with me. That was worse than losing it. I spent the rest of the day at home with the blinds open because I did not want the apartment to feel sealed. Every time a car slowed outside, I looked. Every time my upstairs neighbor walked across the floor, I froze. At 7 p.m., the app started sending dinner notifications. I ignored them. At 9 p.m., the bonuses started. I ignored those too. At 10:30, the courier app sent a message. You are near a high priority route. I uninstalled it. At 10:42, the food app sent, customers prefer careful drivers. I uninstalled that one too. At 10:58, the grocery app sent, repeat customers are waiting. I threw the phone onto the couch. I did not uninstall the grocery app right away. I just sat there staring at that notification. Repeat customers are waiting. A normal marketing message. Probably, maybe. I tapped it before I could stop myself. The app opened to an offer. 1 carton of milk, 1 box of saltines, 1 roll of paper towels. Same items, different store, different neighborhood, higher payout. The customer name was hidden until acceptance. The delivery note preview said, "Please leave it by the side gate. Sorry for the odd request." I declined so hard, my thumb hurt. The next offer appeared immediately. Soup, ginger ale, different diner, different neighborhood. Note preview. Please wait until the light turns off. It makes him less nervous. Decline. The third offer came before the second one fully disappeared. Small courier pickup. Envelope. Lobby drop-off. Note preview. You were kind before. Please don't cancel. I turned the phone off. Then I took the SIM card out. Then I put the phone in a kitchen drawer and closed it. For 10 seconds, nothing happened. Then the phone buzzed inside the drawer. Once, then again, then again. A dead phone without a SIM card, face down in a drawer, buzzing like it was still trying to be useful. I left the apartment. I did not grab a jacket. I did not grab my wallet. I took my keys and got into my car and drove to a 24-hour laundromat because it was bright and there were cameras and 2 people inside folding clothes under fluorescent lights. I sat there for 3 hours without doing laundry. At some point, a woman in a Cubs hoodie looked at me and asked if I was okay. I said yes. She did not believe me. She also did not push. That small mercy almost made me cry. Around 2 a.m., I went back home. The phone was still in the drawer, silent now, battery dead when I checked it. I threw it into a box with old chargers and did not touch it for 2 days. When I finally turned it on again, the apps were gone, all 3. I had uninstalled 2 of them, but not the grocery app. The grocery app was gone too. In its place, on the home screen, there was a blank icon. No name, just a white square. I tapped and held it. No options. No delete button. No app info, just a small menu that said, "Route unavailable." I powered the phone off and bought a new one that afternoon. New number, new email, new app accounts for everything except deliveries. For a while, that worked. I stopped driving nights. I picked up weekend shifts at my day job. I borrowed money from my brother and told him my car insurance had gone up. He complained, but sent it. Life became smaller, more expensive, safer. Then, 3 weeks later, I got a letter, not an email. A physical letter, no return address, no stamp. It was tucked into the gap under my apartment door, white envelope. My first name written on the front, no last name. I knew not to open it. I opened it anyway. Inside was a printed screenshot, grocery app interface, an order offer, 1 carton of milk, 1 box of saltines, 1 roll of paper towels, estimated payout, $12.17. Customer name, C. Morley. Below that was another screenshot. Food app. Soup. Ginger ale. Estimated payout, $12.17. Customer name, M. Harper. Another. Courier app. Envelope. Front desk delivery. Estimated payout, $12.17. Customer name, a Whitman. Another. Fast food. 1 small ice. Estimated payout, $12.17. Customer name, J. Ellis. Another. Fried chicken. 2 sweet teas. Mashed potatoes. Estimated payout, $12.17. Customer name, L. Carver. The last page was different. No app interface. Just a photo. A red cooler under a porch light. White tape across the lid. Right front corner bent upward. The photo was blurry, but the 3 faded marks on the tape were readable. 2B. On the back of the photo, someone had printed 1 sentence. E. Nolan is unavailable. I put the papers back into the envelope. Then I drove to a police station. I parked outside and sat there for almost an hour. I had the envelope on the passenger seat. I watched people walk in and out. Officers. A woman with a folder. A man arguing into his phone near the steps. Everything I needed was right there. Lights, cameras, real people, a front desk. I did not go inside. I wish I had a better reason. The truth is, I could already hear myself explaining it. The delivery apps are sending me connected orders. The names change. The screenshots go blank when I send them. A customer named E. Nolan is unavailable. There is a red cooler with 2B on it. At best, they would take a report. At worst, they would ask if I had slept. So I drove away. I burned the papers in a cheap metal grill behind my building. I watched the screenshots curl and blacken. The photo of the cooler took longer because the paper was glossy. The red plastic darkened first, then the white tape, then the 2B disappeared into smoke. For about a week, nothing happened. Then I noticed the delivery drivers, not all of them. just enough. A car would idle outside my building for too long. A driver would check his phone, look at the entrance, then cancel something and drive away. A woman carrying groceries paused at the side gate, stared at her screen, then walked back to her car without setting anything down. Maybe that had always happened. Maybe I was only noticing because of the letter. Then one night, a driver rang my buzzer. I did not order anything. I looked through the intercom camera. A young man stood in the entryway, holding a sealed brown envelope. He looked tired, cold, annoyed, normal. He pressed the buzzer again. I did not answer. He looked down at his phone, then up at the camera. He said, "Delivery." His voice came through the little speaker, thin and distorted. I still did not answer. He waited. Then his phone must have buzzed, because he looked at it and frowned. He said, quieter, "That's weird." He turned the envelope around. On the front, in black marker, were 4 words. For the same driver. I backed away from the intercom. The buzzer rang again, then stopped. After a while, I looked through the camera. The entryway was empty. No driver. No envelope. I thought he had left. Then, my new phone buzzed. The phone with the new number. The phone that had never had delivery apps installed. Unknown sender. "You're harder to route now." I changed my number again. Then I moved. I told my landlord I needed to be closer to work. I sold the car too, because by then, every mounted phone in every passing sedan made my stomach tighten. I moved to a smaller place near a train line and stopped giving my address to almost anyone. That sounds paranoid. Maybe it is, but I sleep better. Most nights. Sometimes, though, I still see delivery cars slow down near my building and check their phones. Sometimes I hear footsteps in the hallway and wait for a knock that does not come. Sometimes I dream of a lobby guest book with all the names written in different handwriting, all at 12:17 a.m., all marked delivery. And every time I pass a side gate or a porch light or a red cooler in somebody's yard, I think about that last message. "You're easier to route now," because that was the part I could never forget. Not that someone knew where I was. People can find addresses. Not that someone knew my name. Apps leak names all the time. It was that the system had learned something about me, that I answered polite messages, that I hesitated before canceling, that I tried to finish what I started, that I kept looking for a normal explanation, long after the normal explanations ran out. I used to think being careful meant checking the address twice, taking the photo, following the note, being respectful. Now I think being careful means knowing when politeness has become a leash. The last delivery offer I ever saw was not on my phone. It was printed on a flyer taped to a utility pole near my new apartment. I noticed it walking home from the train. It looked like an ad for a local courier service. Flexible hours, high pay, late night routes available. At the bottom, someone had torn off most of the phone number tabs. Only one was left. I do not know why I looked closer. Maybe because the paper was too new. Maybe because the tape was white and old looking. Maybe because some part of me already knew. The remaining tab had no phone number, only a name. Same driver. And under it, in tiny print, preferred. I left it there. I did not tear it down. I did not take a picture. I did not tell anyone. I walked home on the other side of the street. That was when I stopped thinking of them as customers and started thinking of myself as an address. The app didn't ask me to deliver food. It asked me to finish another driver's delivery. That should have been enough for me to decline. I know that now. At the time, it looked like a bad reassignment. Annoying, but not impossible. Drivers canceled all the time. Phones died. Cars broke down. Customers changed instructions halfway through. Sometimes the app routed the closest person to clean up whatever another driver could not finish. I had done reassigned deliveries before. Cold pizza, missing grocery bags, a birthday cake sitting at the wrong apartment, a package some driver left at a gas station because he got into an argument with support. It was never good money for the time it took. But that night the payout was high, too high. $34 and change for what the app called a short completion route. I was outside Nashville, sitting in the parking lot of a closed vape shop, debating whether to go home. It was almost midnight. I had already worked dinner rush, waited through 2 dead hours, and taken every ugly little order the apps threw at me because I was close to hitting a weekly bonus. 2 more completed deliveries. That was all I needed. 2 more and I would get the extra 100. I had been chasing that bonus since Monday. That is the kind of thing that matters when you do this work. Not in a dramatic way, just in the boring, practical way money matters. Gas, rent, tires, a phone bill. The 1,000 small reasons you tell yourself one more order is fine. The offer stayed on my screen. Reassigned courier completion. Pickup, 4.8 miles. Drop-off, final address pending. Previous driver unavailable. I stared at that last line. Unavailable, not canceled. Not unresponsive, unavailable. That word felt strange, but app language was always strange. Half the warnings sounded like they had been written by someone who had never spoken to a driver in their life. I tapped the details. A notice opened. This order was started by another courier. Completing reassigned deliveries may improve reliability score. Canceling after acceptance may affect route priority. There it was. The leash. Reliability score. Route priority. The app never had to threaten you directly. It just had to remind you that every decision became a number somewhere. I should have let the timer run out. Instead, I accepted. The customer name did not appear right away. For a few seconds, the app showed only customer hidden. Then the route loaded. Pickup instructions available. Previous driver, E. Nolan. I did not know the name then. E. Nolan. It meant nothing to me. Just another driver. Another person trying to make rent. Another name trapped in a system full of names. The pickup note appeared under it. Pick up the red cooler by the side door. Do not open it. Deliver it to the final address. Please be respectful. The last driver made it difficult. I read the note 3 times. A cooler was not the strangest thing I had ever moved. People used courier apps for everything. Forgotten keys, catering bins, medical samples, cooler bags, documents, return items. I once delivered a shoebox labeled fragile and never asked what was inside. Do not open. It was normal. By itself. Please be respectful was not. The last driver made it difficult was worse. I almost canceled. Then I looked at the payout again. $34. Short completion route. One order after this and I would hit the bonus. I told myself the same lie drivers tell themselves every night. I would just look at the pickup location. If it felt wrong, I would leave. The route took me away from the commercial strip and out toward narrower roads. The streetlights thinned. The gas stations disappeared behind me. Houses sat farther back from the road. Separated by dark yards and fences I could only see when my headlights caught them. The pickup address was outside a small town I had passed through before. Not rural enough to feel isolated, not suburban enough to feel safe. A place with county roads, older houses, and side porches people still used because front doors were mostly for guests. The app navigation told me to turn onto a gravel drive with no visible sign. I slowed down before I did. There was a mailbox near the entrance. The numbers were faded, but close enough to the app address. Close enough. I hated that phrase by then. I turned in anyway. The gravel popped under the tires. My headlights swept across a low fence, a patch of weeds, and the side of a one-story house with pale siding. There was a pickup truck parked near the yard, old and dark. One kitchen window glowed yellow. Somewhere inside, a television played low enough that I could hear the rhythm but not the words when I opened my door. The house looked lived in, not welcoming, not empty, just lived in. That helped. It should not have. I parked so the nose of my car faced back toward the driveway. I had learned that much. Never park where you have to reverse under pressure. Before I got out, I checked the note again. Pick up the red cooler by the side door. Do not open it. Deliver it to the final address. I looked toward the side porch. The porch light was on. Under it, beside the side door, sat a red cooler. Small. Old. White lid. The red plastic had faded around the edges like it had spent too many summers outside. The right front corner of the lid curled upward slightly, warped from heat or age. Across the top was a strip of old white tape. There was writing on the tape once. I could tell that much from the car. Not enough, just a few pale marks where ink had survived rain, sun, and time. I stayed in the driver's seat for another few seconds. The smart thing would have been to contact support before touching it, but I knew what support would ask. Are you at the pickup location? Is the item visible? Does the customer note match the item? Do you feel unsafe? And at that moment, the honest answers would have been yes, 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 and I don't know. The last one never fit their boxes. My phone buzzed. Customer hidden. Thank you for taking this. Please don't make it harder than it already is. That message made my thumb hover over the screen. I had not stepped out. I had not touched the cooler. But the customer, whoever they were, was already apologizing like I was part of something delicate. I typed, "I'm at the pickup." The reply came fast. "I know. Please be calm with it. Calm with it. Not careful. Calm." I looked at the cooler again. Nothing moved. The TV murmured inside the house. A bug zapper popped somewhere in the dark yard with a sharp blue flash. The side door stayed closed. No one came out. No one watched from the window that I could see. I got out. The night air was colder than I expected. Damp. The kind of cold that settles under your shirt when you have been sitting in a heated car too long. I left the engine running. I left the headlights on. I carried only my phone. The app opened the pickup camera automatically when I reached the side porch. Confirm pickup photo. I framed the cooler under the porch light. Red body, white lid, side door behind it. Enough of the house in the background to prove location. The app accepted the photo. Pickup confirmed. The customer name finally appeared, L. Carver. I remember staring at it for a second. There was nothing special about the name to me then, just 2 letters and a last name. But the moment it appeared, the television inside the house went silent. Not turned off, silent, like someone had muted it. My phone buzzed. L. Carver, thank you for not looking inside. I had not opened the cooler. I had not touched the lid. I had only taken a photo. I looked around the porch for a camera. No doorbell camera. No little black dome under the eaves. No obvious lens pointed at the cooler. Maybe there was one hidden. Maybe the app sent a pickup confirmation. Maybe the customer was guessing. Those were the explanations I gave myself while I bent down and gripped the cooler handle. It was heavier than I expected. Not impossible to lift, just heavier than an empty cooler should have been. Something inside shifted when I picked it up. A slow movement. Not ice. Not cans. More like liquid sliding against plastic. I froze with the cooler a few inches off the porch. The side door remained closed. The kitchen window stayed yellow. The bug zapper popped again. My phone buzzed. Please don't shake it. He was upset when Nolan did that. I looked at the screen. Nolan. The previous driver. E. Nolan. The one who was unavailable. I set the cooler down gently, then lifted it again. Slower. The app updated. Final address, unlocking. For a few seconds, the map spun. Then, a new destination appeared. A closed roadside diner near the highway. 9 minutes away. Public enough. Bright enough. Maybe. Not a house. That helped. I carried the cooler back to my car and placed it on the floor behind the passenger seat so it would not tip over. Before closing the back door, I looked at the white tape on the lid. The marks were clearer up close. 2 characters and maybe a letter. Or maybe just scratches. I could not read them. I shut the door. As I walked around to the driver's side, something tapped inside the cooler. Once. Soft. Polite. I stopped with my hand on the car door handle. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Don't answer it while driving. Don't answer it while driving. I stood beside the car with the driver's door half open, reading that message while the cooler sat behind the passenger seat. The tap had been small. So small that if the message had not come right after it, I could have convinced myself it was nothing. A shifting ice pack, a loose plastic hinge, the cooler settling on the floor mat. But the customer had answered the sound, not me. The sound. Don't answer it while driving. I looked back through the rear passenger window. The cooler sat low in the dark footwell, almost invisible except for the pale white lid, catching a little light from my dashboard. The old tape across the top looked gray from that angle. Nothing moved. No second tap. No voice, no scraping from inside. Just a red cooler sitting in my car like any other courier item. I got in. I locked the doors. Then I sat with both hands on the wheel and tried to make myself think like a normal person. Courier item. Sealed container. Customer privacy. Previous driver had mishandled it. Do not open. Do not shake. Drive to the drop-off. Complete the route. Get the bonus. Go home. That was the script I needed. The app navigation showed the diner 9 minutes away. It sat off a highway access road, close to a gas station and an old motel. Not isolated, not exactly. Even closed businesses felt safer when they were near main roads. I put the car in drive. As I rolled down the gravel driveway, the cooler shifted behind me with the turn. Something inside moved slowly from one side to the other. Liquid. That was the best explanation. A cooler full of liquid. Maybe medical samples. Maybe soup containers. Maybe something from a restaurant that had to stay cold. Maybe anything that did not need my imagination attached to it. My phone buzzed while the car was still on the driveway. L. Carver. Thank you for driving carefully. I had not done anything careful. I was just driving. That was the problem with those messages. They made ordinary things feel observed. Not dramatic, not impossible. Just watched closely enough that the normal explanation started to feel thin. I did not answer. The app had warned me not to interact while driving, or the customer had. At that point, the difference barely mattered. I reached the county road and turned toward the highway. The house disappeared behind trees and darkness. The kitchen light was the last thing I saw, a small yellow square shrinking in the rearview mirror until the road curved and swallowed it. For the first 2 minutes, nothing happened. No tapping, no new messages, no strange movement from the cooler. The road opened wider, and a few houses gave way to closed businesses. A storage place with a broken sign, a self-serve car wash, a church with a digital board that flashed the wrong time. 12:17. Then 9:04. Then 12:17 again. I noticed it and looked away. Digital signs glitched. Everything had to be allowed to be normal until proven otherwise. A sound came from the back seat, not a tap. A soft plastic creak. I kept my eyes on the road. Another creak. Then the smallest scrape, like something inside the cooler had pressed against the lid and moved along it. My hands tightened around the wheel. I did not look. That felt important. Looking would be answering it. I focused on the lane lines and the blue navigation arrow crawling toward the diner. The app voice told me to turn right in half a mile. Then my phone buzzed. L. Carver. You're doing better than Nolan. I almost missed the turn. The tires thumped over the edge of the lane, and I corrected too sharply. The cooler slid against the back of the passenger seat with a dull bump. Immediately, something tapped from inside. 3 times. Not loud. Not frantic. Polite, like knuckles on a door. I pulled into the diner parking lot harder than I meant to and stopped under the only working light. The diner was closed. Of course it was. A low building with red trim, chrome around the windows, and a sign shaped like a coffee cup that had gone dark except for one flickering letter. The front windows were black. The booths inside were empty. A napkin dispenser sat on the counter near the register, catching a little light from the parking lot. Across the access road, a gas station was still open. That helped. There were 2 cars at the pumps. A man in a work jacket stood by one of them, staring at his phone. A cashier moved behind the glass inside. People. Light. Cameras. I parked facing the diner, not the rear. The app updated. Leave cooler at rear service door. I stared at it. Rear service door, behind a closed diner, at midnight. No. That was the first clear word in my head. No. I tapped support. A warning appeared before the help screen loaded. Canceling after pickup may affect reliability score. I tapped through it. The support chat opened with a spinning wheel. Estimated wait time, 18 minutes. I looked at the gas station. Then at the dark side of the diner. Then at the cooler behind the passenger seat. It tapped once. I did not move. The phone buzzed. L. Carver. This is where Nolan stopped. I read the message twice. This is where Nolan stopped, not where he quit. Not where he canceled. Stopped. My throat felt dry. I typed. I'm not going behind a closed building. I did not send it. I imagined how it would look later. Driver refused drop-off at service door. Customer requested completion. Item visible. Customer polite. No immediate danger. The app would not see the dark lot. It would not hear the cooler. It would not understand why the words stopped felt worse than canceled. I deleted the message. Then I typed, "Can I leave it at the front door?" The reply came fast. Please don't make his mistake harder to fix. There it was again. The guilt, not my mistake. His, Nolan's. The previous driver's unfinished thing. Somebody else had failed, and now I was being asked to be the reasonable one, the calm one, the driver who did not panic, the one who finished the route cleanly. I hated that it worked. I got out of the car. I left my phone recording video in my jacket pocket. That made me feel smarter than I was. The cooler was heavier when I lifted it the second time. Not by much, enough to notice. The handle bent into my fingers. The red plastic knocked lightly against my leg as I carried it around the side of the diner. The rear lot was narrow and darker than the front. A dumpster sat near a wooden fence. Grease bins lined the wall. The smell back there was old oil, wet cardboard, and something sour from the dumpster. A security camera was mounted above the service door, visible, real, pointed down at the entrance. That helped. A metal rack stood beside the door, the kind restaurants use for deliveries or returns. It had 3 empty milk crates on the bottom shelf, and a stack of flattened cardboard on the top. The app showed I was in the correct area. Leave item at rear service door. Photo required. I set the cooler on the metal rack. The rack creaked. The cooler tapped from inside. Once. I stepped back fast enough that my shoe slipped on something damp near the drain. Nothing happened. The service door stayed closed. The camera above it did not move. I lifted my phone and took the photo. The app rejected it. Object not at final delivery point. I stared at the screen. The cooler was on the rack, by the service door, exactly where the app told me to put it. I moved it closer to the door. Rejected. I angled the photo so the service door, rack, and cooler all showed. Rejected. Object not at final delivery point. My support wait time dropped to 16 minutes. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Sorry, that is where Nolan stopped. I looked down at the metal rack. There was something wedged under one of the milk crates. A receipt. I did not want to touch it. I did anyway. It was folded twice and damp at the edges. The paper had softened, but not enough to fall apart. When I opened it, the diner's logo was at the top. Not the fried chicken place. Not the courier app. The diner. Under the logo was a line that made no sense. Driver, E. Nolan. Time, 12:17 a.m. Status, polite enough. Polite enough. I looked at the cooler. The tape on the white lid caught the rear security light. For a second, the faded writing looked clearer. 2. B. Maybe. Or maybe I wanted to see it. The app chimed. Route updated. Corrected address available. I did not press anything. The map shifted. The diner disappeared from the route. A new destination appeared 7 minutes away. Residential address. I said, no. Out loud this time. The word echoed flatly against the back wall of the diner. From inside the cooler, something answered with 2 taps. Not loud. Not urgent. Patient. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. You don't have to fix everything. Then another message. Just finish what he couldn't. I looked at the receipt in my hand. E. Nolan, 12:17 a.m. Polite enough. Then I noticed something printed at the bottom. A customer note. Small, faint, almost lost where the paper had gotten wet. Please send someone who waits. The cooler tapped again. This time, I did not pretend I had not heard it. I picked it up off the rack. Not because I wanted to continue. Because leaving it there had already failed. Because the app had already moved the goal. Because support was still 16 minutes away. Because every system involved was telling me there was only one path that counted. Forward. I carried the cooler back to the car. Across the access road, the man at the gas pump looked up for a second. I almost called to him. I almost said, "Hey, can you stand here while I deal with something?" But what would I have said after that? There is a cooler in my car and the app keeps moving the address. A driver named E. Nolan was polite enough. Something inside keeps knocking. The man looked back at his phone. I opened the rear door and set the cooler behind the passenger seat again. Before I shut the door, I looked at the old tape. The faded mark still refused to settle into anything certain. 2B. Maybe. The cooler tapped once under my hand. This time, I did not jump. I said quietly, "I'm not opening you." My phone buzzed from the driver's seat. L. Carver. No one asked you to. No one asked you to. I stood there with one hand on the rear door and the other still resting on the cooler lid, reading that message through the open driver's door. No one asked you to open it. That should have been a relief. It was not. Because the words made it clear that opening the cooler had never been the point. The customer did not care whether I knew what was inside. The app did not care. Whatever route I had accepted did not care. It only cared that I kept moving it forward. I shut the rear door carefully, not because I was calm, because I was afraid that if I slammed it, the cooler would tap again. I got back behind the wheel and looked at the corrected address. 7 minutes away. A storage unit office, not a house. Not yet. The map showed a place called Harrow Creek Storage, just off a frontage road near the highway. It would be closed at that hour, but storage lots had cameras, gates, lights, and sometimes keypad access, public enough to keep me from throwing the cooler out of the car and driving away. I checked support again. Estimated wait time, 14 minutes. The app was generous like that. It made you feel close enough to help that you kept trying, while the route kept moving faster than any person could answer. I started driving. The cooler stayed quiet for the first mile. I kept my eyes forward and both hands on the wheel. The diner disappeared behind me. The gas station lights shrank in the mirror. The highway ran beside me for a while, bright with trucks and late commuters. Then the navigation pulled me onto another side road, where the streetlights became farther apart again. The customer did not message. That was worse than the messages. The silence made the car feel too small. Every sound inside it became something to identify. The heater fan, my turn signal, a loose coin sliding in the cup holder, the plastic creak from the back seat when the road dipped. At a red light, I looked in the rearview mirror. The cooler sat low behind the passenger seat. White lid, old tape, red body, no movement. Then the light changed, and I saw something else in the mirror, not in the back seat. On the seat itself, a folded receipt had appeared on the passenger seat. I knew it had not been there before. The passenger seat had been empty, except for my charging cable and a bottle of water. Now the receipt sat in the middle of the fabric, folded once, perfectly square, like someone had placed it there while I watched the road. I did not touch it. I kept driving. The storage lot came up on the right after a row of closed auto shops. A rectangular office building sat at the front of the property, dark except for one bright security light over the entrance. Behind it, rows of roll-up storage doors disappeared into the black. The front gate was open. That bothered me immediately. Storage gates were not usually open at 12:30 in the morning. The app directed me past the office and into the first row of units. I stopped before entering. Number. I was not driving deep into a dark storage lot with that thing in my car. I parked beside the office, under the security light. The app updated. Proceed to unit B17. B17. I stared at the unit number. B17. Not 2B, not 1217, just close enough for my mind to reach for patterns. I hated that too. Customer message, L. Carver. Please follow the route. It's easier if you don't improvise. I laughed once, short and angry. Improvise. As if I had chosen any of this. I typed. I'm leaving it at the office. The reply came. That is what Nolan tried. Then, please don't repeat him. I looked at the closed office door. There was a camera above it, a keypad beside it. A sign that said, office hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Another sign said, all activity recorded. Good. Recorded was good. I got out and opened the rear door. The cooler was still there, but the lid looked wet now. Condensation had gathered on the white plastic and along the old tape, thick enough to bead and run down the sides. The red body looked darker than before, almost fresh under the security light. I lifted it. Colder, much colder than it had been at the house. Cold enough that my fingers ached around the handle. Something inside shifted with a slow, heavy slide. I carried it to the office door. The app camera opened. Leave item at assigned unit. I ignored it. I placed the cooler beside the office entrance, directly under the camera. Then I stepped back and took a photo. Rejected. Wrong delivery area. I took another, wider, showing the office door, the camera, and the cooler. Rejected. Proceed to unit B17. My support wait time dropped to 11 minutes. I looked at the dark rows behind the office. Unit B17 would be somewhere back there. No, I was not going. The customer messaged again. You only have to bring it close enough. That sentence made me stop. Close enough. I looked toward the rows. A motion light clicked on somewhere in the second lane of units. Then another, then another. One by one, lights blinked awake along the path, making a narrow lane of yellow rectangles through the storage lot. Like a runway, like an invitation. The app chimed. Route adjusted for driver safety. Proceed along lit path. I stood there, holding my phone, the cooler on the ground by my feet. This was the moment where anyone listening would ask why I did not just leave. I ask that too. The answer is ugly and simple. I still believe there was a version of this that ended if I completed the next step. That is how traps work when they are built out of instructions. They do not ask for everything at once. They ask for the next reasonable thing. Put it by the cooler. Take the photo. Wait for thank you. Bring it to the service door. Follow the lit path, one step at a time, always close enough to done that quitting feels like the thing that will make it worse. I picked up the cooler again. I did not go all the way to B17. I told myself that before I moved. I would carry it far enough for the GPS to accept, take the photo, and leave. The lit path took me between rows of beige doors. My shoes crunched on small gravel. The storage units all looked identical, each with a number painted in black near the top right corner. B9, B11, B13. The even numbers were on the other side. Every few steps, the cooler bumped against my leg. It did not tap. That was almost worse. At B15, I stopped. B17 was 2 doors farther. The motion lights behind me went off. All at once, the office disappeared into darkness. Only the lights ahead stayed on. I turned back. My car was still visible, but farther than it should have been. The security light over the office was off now. The gate at the front looked smaller, a rectangle of dark chain link against the road. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Please don't make this difficult. I said, stop saying please. The storage lane did not answer. The cooler did. One tap. Soft. Directly against the inside of the lid. I kept walking. B17 had a rusted latch and a roll-up door with scratches near the bottom. The unit number was painted crookedly, the 7 leaning slightly away from the 1. On the concrete in front of the unit was another receipt. Dry, clean, placed in the center of the ground. I set the cooler down beside it. The app camera opened. I did not pick up the receipt at first. I framed the photo. Cooler, Unit B, 17. Receipt on the ground. The app accepted it. For 1 second, I felt relief so strong it almost made me dizzy. Then the screen changed. Delivery checkpoint complete. Continue to final address. Checkpoint, not drop-off. Checkpoint. I looked down at the receipt. I already knew I should not. I picked it up anyway. It was not from a restaurant. It was a route summary. Courier route. Completion, transfer. Previous driver, E. Nolan. Current driver, my first name. Status, progressing. Next action, residential handoff. At the bottom, in smaller print, do not let driver leave object unattended. I folded the receipt so fast the paper tore slightly at the corner. My phone buzzed. Different sender, not L. Carver. No app icon. Same driver. You're almost where he got scared. The storage unit in front of me made a sound. Not inside. Behind. The roll-up door flexed outward slightly near the bottom. Just enough to make the metal pop. I stepped back. The cooler sat on the concrete. The white lid was wet. The tape across it had darkened with moisture. The faded writing was clear for a second, under the motion light. 2B. There was no maybe anymore. 2B. I stared at it. Then the app displayed a new instruction. Load item and continue. I said, no. The unit door flexed again. A slow pressure from inside. Then a voice came from behind it, muffled by metal. Not loud, not clear, but human enough. Please. I turned and walked away without the cooler. 3 steps. 4. 5. The app began buzzing again. Load item and continue. Load item and continue. Load item and continue. I kept walking. Behind me, the cooler tapped. Once, twice, then a third time. Not frantic, polite. I made it halfway back down the row before the motion lights ahead went out. The whole lane dropped into darkness, except for one light behind me, the one over B17. I stood there in the black, breathing hard, with the storage doors invisible on both sides. Then my car horn sounded, one short honk, from the front lot. My car. I turned toward the sound. The office security light came back on. My car was there, and through the windshield I could see the red cooler sitting in the passenger seat, not behind it, not outside. In the passenger seat, seatbelt fastened across the white lid. I looked back toward B17. The cooler on the ground was gone. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Thank you for not leaving it alone. Then, Nolan kept trying to do that too. Nolan kept trying to do that too. I stood in the storage lot staring at my own car. The cooler was in the passenger seat. The seatbelt was fastened across it, not loosely. Not caught by accident. Fastened. The shoulder strap crossed the white lid, pressed flat over the strip of old tape, and disappeared into the buckle at the side of the seat. The red plastic body sat upright like a passenger waiting quietly to be driven somewhere. I did not move for several seconds. The storage lot was silent around me. The motion lights had stopped flickering. The office security light buzzed above the front door. Far away, on the main road, a truck downshifted and passed without slowing. The world was still there. That was what kept bothering me. Things like this should happen in places cut off from the world. Forests, abandoned buildings, dead roads with no signal. Not under security lights. Not beside a storage office with signs saying all activity recorded. Not close enough to the highway that I could hear traffic. I turned back toward B17. The unit door was closed. No cooler on the ground. No receipt. No voice. Nothing. I checked my phone. The app showed, item loaded. Continue to final address. I had not loaded it. I had walked away. It had loaded itself, or someone had moved it. Or the app had decided the difference did not matter. I opened the support chat again. Estimated wait time, 9 minutes. 9 minutes. That felt close enough to keep the screen open, far enough to be useless. I typed, item is moving by itself. I need emergency support. The bot replied, for damaged item issues, please take a clear photo. I typed human. The bot replied, I understand you'd like to speak with a representative. I laughed, not because it was funny, because I was standing in a storage lot with a red cooler buckled into my passenger seat, and a chatbot wanted a clear photo. My phone buzzed again. L. Carver, please continue. You're safer while moving. I looked at the cooler through the windshield. I hated that the message almost made sense. Standing still had not helped. Leaving the cooler had not helped. The route kept moving, whether I wanted it to or not. Maybe motion was safer. Maybe getting closer to a main road, a neighborhood, any place with people, was better than staying in a dark storage lot waiting for support to ask if the package was damaged. I walked to the car, slowly. I opened the driver's door, but did not sit down right away. The cooler sat inches from me on the passenger seat. The lid was wet with condensation. The old tape looked darker now, the faded 2B visible under the strap. There was a folded receipt on top of the lid, tucked under the seatbelt. I did not touch it. I already knew the mistake pattern by then. Every receipt I touched became part of the route. I got in. I left the receipt where it was. The cooler tapped once. I said no. It tapped again. I started the car. The app updated. Final address, 6.4 miles. Residential drop-off. My stomach sank. The map showed a suburban street south of the highway. Not rural, not a business, not storage, a house. I drove with the interior lights off and the windows cracked, even though the air was cold. I wanted outside air in the car. I wanted to hear traffic. I wanted the world louder than whatever was in the cooler. For the first few minutes, I stayed on main roads. The app tried to pull me onto smaller streets twice. I ignored it. It recalculated without complaint. That felt wrong too, like it was allowing the delay. The cooler did not tap again. The receipt on top of it shifted slightly when I turned. One corner lifted, showing part of a printed line. Previous driver located. Then the car hit a bump, and the receipt slid off the lid into the passenger footwell. I kept driving. A mile from the address, my phone buzzed. L. Carver. He stopped answering at this part. I knew who he meant, Nolan. I typed nothing. Another message came. You're doing better. I almost threw the phone out the window. Instead, I turned the volume all the way down and kept driving. The neighborhood looked familiar in the way all new suburbs look familiar at night. Wide roads. Small desert plants that did not belong in Tennessee yards, but had been planted anyway because some developer liked the look. New mailboxes. Houses with garage doors bigger than the front windows. The app led me to a cul-de-sac. The house was at the end. Single story. Pale siding. 2 front windows, porch light on, storm door closed over an open inner door. My whole body went cold. It looked staged before I even got out. Not abandoned, not obviously wrong. Staged. A walker stood just inside the entryway. A pair of slippers sat beside it. A recliner faced a television glowing blue in the living room. A blanket was folded over one arm. On a counter beyond the doorway, a plastic cup of water sat exactly where someone recovering from surgery might keep it. The counter was right there. I had never been to that house before, but I knew the setup. My phone buzzed. Delivery instruction updated. Place cooler just inside the storm door. No. I said it out loud. No. Then I typed it. I can leave it outside. The reply came immediately. That's what Nolan said. For a few seconds, I just sat there with the car idling. The cooler buckled into the passenger seat beside me. The staged recovery room glowing through the storm door. That's what Nolan said. It was not a threat. It was worse. It was comparison. A reminder that someone else had chosen wrong, and I still had time to be better. I unbuckled the seatbelt from around the cooler. The strap slid back with a soft hiss. The lid tapped once. I ignored it. I carried the cooler to the porch and set it outside the storm door. Not inside. Outside, on the welcome mat. There was no actual welcome mat. Just a clean rectangle on the concrete where one should have been. The absence made the cooler look placed on a stage mark. I opened the app camera. Cooler on porch. Storm door behind it. House number visible beside the frame. I took the photo. Rejected. Move closer to delivery point. I did not move. I took another photo. Rejected. Move closer to delivery point. My support wait time was 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Close enough to make waiting feel possible. I stood on the porch with the cooler between me and the door, watching the glass. Inside the house, the television flickered. The walker did not move. The slippers remained perfectly parallel. The counter waited. My phone buzzed. You don't have to come inside. I looked at the message. Then another appeared. Just put it where she can reach. She, not he, not customer. She. From somewhere inside the house, a voice said, "Bring it closer." I stepped back. The voice had come from the hallway. I could not see the hallway from where I stood, but I knew exactly where it would be. Past the living room, past the counter, warm light at the far end. I typed, "I am not entering the house." The reply, "You're doing better than him." I wanted to scream, not from fear, from frustration, because the messages kept sounding like encouragement, like coaching, like I was being guided through a procedure, and every refusal was just another stage of it. The app camera opened again. I did not tap it. The screen showed the cooler from above. Then the image shifted, not the real camera, the proof photo. It appeared before I took it, a red frame around the edges. A view from inside the cooler looking outward. I could see the underside of the white lid at the top of the image. I could see my hands on the sides. I could see myself crouched over it on the porch, but I was not crouching. I was standing. The photo was already there, time-stamped 12:17 a.m. I looked down at the cooler, closed, untouched. Then I looked back at the phone. In the photo, behind me, reflected in the storm door glass, someone stood beside my car. A driver, dark jacket, phone mounted on windshield, screen glowing, head lowered like they were checking an order. I spun around. My car was empty. The street was empty. No driver. No headlights. No second vehicle. The app buzzed. Previous driver located. My phone screen changed. For 1 second, the customer name became E. Nolan. Then it changed back to L. Carver. Then another update appeared. Previous driver unavailable. The storm door clicked. Not opened. Just clicked, like the latch had been tested from the inside. I picked up the cooler. Not to bring it in. To get it off the porch. The moment I lifted it, the app chimed. Transfer accepted. I froze. Transfer. That word was new. The storm door clicked again. From the hallway, the voice said, "Thank him." Not "thank you." Thank him. I backed down the steps with the cooler in my hands. The customer messaged, "Almost done." Then, "Please don't make the next one start over." The cooler grew colder against my leg as I carried it back to the car. Not heavy, cold. By the time I reached the curb, condensation had soaked through my jeans where the red plastic brushed against me. I opened the rear door and put it on the floor behind the passenger seat again. No seatbelt this time. I shut the door and got in. The house remained bright behind me. The storm door stayed closed. The staged living room waited. On my phone, the route updated one more time. Final transfer incomplete. Continue to safe handoff location. I almost believed it. Safe handoff location. That sounded like a way out. A police station maybe. A courier hub. A public pickup locker. Something that made sense. Then the address loaded. A gas station. 3 miles away. Open 24 hours. Bright. Public. I started driving before it could change. I drove to the gas station like the route might expire if I slowed down. That was irrational. I knew that. But by then the whole night had trained me to think in steps. Pickup. Photo. Checkpoint. Correction, transfer, handoff. Every instruction led to another one, and every delay seemed to give the app more time to decide something for me. The gas station was visible from almost half a mile away. Bright canopy lights. 3 cars at the pumps. A delivery van parked near the air machine. A man in a reflective jacket buying coffee inside. I had never been so relieved to see bad fluorescent lighting. The app marked it as safe handoff location. For once, I did not argue with that phrase. I pulled into the lot and parked in front of the store, not at a pump. I wanted the cashier to see me. I wanted cameras on every angle of my car. I wanted someone to notice if I opened the rear door and a red cooler somehow moved by itself. Before I got out, I checked the back seat. The cooler was where I had put it. On the floor behind the passenger seat, closed. White lid wet with condensation. Old tape across the top. No seatbelt around it this time. Good. I took a breath and opened my door. The gas station smelled like gasoline, burnt coffee, and warm pavement. A normal smell, a human smell. The sound from the road was steady, tires on asphalt, trucks shifting gears, a radio playing too quietly from one of the pumps. I walked around the car and opened the rear door. The cooler was gone. For a second, I did not understand what I was seeing. The floor mat was there, wet where the cooler had been. A dark rectangle of moisture pressed into the fabric, but the cooler itself was not there. I stood with one hand on the open door, staring into the empty back seat. Then something tapped beside me, not from the car. From the passenger side. I turned slowly. The cooler was sitting on the pavement next to the front passenger door, upright, closed, as if someone had taken it out and placed it there while I walked around the car. No one was near me. The delivery van driver was still by the air machine. The man at pump 3 was scrolling his phone. The cashier inside was looking down at the register. No one reacted. No one had seen anything. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Thank you for bringing it somewhere bright. I looked up at the security camera under the canopy. Black dome. Pointed toward the pumps. Recording, probably. I felt a sudden rush of confidence. Not courage. Evidence. That was different. I grabbed the cooler handle and dragged it closer to the store entrance. Not inside. just under the brightest light, directly in front of the glass doors. Then I walked in. The cashier looked up. He was maybe 20, with tired eyes and a red work vest. He had one earbud in and a half-empty energy drink beside the register. "Can I help you?" he asked. I pointed outside. "There's a suspicious item by my car. I'm a courier. The app routed me here with it, but I don't know what's inside, and I don't want it in my vehicle." He blinked, then looked past me through the glass. "Where?" I turned. The cooler was not by the door. I pushed the glass door open and stepped outside. The pavement under the canopy was empty. No cooler, no wet mark, no red plastic, nothing. I looked toward my car. The cooler was in the passenger seat again, seatbelt fastened across the lid. The receipt that had fallen into the footwell earlier was now tucked under the strap, facing up. The cashier had followed me to the doorway. He looked from me to my car. "You good, man?" I did not answer him. I walked to the car. The cooler sat there like a person who had been waiting patiently for me to stop making a scene. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. "Please don't involve strangers. They make it harder for everyone." I looked at the receipt under the seatbelt. I knew I should not touch it. I opened the passenger door. Cold air rolled out of the car, not from the AC. The engine was off, from the cooler. The white lid was slick with condensation. Water had dripped down the red plastic and onto the seat. The seatbelt was wet where it crossed the tape. I pulled the receipt free. The paper was dry, perfectly dry, not damp from the cooler, not wrinkled, not creased except for one fold down the middle. At the top was the logo of a fried chicken place. Not the diner, not the courier app, a fried chicken place. The order listed below it was simple. Family box, 2 sweet teas, mashed potatoes, extra napkins, no utensils. Customer, L. Carver. Driver, E. Nolan. Delivery time, tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. My vision narrowed around that line. Tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. Not tonight, tomorrow. It was not part of this route. It could not be. I had picked up a cooler. I had gone to a closed diner, a storage lot, a staged house, a gas station. There had been no fried chicken, no sweet teas, no mashed potatoes. And yet the receipt looked fresh, clean, printed like it had just come from a register. At the bottom was a customer note. "Please place everything in the red cooler by the side door. Don't knock. He gets embarrassed when drivers wait." I read it once, then again. The words felt like they belonged to another night, another driver, another beginning. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Nolan opened it because he thought someone needed help. I looked at the cooler. The lid stayed closed. The old tape across the top was wet enough now that the faded writing showed clearly, 2B. No doubt, no blur, no maybe, 2B. Another message came. "You don't have to open it. Then, you only have to bring it inside." Inside where? I almost typed that. I did not, because by then, I understood the shape of the request. It did not need to explain the destination yet. The destination came after compliance. Always after, step by step. Never enough information to refuse cleanly. Never enough danger to justify quitting early until you had already done too much. I backed away from the passenger door. The cashier was still watching from inside the store. The delivery van driver looked over once, then went back to the air hose. Normal people, normal lights, normal world. I grabbed the cooler with both hands, not to bring it inside, to get it away from the seatbelt. I dragged it out of the car and set it on the pavement between my car and the store entrance. Then I took 3 steps back and opened my phone camera, not the app. My own camera. I recorded the cooler, my car, the store, the cashier, visible through the glass, the security camera overhead. I spoke into the video, my voice shaking more than I wanted. "This is not mine. I am not accepting this item. I did not open it. I am leaving it here under camera." The moment I said accepting, the courier app chimed. A proof photo appeared over my recording. Driver accepted transfer. I did not take that photo. It showed me standing beside the cooler, phone raised, mouth half open as if I were speaking. The angle was from across the gas station lot, somewhere near the road, a place where no one was standing. In the caption field, the app had already filled in. Driver accepted transfer. I whispered, "No." The cooler tapped once. The app buzzed. Same driver. Not L. Carver. Same driver. "You said it clearly." I looked back at my video. The recording had stopped. The file was there in my camera roll, but the thumbnail was white. I opened it. White screen. No audio. No gas station. No cooler. Just 6 seconds of blank white. The cashier opened the glass door. "Hey," he called. You need me to call someone? That question almost saved me. Maybe it should have. Maybe if I had said yes right then, if I had let a stranger make the call, things would have gone differently. But my phone buzzed before I could answer. L. Carver. If he calls, they will ask what you accepted. The cashier looked at me. I looked at the proof photo. Driver accepted transfer. I imagined police arriving. I imagined trying to explain an item that moved from my car to the pavement and back. I imagined showing them a blank video. I imagined the app record saying I had accepted the transfer. I imagined the receipt with tomorrow's date sitting in my hand, looking like a fake I had printed myself. I said, no, I'm okay. The cashier did not believe me, but like most people, he did not push past the point where a stranger makes it awkward. That was another kind of politeness, the kind that leaves people alone when they seem embarrassed, the kind that helps the trap. He went back inside. I stood under the canopy with the receipt in my hand and the cooler at my feet. The app changed again. Final drop-off nearby. Address hidden until departure. I laughed. A small, broken laugh. Because I finally understood that the app was not broken. It was behaving exactly like it was supposed to, not the delivery app. The other system underneath it, the root. The thing that borrowed the app's language because drivers already knew how to obey it. Pickup. Photo. Confirm. Continue. Move closer. Do not leave unattended. You are almost done. The cooler tapped. Once, then waited. I looked at the store again. At the cashier. At the customers. At the lights. At the security camera that probably had footage of a man talking to nothing while a red cooler sat on the pavement. Then I did the only thing I could think to do. I picked up the cooler and carried it to the trash cans beside the store. There were 2 big metal bins with heavy lids. One for trash, one for ice bags and cardboard. The trash bin smelled like coffee grounds and old hot dogs. I opened the lid. The cooler tapped. I said, no. I lifted it. For a second, it became so heavy I thought my arms would give out. Not gradually, instantly. As if something inside had grabbed the bottom and pulled down. The handle bit into my fingers. My knees bent. I almost dropped it. My phone buzzed on the pavement where I had set it down. L. Carver. That's what Nolan tried. The cooler tapped again. This time from the side facing my chest, not the lid. The side, polite, patient, waiting for me to stop. I let the bin lid fall shut. I set the cooler back on the ground. My hands ached. The app chimed. Transfer still accepted. Final drop-off required. The map opened by itself. The destination loaded. At first, I thought it was the gas station address. Then, the map zoomed. The blue route curved out of the lot, down the main road, through 2 turns, and into a residential street. The final address was hidden behind a label. Home delivery location confirmed. Home. I had not entered my home address into the courier app. Not this app. Not ever. My apartment was not on that side of town anyway. I tapped the destination. No full address. Only. Home delivery location confirmed. The cooler tapped once. Then, my phone buzzed. Same driver. You don't have to bring it inside yet. That one word broke whatever was left of my willingness to follow. I picked up the receipt. The fried chicken receipt. The one with E. Nolan's name and tomorrow's time. I folded it and put it in my pocket. Then I left the cooler on the pavement, got in my car, and drove away. I did not look back. For almost 30 seconds, I thought I had done it. Then, the seatbelt warning started chiming. Passenger seat, unbuckled. I looked to my right. The red cooler was in the passenger seat. No seatbelt this time. Just sitting there. White lid, wet. Tape reading 2B. Receipt gone from my pocket. I slammed the brakes so hard the car behind me honked and swerved. My hand went to my pocket. Empty. The receipt was no longer there. It was back under the cooler lid, half sticking out like a tongue. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Please don't leave important things behind. Then, another message. The next driver needs them. The next driver needs them. I sat in the middle of the road with horns going off behind me and the red cooler in the passenger seat. For a few seconds, I could not move. The car behind me pulled around, the driver leaning on his horn as he passed. He shouted something through his window. I did not hear the words. Another car went around the other side, tires hissing over the wet edge of the lane. Normal people. Normal anger. Normal traffic. I wanted to be one of them so badly, it hurt. My phone buzzed again. L. Carver. Please continue when safe. That almost made me laugh. When safe. Like safety was a condition the app respected. Like it had not just watched me try to abandon the cooler at a gas station and returned it to my passenger seat with the receipt I had put in my pocket. I drove, not toward the route, not at first. I turned away from the blue line and headed for the nearest police station I could remember. I did not use GPS. I knew the area well enough. There was one near a municipal building, maybe 15 minutes away if I stayed on main roads. The courier app recalculated, then recalculated again, then stopped. For almost 2 minutes, the phone was silent. I kept driving. The cooler sat beside me, close enough that I could see condensation sliding down the red plastic in the corner of my eye. The seat under it was getting wet. The old tape across the lid had gone almost translucent, and the black 2B showed through like it had been written on the plastic itself. I did not look directly at it. Looking felt like answering. A mile later, the phone buzzed. Route adjustment accepted. I glanced down. The blue line had changed. It now led to the police station. For 1 second, I felt a sharp little spark of relief. Then the label changed. Safe handoff location. I took my foot off the gas. The police station was not a handoff location. It was a police station. The app should not have known that was where I was going, unless it had been watching my turns. Which of course it had. Apps watched everything. That was not even strange anymore. That was just how the world worked. But the label made the building feel less like help and more like another checkpoint. Safe handoff location. I kept going anyway. The police station came into view at the end of a wider road. Low brick building, flagpole out front, lights over the entrance. There were 2 patrol cars parked near the door and another along the side lot. I pulled in fast and parked near the front. The cooler tapped once. I said, "No." I grabbed my phone and got out without touching the cooler. That was the plan. Leave it in the car. Go inside. Tell someone there was an unknown item in my vehicle, that I was a courier, that the app had reassigned me something suspicious. Keep it simple. Do not mention the messages unless asked. Do not mention the tapping unless absolutely necessary. Do not mention E. Nolan. I made it halfway to the entrance. The station doors were bright glass. I could see a front desk inside. A woman in uniform stood behind it, writing something down. A man sat in a chair near the wall, one leg bouncing, his hands folded between his knees. Real people. Help. My phone buzzed. Not the courier app. A system alert. Passenger door open. I turned. My car's passenger door was open, wide. The cooler was not in the seat. It sat on the pavement beside the open door, tilted slightly toward the police station, as if it had been set down carefully. I looked toward the entrance. The woman behind the desk had not noticed. The man in the chair had not looked up. No one in the parking lot moved. My phone buzzed again. L. Carver. Please don't leave it unattended. I kept walking toward the station. The cooler tapped. Once. Twice. 3 times. The sound carried across the parking lot louder than it should have. Plastic on plastic. Polite little knocks. I reached the door. My hand touched the metal handle. Then the cooler knocked again. This time, something inside answered with a voice. Not loud, not clear. Just enough to reach me. Please. I froze. I hate that I froze. I hate that even then, even outside a police station, with the door handle in my hand and real people 10 feet away, that one small word still caught in me. Please. The oldest hook. The easiest one. The one that makes refusing feel like becoming a worse person. The woman behind the desk looked up. Our eyes met through the glass. She started to say something. My phone buzzed. Same driver. If you go in, they will ask why you brought it here. I looked back at the cooler, then at my car, then at the officer. I could still go inside. I know that. I want that to be clear. Nothing physically stopped me. No invisible wall. No locked door, no hand on my shoulder, just the full weight of every record the night had made. Driver accepted transfer. Driver picked up item. Driver removed item from pickup location. Driver transported item. Driver attempted unauthorized drop-off. Driver left item unattended. Driver brought unknown container to police station. I could hear how it would sound before anyone said it. I let go of the door handle. The officer behind the glass frowned. I stepped back. Just one step, then another. The cooler stopped tapping. I walked back to the car. I did not pick it up right away. I stood over it in the parking lot, shaking so hard my teeth clicked once. Then I lifted it and put it back in the passenger seat. No seatbelt, no care. Just in. I shut the door. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Thank you. That was respectful. I drove out of the police station parking lot. That is the part I am most ashamed of. Not the house, not the cool, not the app. That moment. Because help was right there. and I let one word pull me back: please. After that, I stopped thinking I was trying to complete a delivery. I was trying to get rid of a decision I had already made. The route led away from town, not far, just enough to feel less public. A 2-lane road, a few closed businesses, then houses with wide front yards and old trees. The map line kept changing, but the destination stayed hidden. Home delivery location confirmed. I turned the phone off. The screen went black. For maybe 5 seconds, I felt better. Then the navigation screen in my car lit up. I had not entered an address. The car's built-in map opened by itself and displayed the same blue route. Home delivery location confirmed. I pulled the phone from the mount and threw it into the glove compartment. The car map remained. I turned down a side street that was not on the route. The map recalculated. I took another wrong turn. Recalculated. Another. Recalculated. The road names started to feel familiar in the wrong way. Not because I had driven them before, but because they sounded like streets in every delivery neighborhood I had ever worked. Briar Lane, Miller Court, Harper Road, Carver Street. I passed a dark apartment building with a green awning, then a closed diner with one flickering letter, then a storage lot with an open gate. That was impossible. Not literally impossible, maybe. Cities reuse shapes. Businesses look alike. Fear connects things. But the sequence was wrong. Apartment, diner, storage, all on the same road, spaced just far enough apart that I could tell myself each one was coincidence before the next appeared. The cooler tapped every time I passed one. Once by the apartment, twice by the diner, 3 times by the storage gate. I kept driving. My gas light came on. Of course it did. A soft little chime. Low fuel. I looked at the dash. 22 miles remaining. Enough. Then it changed. 12 miles. Then 7. Then 3. The car began to feel heavier under me. The next streetlight flickered as I passed beneath it. The map announced, in its flat, calm voice, arriving at destination. I was on a residential street. I did not recognize it. Older houses, small lawns, a few cars parked at the curb, most windows dark, one porch light off near the middle of the block. The blue route ended in front of that house. Not abandoned, not threatened, just a small 1-story house with pale siding, a side gate, and a glass storm door over the front entrance. There was a narrow concrete path leading to the porch. A yellow porch light sat above the door, off. In the front window, a blue TV glow moved across the curtains. My phone buzzed inside the glove compartment. The sound was muffled. Then, the car map displayed a message. Final drop-off ready. I looked at the passenger seat. The cooler was gone. I did not see it move. I did not hear a door open. I did not feel the car shift. It was just gone. The seatbelt hung loose. The receipt lay where the cooler had been, folded once, dry and clean. I looked toward the house. The red cooler sat on the porch, right in front of the storm door, white lid, old 2B. No one was outside. No one had carried it there. No one was visible in the windows. The app, from inside the glove compartment, buzzed again. I opened it with shaking hands. The phone was on. Of course it was. Courier app open. Final step. Please confirm handoff. I did not touch it. Another message appeared. L. Carver. You don't have to come inside. I stared at the words. Then another message came. Just wait until the next driver gets here. That was when I understood. Not everything. Not enough to explain it, but enough. The route had not needed me to bring the cooler inside. It had not needed me to open it. It had not even needed me to finish the delivery. It needed me to wait. Just like the first porch, just like the apartment wall, just like the cooler by the side door, just like the cup of ice, just like every polite little request before the last one. Wait, be patient, do not make it awkward. Let the next person arrive to something that looks normal enough. I looked down the street. At the far end, headlights turned the corner. A car. Small. Gray or silver. Delivery light from a phone mount glowing against the windshield. It moved slowly along the curb, house numbers catching in its headlights one at a time. My phone buzzed. Same driver. Please don't scare them. I almost got out. I almost ran into the street and waved my arms. I almost screamed at the car to turn around. But then I saw myself from the driver's perspective. A stranger outside a dark house at night, standing near a porch with a red cooler, phone in hand, wild-eyed, blocking the delivery. I knew how it would look. I knew how the next driver would explain me away. Crazy customer, drunk neighbor, someone having a bad night, someone making the delivery awkward. It did not stop yet. The driver looked at his phone, then at the porch, then at me. I lifted one hand, not a wave, a warning. The driver hesitated. My phone buzzed. L. Carver. Be polite. The porch light turned on. Yellow light spilled over the red cooler, the concrete path, the storm door, and my hand hanging in the air. The driver saw the cooler. He saw me. I could see the choice forming in him because I knew it too well. Is this dangerous or just weird? Is this worth canceling or am I overreacting? The app probably told him the payout was good. The route was short. The customer was polite. I stepped forward. The storm door behind the cooler opened an inch. I stopped. The driver's car idled at the curb. My phone buzzed again. Do not make him feel unsafe. That was the sentence that broke me. Not because I obeyed it, because I realized it was using my fear of being frightening to stop me from warning him. Politeness all the way down. Even now, even here, I shouted. Do not get out. The driver flinched. The house went silent. The porch light flickered. My phone began buzzing so hard it rattled in my hand. The driver stared at me. I shouted again. Leave it. Just leave. The storm door opened another inch. From inside the house, a voice said, please. The driver looked toward the door. That was enough. That one small word. He opened his car door. I ran toward him. The app chimed. Delivery complete. A proof photo appeared on my screen. I had not taken it. The image was from inside the house, looking out through the storm door. The red cooler sat on the porch. I stood in the yard, halfway between the house and the street, one hand raised. The new driver stood by his open car door, holding a paper bag. His face was blurred by the porch light. Behind him, down the road, another pair of headlights had just turned the corner. Caption, polite enough to wait. I looked up from the phone. The first driver was gone. His car was still there. Door open, interior, light on, paper bag on the ground. No driver, no sound, no struggle, no scream. Just gone from the place where he had stood. The red cooler tapped once. The second pair of headlights approached slowly. My phone buzzed. Same driver. Please stay where they can see you. I stood in the yard. I did not move. I did not know where the first driver had gone. I did not know if he was inside the house, inside the route, inside the cooler, or somewhere else the app had not shown me yet. The second car slowed. Then a third set of headlights appeared at the far corner. And for the first time, I understood why the house did not need to chase anyone. It only needed the last person to remain visible. A warning, a witness, a reason for the next polite driver to stop. I do not know how long I stood there. Long enough for the second car to pull over. Long enough for the driver to roll down her window and ask if everything was okay. Long enough for me to open my mouth and realize every honest answer would sound insane. The storm door behind me clicked. The red cooler tapped. My phone screen went dark. When it lit again, the app showed no route, no customer, no map. Only one instruction: be respectful. That is where I will stop telling it, because I do not remember leaving that street. I remember headlights. I remember the smell of cold plastic. I remember trying to say the word no and hearing myself say please instead. I woke up the next morning in my car, parked outside a rest stop 40 miles away. The cooler was gone. My phone was dead. There was no courier app installed anymore. No order history, no screenshots, no messages. Only one thing remained in my passenger seat: a receipt. Fried chicken family box, 2 sweet teas, mashed potatoes, extra napkins, no utensils. Customer, L. Carver. Driver, same driver. Delivery time, tomorrow, 12:17 a.m. At the bottom, under customer instructions, was one line: please send someone polite. I do not deliver anymore. I do not use those apps. I do not even order food to my house. But sometimes, late at night, I still see delivery cars slow down on my street. They pause near the curb, phone screens glowing in their windshields, drivers looking from the address to the house numbers and back again. Most of them keep going. Some do not. And when they stop, I know what they are thinking. The payout is good. The route is short. The note is polite. It is probably nothing. Close enough. That is the thing about the last drop-off. It never feels like the last one when you accept it. It feels like one more small favor, one more reasonable request, one more chance to prove you are not the kind of person who leaves someone waiting. I used to think the address was the trap. I was wrong. The trap was the part of me that needed a good reason to be rude. And by the time I found one, the next driver was already pulling up. Different drivers, different houses, different apps, but the same request kept coming back. Please wait. Please come closer. Please do not make it awkward. Maybe that is why these stories stay with people, because most of us know what it feels like to ignore our gut just to avoid seeming rude. And somewhere out there, another driver is pulling up to a quiet house right now. The porch light is off. The note is polite, and the address is close enough.